I know you guys have been waiting for this. Welcome to the second day of Garena Masters IV Playoffs, where 8 teams are still standing their ground. 6 teams will remain as 2 teams will be eliminated at the end of the day. Joining you at the desk, it's gonna be me, Cali Gaming, down here with the Mustachio, AJ. And man, how are you feeling today?
I'm excited, I'm pumped, I'm at the very same time a little nervous as to see exactly who's going to get eliminated from the competition. I kind of know, because I mean, you have to be absolutely blind and oblivious to not notice some of the performances from all of the teams out there. So, you know, I kind of do have an inkling as to who's not going to be making it through, but you can never ever call the end of a match until the fat lady sings, when you have to wait, because some of these teams, they might just have those miraculous moments where everything clicks at the very same time. They get into the flow state sometimes. Very rare for some of the newer teams, but you can never tell exactly what's going to happen out there. The matches that I'm more excited about are the top dog matches, of course, because we do have, I believe, West Point Mamba Lowkings in action a little bit later on as well. So I'm excited for that one too, Callie.
Oh, well, honestly, yeah, feeling the same as well. But looking forward to how well will Blacklist International Ultimate start their playoff run here today as they're going up against Forest Kings. And again, whoever lose that match, they will be having their second life. They will be playing out there the lower bracket later on, and they will be facing SKADI. And now that we're here to playoffs, it's totally different ball game, best of fives. And if you really want to win this series, you gotta win your first one. And yesterday, it was all 3-0s, AJ.
Yep. And, I don't think it's going to be any different for the very first series of the day. There's no reason whatsoever for Blacklist Ultimate to hold back. And, I don't say that obviously because I'm biased towards Blacklist, but because you have to look at the statistics, you have to look at the performance of the Forest Kings. We looked for improvement within the group stage in itself, and Forest Kings proved to us that they can bring in the adjustments. And this was shown from the loss that they took to Ralph Rannick in the first round of double round robins, and then they came back beating them down 3-0. But where they did not improve was with the engagements against the players of West Point Mamba Lowkings. I think they got pretty much okay, I can't say they didn't improve. There was improvement, but not enough improvement to show us any inkling that they might be able to take away a match from them, right? And if you cannot beat down the West Point Mamba Lowkings, the probability of you taking out Blacklist International Ultimate from the upper brackets, kicking them into the lower brackets, seems to be a little outlandish, but I don't know, man. Maybe they got some sort of mumbo-jumbo magic. Okay, we gotta wait and see.
We kind of had an interview with like one of the players from Forest Kings on that group stage, and they said that WPM Lowkings were really hard to beat, and it shows out there in the battlefield. But once again, for the squads out here, especially if you're Forest Kings, you're going up against Blacklist International Ultimate, which is the former Eastern Finals champions, and they're on the rise here, by the way. So having to deal with not one but 6 players that are world championship contenders, and of course players. It's gonna be quite hard. But you know what? I've noticed these things with these teams, having the difference between the playoff teams and of course the rookie teams that have managed to sneak past through these playoffs. It's the gunfights that's different, and of course the strategies as well, and how they react to it. And if you're Forest Kings, you gotta make sure that if you want to beat Blacklist Ultimate, it's going to be consistent. But again, as we saw from them versus WPM Lowkings, it was hard. But they had a week to prepare for this one, so hopefully they get this to at least one win up against Blacklist International Ultimate. But it's hard, AJ.
Yeah, one can only hope, right? One can most definitely hope. But they Forest Kings, they just need to be prepared a little bit better, because you need to prepare for. You need to be realistic. So realistically speaking, they need to just think of how can they dominate the low bracket and then make their way back through. Because I am not gonna believe.
It's hard
that Blacklist is going to drop their perfect streak, right? After building up so much of momentum, dropping anything like that and moving on at the lower brackets run. Unless, they've got like some sort of other strategy that they want to execute, and they feel like, the journey at the bottom is going to be slightly easier to get to the grand finals. That could be the case, because, down there at the bottom will 100% be a better journey, an easier, smooth sailing journey for Blacklist. You don't know, but let's see exactly what happens. We've got the brackets for you guys as well, so let's take a quick refresher of what happened yesterday, what's going to happen today, and what will be the results of today when said matches happen. Yesterday, West Point Mamba Lowkings took down Broke Boys Club 3-0. The exact same thing happened to Huntsmen as Almighty gave them the donut. Smarter Mega delivered yet another 3-0 to SKADI, and that's exactly what set up the brackets for day 2 here, Callie.
And that Almighty and WPM Lowkings is going to be a grudge match here. The last time these two met was at the lower bracket semifinals of Garena Masters Season 3, where Almighty complete a sweep against WPM Lowkings. So definitely looking forward to that matchup right there. But the underdogs here in Forest Kings and Blacklist Ultimate, I just want to point this out. Former teammates before, but now on opposite teams, right? You got VVV Jabin before and VVV Nix from Forest Kings. So it's great that these two have made it here at this game, but one is already a veteran, one is just starting to make it out here and starting to make a name for himself, AJ.
And making a huge name for himself, we most definitely have to say. That's going to be, of course, the blockbuster, potential showdown. We are looking for a little bit of drama, but I'm not confident that anybody can create any sort of drama against Blacklist just yet, unless, of course, the thing that we just discussed happens, where Blacklist actually drops into the lower bracket because they want to. I mean, you got to think of the possibility, right?
It's a strat. It is a strategy. I mean, I think that's what That's what the Tribe Gaming did on the World Finals, where they exit out of that upper bracket and then they proceeded to win 5 straight games in order to be the champions. Crazy, crazy.
But of course, you will obviously come across a situation where you're going to go up against, potential teams like West Point, Almighty, or Smarter Mega down there at the lower brackets, and they are not going to be letting go of their own opportunity as well. It's going to be a fight for their life. So, it's easy only up to a certain point. Once you go past the quarters, it's not going to be that easy anymore. But the Broke Boys Club going up against the Huntsmen, so that's a elimination matchup. SKADI will face off against the losers of the very first series of the day. And to wrap the day up, we actually have got yet another blockbuster matchup for you guys. West Point Mamba Lowkings, they take on the Almighty, and the losers move on to the lower brackets.
It's going to be a crazy ending here at this day 2 of Garena Masters IV Playoffs. But again, we mentioned the schedule. We got Blacklist Ultimate taking on Forest Kings, not first game of the day. And then we had the lower bracket matches. Yeah. Whoever loses this next 2 games here, Broke Boys Club, Huntsmen, SKADI, and the loser of that first match is going to be eliminated out of the playoffs, which will give us only 6 teams remaining here at this event. And well, if you guys want to know who that will be, you got to make sure you tune in, because everything is going to be a battle for life here at that Game 2 and Game 3, AJ.
I think one of the series that I'm also looking forward to is between the Broke Boys Club as well as the Huntsmen. The Huntsmen have been within the circuit for such a long time now, as long as Smarter Mega as well as Almighty. Perhaps the roster might have, gone through a couple of changes with the departure of their captain, etc. But they still have remained a very promising team. Now they've got 2 Filipinos on the squad as well. That just makes them a little bit more solid than what they were a couple of seasons ago. Broke Boys Club, on the other hand, they do have a lot of promise in the competition. They step up with quite a bit of prowess, but where they are going to be struggling later on is going to be in their respawns, especially in hardpoint. So this matchup might be in the balance, man. I think that's going to be an upset to see either one of them go. And if Huntsman actually exits the competition today, dude, I don't know. I think I'm going to lose my mind. But SKADI versus potentially 4S or Blacklist International Ultimate, that decider probably will be a heartbreak for some people out there as well. But maybe some haters might be happy.
yeah, hydraulics throwing shades at you. But yeah, I mean, if Huntsmen drop their match on that lower bracket round 1, that will be the second time that they lose, and of course get eliminated at the Garena Masters, season all throughout its history. And of course, looking at the prize pool, we got $26,500. The first place gets a lion's share of 10,000. Second place gets you 4,500. Third place gets you 3,000. Fourth place gets you $1,500, and it's a lot of money to fight for. And of course, the best chance for you to actually upgrade your gaming gear is if you're looking to be one of the better teams out there in the field, AJ.
Absolutely, and if you want to take it a little bit further, maybe hire a coach for your team if you don't have one just yet. Try to set up a decent plan as to how you want to overtake some of these titans up here, right? And of course, if you're already a titan within MSP, you got to figure out exactly how that money can help you move a little bit further on the world stage later on as well, in the Garena battle, to make sure, because Gagendra's a thing, man.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure you are the representative and not anybody else as well. So that's gonna be quite the challenge. It'll all depend on, of course, how all of this beautiful bounty is invested a little bit later on. But let's take a look at the lineup of the 4 Kings as well. The 4S Kings, I have to say: Coco, Nix, Vuzet, Esto, Apollo, as well as Chari. Now, when you look at this lineup, there's just no way you can look away from 2 MVPs here, man. Coco as well as Chari, they've been integral for the success of the 4S Kings so far.
I mean, I have to agree with you. Coco is that main slayer. I mean, while he continues to be that way, Chari is the objective player that Forest Kings really depends on when it comes to playing those respawns. And of course, that objective is where he's really good. At that hard point, he's got 105 seconds during the group stage. So if he can develop that and of course work through that, it's gonna be great. But take a look at this. They're actually in the boot camp right now. So better communication we could be expecting for them coming into this match.
This is exactly what you need. You need to be dedicated to your battle. I mean, there's no way in hell you're going to be beating a team like Blacklist International Ultimate facing a couple of challenges, right? And we all know sitting down in separate places does pose that extra layer of challenge. If you're an ultimate team like Almighty or Blacklist International Ultimate themselves, then yeah, of course, that's not gonna be such a huge challenge. But if you're a new team trying to break through the barrier here and trying to take on some of the top dogs, you better have every single thing going your way, from strategy to your gunfights out there, down to the nitty-gritty of sitting down in the exact same spot, being on the, a really stable network to jump into that matchup as well, because you do not want to give any objective or any of that extra advantage to your opponents.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. And for Forest Kings, right now they've invested in this, and of course communication is gonna be a lot better, but it's going to take more than that if you wanna win up against Blacklist International Ultimate. You gotta, of course, study your opponent and see what maps are they going to kind of like make mistakes. You don't want to go up against Blacklist International Ultimate in their best map like Takeoff or Hacienda, where they currently are undefeated at in this current group stage. But yeah, it's all about studying your opponent at this point. And now you are looking at the biggest and the hottest lineup right now for Blacklist Ultimate. You got Jaben, Rage, Skurd, Yato, Yobabs, and AG. And the biggest move here is that Rage absolutely is now part of Blacklist International Ultimate. But we don't really know, or we can't really gauge their match or of course their performances yet, because they really haven't met, the top tier teams here at this Garena Masters 4, like WPM Lowkings and Smart Omega, as well as the champions of the CDFI, Almighty.
I mean, dude, you're looking at an all-star roster right here, right now. I don't even think I need to see them match up against anyone else. I can tell you Blacklist is at its ultimate right here, right now. This is the best roster setup that they've had from the inception of this team, from the combination between Blacklist International as well as the Ultimate Squad. This is the best. And of course, the acquisition of Rage just pushes them over the top, right? They didn't even need Rage in the first place, but they still went ahead and they got him onto their side, which just gives them so much more flexibility out there on the battlefield, because this guy is a true flex. He can slay, he can play those objectives, he can enable you and empower you to do whatever you want out there on the battlefield. And you combine that with the individual skill that each and every single player on the side of Blacklist Ultimate has. Whew!
It's hot. It's hot.
It's too hot, bro.
You have to add in the fact that Rage actually came from Smart Omega, so he's got the strategies bringing him, he brought with him. So Blacklist Ultimate definitely gonna be an eye to watch at this playoffs, and of course with Rage as well being part of this, we're also seeing our resurgence from Skurd as well. This guy has been fragging with his teammate. I think he leads the team in total kills in terms of the group stage, and gonna be very needed for him to actually put up a great fight in here. But now taking a look at the maps and modes, let's look at the map ban first. We got Firing Range and Raid, Sparrow and Annihilator banned for this game. So Hardpoint Slums is where we're going, and actually this is gonna be a map picked by Forest Kings. What do you feel about this, AJ?
I mean, good on them. I don't think they've played Hardpoint at Slums so far. They don't have the best win record at Hardpoint. They're at a 50% win rate, so it's going to be a 50-50. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's not going to be 50-50. It's going to be 25-75, all right? Let's just face facts, because Blacklist International Ultimate is ultimate, all right? And the last time they were playing Slums, I believe they met Kazoku Legacy. Kazoku Legacy was around the 150, 160 point range, and that's not a lot at all. Blacklist International Ultimate, they were just absolutely ripping them apart. The rotations were super tight. Each and every single angle held on to just allowed them to outslay their opponents, and it's pretty much going to be the exact same story here. What I am looking forward to is that Hacienda S&D, because this is where we've seen a little bit of promise from the side of Forest Kings.
Yeah, Forest Kings, see, this is absolutely where they would love to take in Blacklist International Ultimate, because looking at it this way, Blacklist International Ultimate, they played all 6 maps except Hacienda. So bringing them here at this map number 2 is going to be very important, because of course this team might not have settled into this map just yet, that they might be caught surprise. And of course, if they can work in there as as a team with that bootcamp actually enabled as well, their communications might be a lot better during this Search and Destroys, and if they can get those first bloods, they might be able to win it. Now map number 3, Control Takeoff. That's something that these two haven't really played just yet. But as we all know, Blacklist International Ultimate, they love Takeoff and Hardpoint. And of course, their control has been very solid so far, standing at 100% win rate. and it's gonna be very important here for them to actually win that. Maybe we could see a 3-0 here.
Maybe is an understatement, bro. I think there's a huge probability of that happening. And you gotta call a spade a spade. You gotta, because you can't really throw a lot of fluff into this. It's pretty much a very one-sided match. It's David versus Goliath. But the last time I checked, Goliath went down, right? Because Goliath wasn't expecting that shot. David took that shot. It was one hell of a good shot, but he needed great accuracy for that shot. So if the gunfights goes the way of 4S Kings, if they have really, really hunkered down on all of their strategy, they know how to play their angles, they've already observed exactly what sort of strats that Blacklist might use against them, they stand a chance. But it's once again David versus Goliath. Goliath just needs to put his foot down. He probably will stomp David out.
Yeah, I mean, 4S Kings, they gotta tread that needle in order for them to strike a big one up here up against Blacklist International. But as we open up Garena Masters 4, playoffs day number 2, it's going to be Blacklist 4S Kings starting it all here at this hard point number 1. Of course, slums is going to be where we're at, and a solid start for Blacklist as they already have their hard point objective player AG inside of that hill. As soon as that gets taken down, it's going to be no one's hill for now, AJ.
Let's see exactly what they can do as they circle around in here. It's going to be Blacklist as anticipated, but we of course want to focus down on the 4S Kings and see exactly how they're rotating around to take this hill over. So far, there has been no attempt of a backstep. There's been no attempt of a flank around from that right-hand side through Graves into Broken. And it's just Blacklist International just really exerting all of that pressure on this hard point, winning out a majority of these gunfights. So no curveballs being thrown by 4S Kings. They're just taking a straightforward fight, which I don't know if it's a great idea because you're allowing the team of Blacklist to streak up really quickly. Now, Blacklist, I love this. Final 10 seconds, they back away. They want to hold on to P2. They know that this is the money hill. Let's see how 4S takes this away from them.
I mean, AJ is going to be there holding this anchor sponge along with Jabin. And of course, for 4S Kings, you got to make sure and decide what are you going to do. Are you going to try to break through in front, or are you going to try to break through off the back? And it looks like they're going to do this exact same thing simultaneously, and Apollo is going to be able to manage this way through enemy lines. If he gets this skill up against Jabin, that might just flip the spawns, and that could turn things around. 47 seconds, still out of time as they're trying to push it in. They're going to take away Jabin, so that should flip the spawns here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. 46-13, 4S Kings, they take away the spawns, but can they win their gunfights? Now, they've got the manpower supplied, one after the other. The players go down, one after the other as well. Nix and Coco really stepping it up. That CBR4 delivers, and the 4S Kings, they might be able to fight this back. 22 seconds to go. Blacklist wants to have one final try in there. They back away with 17 seconds, and they think that they are not going to be punished for all of these scraps that they're giving away to the 4S Kings. I think the 4S Kings can punish them for this. Let's see how they take over Fountains as well. If they break this hill, bro, 4S Kings, they're going to be in front.
Yeah, this is actually smart for 4S Kings. They're trying to take their time, which is exceptionally very important if you're trying to break away those certain angles of the map where it's going to be key. And right now for 4S Kings, they're trying to break through Fountains, which is the key spawns for you to get this P3 enabled. And right now, it's going to be a 50-50 battle there for now. They're trying to break as well, put some pressure inside of this hard point with Nix and, of course, Esto keeping up with the pace. They haven't really used their operating skills just yet, and they're going to get taken down here, AJ. Blacklist International Ultimate standing their ground.
One player trying to break the anchor. It's the one and only Coco. Can Coco get it done? Answer is no with the CBR4. And they're pushed all the way back. And once again, Coco's the only person trying to take that anchor off of that spot. You cannot win this hill if you do not have superior gunfight. If you do have superior gunfight, yes, you can run straight up towards Junkyard and take that hill away. If you do not have that superior gunfight, you have to take away the spawns. That's exactly how you play against all of the disadvantages. But the 4S Kings, they're just all depending on one guy in the name of Coco to get the job done for them. It's not gonna work. Blacklist pretty much running away with the match now.
Yeah, just like that, they were able to manage to score, 40 seconds off of that P3, and that's key for them to have a 70-point lead here at this matchup. And not to mention, they also have their operator skills and score streaks available for them to use to fend off these players from 4S Kings from attacking. And they're locking things down inside of that hard point. And 4S Kings, they might be able to have that spawns, but the gunfight so far, the momentum definitely lands of Blacklist.
114 to 35 for West Kings. Opportunity just denied time and time again. Blacklist International Ultimate. This is what I talked about. Their performance at Slums has just been super perfect so far. All the angles held on to just minimizes the risk that they get into every single engagement and just increases the probability of getting those slays, holding onto the hill for such a solid amount of time. Now, once again, scraps being given away here. Blacklist circles around, but they do have time for one more attempt, but they know they just want to secure that right-hand side of the map as they start off P1 again.
And that's going to be important for you to change that P1 to P2 as well. But what we all know is that the first rotation, Forest Kings was really able to take away that P2 away from them. But again, early rotation is always better. You get that hard point set up. You got scared, holding off the bricks, but he's going to be taken down by Coco. And still, the hard point going to be claimed by Blacklist. If anything, so far, they might be able to use those Predator missiles, which will be very handy for them to remove these players from attacking these brick spawns, AJ.
Apollo just needs to take these engagements really calculatedly, and he does exactly that. The timing's perfect. Chari drops by as well to say hello. CBR4 popping off. They just need one more play, and they've got the hill. A beautiful break coming on through. Now they just need to sustain this. The flank comes on through from the one and only Esto as well, but he cannot sustain his life as Skirt drops by with the Krig 6. And speaking of the Krig 6, Skirt is on fire alongside Rage and Jabin.
I mean, Scared has been keen holding off that break spawns along with Rage. And well, for Jabin, he may not have the flashiest of kills, but he's of course making sure that the team will be supplied in multi-angle attacks, and he's been the guy that's been the bane on that broken wall. And they're going to hit the same exact setup once again in their first rotation, going in it before the hard point opens up, and they have number 4 in Jabin once again set up on that spawns. And again, operator skills looking ready in here. It's all about investing it properly, and Yato has been able to control the front here.
And there's a operator response coming on through from Coco. Purifier shuts down 1-2, but then gets taken out halfway through battle. No backup from the rest of his team members, and so therefore that is a waste of his operator, because that could have been used to break this hill that Blacklist was holding on to. But they attack from the back. They've got the spawns now, as well as the manpower. Just need to win out a couple of more gunfights, but the flank around from Blacklist to take the spawn away just distracts them for just enough bit of time. And this is what I mean when we have to use those tacticals right out there. That smoke is just covering so much of ground for Blacklist, just obscuring the vision of 4S Kings, and they can't strike from afar.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you on that. I mean, using that smoke as well, you know, we all know Blacklist International Ultimate, their players, they are versatile inside of that close range. They can win their gunfights, and you can see it here from Rage. It's just, you know, staying alive inside of that hard point despite 4 players swarming him around. And well, that's going to be key here. 100-point lead for Blacklist as we open up P3. And if anything that Forest Kings want to do here is take away that fountain spawns away from Blacklist.
And this is exactly where you can differentiate exactly who's struggling in the matchup. When the utils as well as tacticals are being used so perfectly on one side, and 4S Kings is just desperately trying to keep up with their opponents just purely through all of those gunfights as well as operator investments. Nick's doing a good job, those steps on in, manages to streak himself up, and 3 back-to-back kills gives them the hill for a mere second before Jabin shows up.
I mean, that's the problem here with the Forest Kings. You know, they may have break the spawns, but they're only attacking only one side, and of course, single-handedly as well. They gotta make sure the attack comes in multi-angles for them to make sure that the pinch will work, and there's going to be backup over time. And for Blacklist International Ultimate, this is a team that they just won't let go. They will continue to stack in that hard point contest that, because they know that they can win their gunfights.
This is such a much better rotation for the 4S Kings. Clearly, they've learned from their lesson in the previous rotation of hard points, but I think that's just a tad bit too late. Now, all Blacklist needs to do is just take 2 players off of their spawns, get that spawn at Fountain right back, and that's exactly what Rage does for the squad. Fountain now belongs to Blacklist International Ultimate. The game ends on this hill.
I mean, just 25 more seconds left for Blacklist to win this matchup, and for Forest Kings, they may have some good solution in here. They are attacking in multi-angles, but the push is coming in late. They're just gonna find the timing, and this guy is leading the score in total kills and, of course, in total objective time as well, with 207 seconds inside of that hill. And Forest Kings, they will manage to break it, but no really player a lot there to actually supply the chain inside, and Blacklist gets right back to it.
10 more seconds to go. The numbers on the side of the 4S Kings just a little bit too far away. Blacklist International Ultimate slaying from the outside routes around church as well as garage. And this is the 250 mark that we were looking for. 92 scored on the side of the 4S Kings. Just not enough to take down the Ultimate squad.
And there you go, the ultimate squad. Japanese even on a car in here right now, AJ. And he's just killing it out there.
You gotta love that, man. You gotta absolutely love that. Jabin playing from the car. That shows dedication. And dude, how was he one of the top fraggers with that sort of internet connection? Dude, the Philippines, you're all catching up.
I mean, they're catching up, especially when there's a new telecommunication. But I'm not gonna say that name. But yeah, I'm not gonna plug them because it's not paid. Well, that's great for Blacklist.
Blacklist just needs to call that telecom company and let them know, if you want to sponsor, if you want to sponsor someone, if you want to see your logo, somewhere really great, maybe. I mean, dude,
Yeah.
Jabin, he barely broke a sweat. 32 slays, went down 19 times. There was barely any difference at all between his performance as well as SKAD. SKAD just gets the extra bit of assist, therefore extra bit of points on his side. But dude, I mean,
you know what?
Jabin.
This statistics right here is clearly a lot better than the group stage, and he's playing on a car. I tell you that,
man.
on a car, 1.68 KD for him, and that's great for them. Their kills are evenly distributed, apart from Yato, who is definitely on the negative. But AG, take a look at AG. 33 kills, 16 deaths, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. That's most of his time is spent in the hill, and he's able to score on most of the slay, AJ.
I wonder what role AG plays.
OBJ slay like this?
Maybe OBJ. 4S Kings, on the other hand, Coco, Nix, Jari, Esto, Apollo. Unfortunately for them, it's not that they didn't play this match well. They were just outclassed, outmatched. A couple of mistakes made for sure, and that's something that they have to look into fixing before they face off another team down at the lower brackets later on today. And if they do not find that fix, unfortunately, they are going to be making their way out of the competition, because those type of mistakes on slums, on a hardpoint match where you really have to control the spawns, yeah, you can't afford that. Not at this level, not at this stage, 4S Kings. But maybe them learning this lesson right here, right now, today, might set them up for success a little bit later on.
Yeah, it's going to be tough there up against SKADI, but again, for 4S Kings, they just really have to work on breaking that hard point anchor. We saw Coco there being the only player trying to break that, and he's going up against Yato, who we know is very versatile in holding off those anchor positions. And well, that didn't really pan out for them. Giving away that P3 spawn on that first rotation just gave Blacklist a 75-point lead right before we open up P4 earlier, and that's going to be needed for them that's going to be a needed adjustment for them later on. But this best of 5 definitely not yet done. And we're hopping through Search and Destroy Hacienda. And of course, for Blacklist International Ultimate, this is their map pick. And very interesting, because if this is their map pick, that means they have completed every map in the entirety of this game, because they played all 6 maps apart from Hacienda, and with them picking this one here, it's gonna be key for them to actually complete the map set as well, the puzzle complete. But of course, this is a one way for you to give 4S Kings a very hard time.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we are looking at a very, very strong team here. And the challenge for the 4S Kings is not just with the gunfights. It's the superior strategy that Blacklist International Ultimate is bringing up there onto that battlefield. And they have to deal with all of the pressure on their shoulders as well, right? I think the best course of action here for the 4S Kings would be to... I can't believe I'm saying this. Because, they... to go all out at the very least in their next match to see. Because this is their hope. The only hope that they have, according to me, is in SND. In the respawns, I think, they are not as tight as they want to be just yet. If they do not make it through this SND with a solid performance, and when I say solid, I'm not looking for a victory. I'm just looking for them to just keep up at Blacklist, lead the front just a couple of seconds, maybe a few rounds, be in front, and even push it into an overtime. If they shock us with a victory, dude, they still have hope, man. But if they cannot keep up with Blacklist on this game mode, then I think they should just drop the series as quickly as possible, prep as to how they're going to knock SKADI out of the competition a little bit later on.
Yeah, not a good sign there, but here's a good sign. Chari gets the first blood up against Yato, but AJ dared to trade him up quickly. And the bomb is going to be handed by Blacklist International Ultimate right through the A side as they're going to plant it there. Now, time to play for a retake for 4S Kings.
Nix taken down. That SKS still spicy in the hands of Rage. AG strikes as well. The numbers don't look great on the side of the 4S Kings. Rage tries to get that wall bang. Doesn't do so, but on the attack, that bomb already planted. Apollo, beautiful shutdown onto Rage. One taken out already, but 22 more seconds to go. Cali, time is running out.
Yeah, I mean, you need to have Apollo extending out already here with that CBR4. You gotta find him with some eliminations, and he's gonna win one up against AG, and Coco there to clean it up. It's nice and spicy, jabbing last man standing, the guy in the car. It's gonna play time, and nice tactical utility usage there. Finish it up with the pistol.
From the car. From the car. All right.
The guy from the car.
The guy from the car. We're just gonna call him now J-Car? Okay, never mind.
J-Car.
No. That one was a bad one. Never mind. Please ignore me, chat. Onto the A side again. But this time the defenders are onto them. They just need to open up with a couple of frags, but it is AG that finds Jari first, so that just nerves the players on the side of 4S just a tad bit more. Jaben and Yobab's following it up as well. The 4S Kings, what can they do?
Not a great start when you have 3 players actually taken down in the first 20 seconds with the bomb plant happening as well. You gotta win 2 gunfights before you even call it a chance. 39 seconds on that bomb plant, and Coco on the flank once again. This is great. This is nice because you have one player controlling the left side. You got one player controlling the middle of the map, and if he can get his gunfights to work, that could be very serious, but his teammate is gonna drop, so this 1v2 is gonna be quite hard, but it's still possible.
Next CBR, but both players know exactly where he is. He tries to slide away, but information given away, just hung outside a little bit too long and was forced to engage. But technically, he had time to back away from that. But you gotta love what Blacklist is doing, right? Quickly rushing on into the site, getting that bomb plant, instantly putting that pressure onto the side of 4S Kings, and then by the time 4S Kings makes the rotation around, time's up. You won't even get the defusal.
Yeah, that's very smart for them, honestly. For Blacklist International Ultimate, you know, they play a lot of maps in the entire group stage, and they always start on the defensive side, but this time they're on the offense, and they look so aggressive with it, and taking over the first bloods every time is key for them in winning this round as well, AJ.
And Yato's just popping off left, right, center. It's going to be Yobabs that shuts down Apollo as well, leaving Coco and Esto. 2 boys for the CBR force. Can they flank around once again? Coco, unfortunately, does not wait for that backup. Esto does get a double for himself, though. Just giving the team a little bit of extra hope. 1v2 situation once again for the side of 4S Kings. I'm not liking this at all.
Oh, well, he's gonna get stun checked in here once again. Information in the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. 31 seconds left in here, AJ.
Time just doesn't seem to be on the side of the 4S Kings, and AG takes the initiative, gets that headshot. Even though with that head glitch played, he couldn't get any sort of advantage. 3-0. Blacklist is doing 4S Kings a favor by speed running through them.
And that's not a great way to say it. But yeah, that's the reality. That's the reality, and you gotta accept it. And if you are 4S Kings, you gotta re-strategize. You know, you've been taken down on that A side for 3 times now. Something's gotta give. You gotta find some adjustments. But if you have your players jumping in as the first dead every time, it's not gonna be very easy for you in the start of every round.
I believe Rage just ran away from that nade. Barely took any damage whatsoever, and still finds Snakes on top of everything else. GG WP. Yobabs circles around. Dangerous situation. Esto should be able to catch him out, and Esto does manage to strike quick. Yato spotted by Apollo. Fantastic shots, and this is a kind of round you want to see out of the 4S Kings. They should be able to handle this 3v3 situation. They are executing their flank once again, and I like this strategy.
Yeah, first time here for Esto to pick the corner, and that's why you gotta pick your corners. One more time here for Rage on the right side. Oh, he's gonna be heard. He's gonna be heard, but he's got the jump on him, but the Rage still wins the gunfight? No way!
I mean, information given away, no trigger discipline there, and, you know, you can't play like that against Rage. Now, from afar, Coco spots that player, can't go in for the defusal just yet, gets the kill! But the player from the back, AG, secures the slay, 4-0! Whew! It's tough, man.
It's very tough, and it's really hard. You know, realistically, you're looking at Blacklist International Ultimate, who's got the, you know, one of the best lineups currently in the in the overall region of MSP, and their S&D has been extremely very efficient in the group stage, 100% win rate, and of course, having Jabin out there is gonna be key for them to actually win this game. But Rage, and you know, he's been such a very useful player here for this squad.
I want to remain hopeful for the 4S Kings, but I just don't see it. Like, apart from Esto and his engagement so far, which have been very, very well taken, 1v1 situations, he wins it very equally. Apart from him, I just really don't see the 4S Kings making any sort of leeway. Rage once again thins down the numbers. It's a 3v3. 4S Kings, the one-man advantage is lost yet again.
Yeah, same gun setup here for both squads. 2 CBRs, 1 sniper. And, at this point, you gotta see if Yobabs can make some work here in the long range, but he's not gonna do that for now as his team is trying to find a route here to go to the other side of the map. So they're going to the polar opposite. 4S Kings, they're defending that B side, but Blacklist International Ultimate, they're gonna make their way around this A side and play for post-plant defense, which is going to be key. But if you're 4S Kings right now, it's been taking a lot of time. You gotta make sure you rotate, and they're going in here. 3 angles. 1v1 is gonna be key here. But
slightly better there with that engagement, and the numbers just not on the side of the 4S Kings, and Yobabs just makes it a little bit more painful. Next, once again, clutch time with the CBR4. 1v3 this time round, and Ray says, let's just play the next round.
5 rounds here already, and Rage got 9, and well, that's a very solid statistics for him for that take. And he's been leading this team in that first spot. He's getting the final deaths, final kills as well. And he's been the bane for 4S Kings, I tell you, AJ.
Most definitely has been. Blacklist International. 2 more rounds to wrap this up. Question is, can the 4S Kings pull at the very least 1 back? Yobabs This needs to adjust the crosshair just a tad bit here. Everybody looking for those blind shots, but it is Esto that spots Jabin. But the god nade out of Yobabs, thrown 3 years ago, finally connects, and he drops a quick one onto Apollo as well. Yato, angle held on. Esto quickly takes advantage, tries to get another one, and Nix backs him up as well. The 4S King still alive in this fight.
Oh, but the flank from Rage once again. He's the Kryptonite, and he takes the triple! He takes the triple!
Just when you thought they had a chance, Rage shows up. That's the kind of quality of acquisition.
Yeah, it's the Kryptonite, I tell you. Blacklist International Ultimate, they've been struggling with Smart Omega when Rage was in their roster. And what did they do? They acquire him. If you can't beat him, you just buy him, you acquire him. And, well, it's been key here. 7 rounds, 12 kills.
Oh, yeah. And for anyone that thought that he was not jiving in well with the squad just yet, well, here he is! And Rage manages to find one, just getting traded out by Nix instantaneously. Yobabs, Chari's head in his scope, takes the shot, but Coco responds. Game, numbers advantage now for the 4S Kings, but before I can even finish that sentence, Jabin shows up. And Yato, final one, 1v2, clutch time for the side of Blacklist. Match point, can he get in? Almost gets it, information given away, but that one round is taken back.
Oh, yeah, there we go. 4S Kings, it took them, 7 rounds to take this first round, but I'll take that any day. And, of course, for Yato, he's actually struggling in here in this game. Earlier, he had 16 kills, 17 deaths on that hard point. And, well, he's doing the anchor role there as well, but this team right now is struggling with that CBR4. Maybe he's taking time to get used to this map, but 2 kills is unforgivable with your best player out there. But anyway, you got Rage, so I guess that defeats the point, right? And, well, early plan for 4S Kings, that's going to be nice, but they gotta prepare for Rage, because he's here.
Fantastic. Chari taken out. That Prisco's just gonna give him all the advantage. Jabin finds Apollo as well. Numbers not looking too solid, and Yato shows up finally as you say his name. And this is a quick defusal as Coco's still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. Yato sorts him out. The GG WP 7-1 speed run for Blacklist International Ultimate, and on to Control we go.
That's a very solid play there for them. That's back-to-back, 250 to 92. They held 4S Kings to a 100-point club, and they held 4S Kings as well in this map number 2 on 1 round. So, very, very useful take for them in here. And you know what? Control, I want to give some support for 4S Kings, but at the way that Blacklist Ultimate has been playing, the sky's the limit, AJ.
Yeah, like I said, you want to be impartial, but you can't throw so much of fluff into it because you gotta call it as it is. And the only team that has given Blacklist any sort of challenge in Control so far has been Huntsmen. And they were punished for it. The first time round, Huntsmen pushed this all the way into a round number 5, which Blacklist still eventually won. But later on, when Huntsmen met them yet again, they absolutely trashed them 3-0 with Rage, getting the 2.5 KD average. So I don't know, man. The chances for the 4S Kings not looking too great. Hence why I said they just need to start devising exactly how they're going to eliminate SKADI a little bit later on. Because the hope of touching Blacklist International Ultimate, let alone kicking them into the lower brackets, it seems a little bit too far.
Yeah, it's a stretch here, AJ. And for Forest Kings, you know, it's going to be important that you go down to the lower bracket with a positive attitude because, you know, once you drop down there and you got to play back-to-back, the morale could be low. And for Forest Kings, just got to accept the fact that Blacklist plays Blacklist, and you got to make sure that your lower bracket run is going to be, you know, kick-started with a good energy and, of course, good morale as well because SKADI and Forest Kings, it's totally going to be a bloodbath, if you ask me.
It's most definitely going to be a bloodbath. I think both teams obviously will want to stay in the competition a little bit longer. They want that next round. But, you know, you can't have two winners out of one series, right? So I hope and pray that it is going to be a matchup where we see both of the teams go all out and it's not one-sided in this manner because, you know, I want to see a little bit of equality out there on the battlefield, man. We can't have too many of these Titans because we'll have our fair share of big fights for the big boys later on as well, which is something I'm looking forward to. Once again, Almighty versus West Point Mamba Lowkings, pretty much the highlight of my day.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that as well because I mean that's the upper bracket, you know. And if you see that happening, it's gonna be what we see from Garena Masters Season 3. You know, it's a rematch on that lower bracket round number 3, and I'm hoping that it's a game 5. I mean, these two teams they go way back, and the current standing with this two is actually 1-1. You know, Almighty. Oh no, it's 2-1. Almighty was able to defeat the WPM Lowkings in Garena Masters 1, and of course in CGI 2022. Oh, I mean at Garena Masters Season 3, but WPM Lowkings was able to snag in a victory up against Almighty on that, you know, CGI 2022 semifinals. So if they can pull off the same energy in that game, they might be able to pull it here. But it's too early for us to say, AJ.
Let's see exactly how far the boys will be able to push Almighty a little bit later on. But as we refocus our attention over to Blacklist International Ultimate as well as the 4S Kings here at Control, it looks like, yes, the opportunity for 4S Kings to shut down Blacklist might not be there, but if we just play this a little smartly, yeah, okay, the engagements are just all going one-sided here, man. It's just a little unfortunate, but Skurd and Rage just not allowing them to stand up at all. They're straight up walking in for that spawn trap.
Yeah, they are confident, you know, knowing that they won the last 2 rounds. They are definitely coming in here, guns blazing, but you know, for Forest Kings, they will be managing to break through that spawns, and Cherry's gonna be there to play the objective for the squad. They don't really have a lot of height advantage for now, but that soon would be changed. But Guzet is gonna drop down the scaffolding. They're looking to play for this A control point, which is kind of very risky for me because there's a lot of ways that you get taken down in here, and you gotta make sure you get at least one before you get before you go in here, play for that team deathmatch. And I believe the B side is gonna be key here for them, but they're focusing on A side so much that Blacklist Ultimate now finally got that set up. They have that too. They got the height advantage control and of course the gunfights as well.
Anybody that thinks that this match is pretty much close to each other because of the number of kills on both sides, yeah, they're confused because Control barely, that objective barely scratched by the players on the side of the 4S Kings who are on the attack. Blacklist International Ultimate is doing a fantastic job playing defense. So 4S Kings, they just need to find a way to turn this into a team deathmatch because they are doing quite alright with the engagements this time around.
Yeah, I mean, 12-7, that's just like, what, a 5 life deficit here for them, but the clock is ticking in here. 16 seconds left, you don't have much time to play with, and you gotta put someone, at least in one of the control points, and that should be Chari here, that's been helping this team win those gunfights, and they're gonna pause to the 10-second mark. But when that player went down, Yobabs took him out, and of course, Forest Kings down to their final two players, and Blacklist is coming in here clean. They win through elimination, and that's their first defensive round win here at Takeoff.
I'm surprised Blacklist won that. No cap.
Really?
No, bro.
I almost believed you.
No, I mean, you know, I was hoping and praying that as you were speaking, someone would at the very least rotate around to that B control point, but we just didn't see any attempts whatsoever. and everybody was just rushing to play the objective. You clearly know Blacklist International Ultimate is sitting down on those power positions. Scaffolding has one. Inside of the lobby, you have another guy as well. You're not clearing out those spots. You can't win the objective because against a normal team, you wouldn't be able to because they've got such a clear line of sight to shoot you down. Especially against Blacklist International Ultimate. They don't even need a clear sight and they'll still shoot you down. So it was just a little unfortunate to watch that round.
And it's just impossible there. I mean, the decision could have been better if like Cherry pushed into that B site, but that we didn't really see. And of course, for Blacklist International Ultimate, they are very savvy in taking this defensive side win. So it's just logical that you got them winning that round. But for Forest Kings, you know, you're kind of struggling on the defensive side, and they're kind of letting go of the middle. And there we go. Cherry finds that kill that will remain it settling for now. But number 2 in blue is going to be Yobab single-handedly pushing that B segment.
And, you know, you really need to focus down and see exactly why that was even possible. It's just because of the overextension that came from the side of the 4S Kings. Walking straight up towards the spawns of Blacklist. Not the best of ideas to play this defense, but Blacklist just entertained them. They didn't really pull this out all that too long. They just stood back, they watched exactly what the 4S Kings were doing, and they bought a lot of time as two objective players just ran for those hills, right? Play the objective and keep all of those engagements at the minimal if you're on the attack. Blacklist is just playing this to the team. Although they know they've got the superior gun skills, they want to play control exactly how it's supposed to be played.
And that right now, you have one segment and of course one control point captured. And for Forest Kings, they may have been exceptionally well and of course in controlling that spawns, but nothing really here for Blacklist is that they still have the live advantage. And scared with that, other killer drone definitely gonna be key for them as they have that live advantage to their side. And they're like looking to play this through a team deathmatch.
7 more lives on the side of Blacklist. It's very winnable for the 4S Kings. They just need to not overextend. That's
the problem.
They just need. Okay, never mind. It's one more guy. Let's just hope for a miracle here as he circles around.
Okay, Nick's time to show what you're made of. It's a 1v6,
nice.
So it takes one player down, but there's 3 players just waiting for him in that middle of the map, and there it goes. Blacklist won 1 defense, 1 offense as well. And I mean, we're going back to another defensive side. And it's just, you know, expected that Blacklist Ultimate is gonna win this, knowing that they got all the momentum, they got scared popping off, you got Yobabs controlling that long range as well with that sniper, and Rage with that Fennec as well. So they have put all this pressure, not just on the long range, but in all aspects here at this map, and they're bringing in the big guns to control, and of course, trying to separate themselves even more here.
I know exactly what 4S Kings is doing. They're just taking my advice. You know, I just told them to finish this up fast, just figure out exactly how they're going to knock SKADI out of the competition. And they're like, Mustachio, you told us to do that. Now you're asking us why we're going down so easy. Okay, fair enough, boys. Fair enough. 4S Kings, Blacklist International Ultimate. You might not know exactly who's going to win, but I think I do. 23-23. The lives all equal, but Blacklist is on the defense, and it's absolutely spotless, both of their control points. Just teased a little bit by the player, but it's just barely for a single second. Blacklist International Ultimate just so clean. They don't even bother clearing off the marker on that A control point because they're so confident in the engagements.
I mean, it's all about the positioning as well here. Jabin and the squad, they love taking over the power positions. The second floor controls the scaffoldings is where they were able to, you know, find the most of their kills, and invading them here through the staircase is absolutely well as well. You get that head glitch from the staircase when if you crouch down, and Jabin popping off with 3 in a row with that CBR4, and of course with that SKS, and Rage with the CBR4. And they're going in here for the kill, AJ. They are trapping the team on the spawns, and this is just GG.
It's most definitely a GG. 7 more seconds to pause the clock at the very least, but none of the players are anywhere near either side of those control points. And the time runs out with 5 more lives left. It makes absolutely no difference. Jabin all smiles. The guy continues to show that you cannot underestimate the internet connection in the Philippines.
Absolutely right. I mean, it's one of the leading scorers in the control game mode here at this match between Forest Kings. Yep. And, you know, he's one of the players that actually put in the most pressure here for the squad. Yeah. So very important for him to, you know, to play well. You know, he's going to be very important in those big games later on in the groups, in the playoffs. And it's going to have 14 kills, but it looked like he did most of the job out there, but Rage made it sure that he make it look like a hard work there. You know, that Fennec on that long range, it was killing AJ.
Yeah, but I think there's a huge red flag here in terms of Yato's performance. He better figure out exactly what's going on. 3 back-to-back matches where we haven't really seen him step up all that too much. And of course, against the 4S Kings, that could have just slipped by with no impact to the team whatsoever. But as they sustain their life in the upper brackets, life just gets so much more easier. Guess who's the next opponent? Smart Omega. So obviously, Yato, he needs to get back into form before that match happens. But thankfully, that's not going to be today.
Yeah, they have time. They have a week before to prepare for that. But again, I have to agree with you. Yato back to back what? Bottom frags is not promising at all. You gotta make sure that he's up there involved in the gunfights, because at the end of the day, he's one of the players that you would want to produce because he's a playmaker. But I guess knowing that Forest Kings is Forest Kings is the players that they're going up against with, he might have held back. They might be hiding shots here, AJ.
Yep. I do not disagree with you at all. I think the Forest Kings, they just kind of had to make that tough decision. Do we want to go all out and waste our stamina and potentially just wear ourselves down? Because it will mentally wear you down. If you are going to go all out against Blacklist International Ultimate and still take an L, you cannot argue with me and say that that's not going to affect your mental state at all. It's still going to affect your mental state if you're going to go all out. But if you're fighting against the current, and the current is practically a tsunami, it might just be a little bit more wiser to just follow it for a while, try to grab onto something and save your life. And the 4S Kings might have just saved their lives doing exactly that. So SKADI better watch out.
Yeah, they better watch out. Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. Let's continue. Forest Kings, they may have been eliminated on the upper bracket, but they still have a chance down there on the lower bracket as they face up against SKADI, which we might see a better outcome, not just for Forest Kings, but of course for SKADI as well. Both teams are fighting for their lives here. Again, at the end of the day, we will be seeing 2 teams eliminated and 6 will remain to play for the top here for the brackets here at the playoffs. And great win for Blacklist International Ultimate, but they gotta prepare for that next one, AJ, as they're going up against Smart Omega. We all know that's going to be the first time, I believe, that Rage and Tin who went in a different route and of course went into the different teams, so they're going to be facing each other in here, so that's going to be very important. But this victory goes to Blacklist International Ultimate. Very solid difference in terms of their win. 100-point club they're made for Forest Kings, 250 to 92 in that hard point slums, 7-1 in that S&D, and 3-0 on control. But we can't really gauge this team just yet. They haven't really fought the big dogs yet, and the greatest trial where we can really gauge what their performance is next week up against Smart Omega.
Let's put it this way. Yesterday, we told you guys that there's not going to be a lot of drama. We're just going to see exactly how the brackets are set up, and the brackets have been set up perfectly. Now, the fights, the engagement, the series moving on forward, I highly doubt we're going to see any more speed runs, because in the upper bracket as well as in the lower bracket, there is a potential that each and every single series just goes all the way, or goes all the distance down into that match number 5, looking at how close to each other these teams are. I mean, if you want to look at the 4 titans of the competition so far, everybody's in the upper bracket. You want to look at the 4 newcomers who are just struggling a tad bit to find their rhythm, everybody's in the lower bracket. But you are also throwing the Huntsmen into the list, and unfortunately they just haven't been able to sustain their battles and sustain their skill up there with the rest of them, with the number of changes that has been brought forth to the team, and just a little bit of inconsistency as well. But that just makes it a little bit more risky for the teams down there at the lower bracket, Cali.
I mean, Huntsmen could be the reaper there right even before we see the upper bracket teams actually go down here next week. But you know what, for Huntsmen, I gotta agree with you. After this 4 seasons that we've had towards this Garena Masters, they've always had roster changes, and we didn't really see a game where they've had the same exact roster for like two seasons, and I believe that's been affecting them really in terms of their performance.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. I mean, you chemistry is something that we highlight all the time. If you're going to be switching out your roster each and every single competition, then you're probably going to be looking for new chemistry with different players, and yeah, it's just going to mess up a lot of their mojo, right? But speaking of the MVP, Jabot!
Jabat! Oh my, it's Jakar, Jabin. It's Jakar. Jakarta.
Jabot became Jagot, and now he's Jakar. All right?
It's Jakar. Yeah, definitely.
17 average kills, 17 average deaths, 1.5 KD ratio. He's 100% my MVP of this series, no doubt. And I think he's the MVP for everybody in the chat as well, for what he just pulled off.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. Imagine if the car is running and he has gyro on, and the car is steered on the left, so he has to like manually go towards to the right on the gyro just to make sure it levels up. But yeah, very solid plays for Jabin. I'm expecting him to be actually the way he plays right now, because you know, he is the leader. He had like a very underperforming 2022 season right after the CGI 2022, but I'm glad that he is changing the narrative and is bouncing back here, AJ, just like Idra from Smart Omega.
That's the sign of a king, bro. That's the sign of a king, when he notices that, you know, I need to clean up my act. Clean up my act, I do. Jabin, I just have so much of respect for him. Once again, after Garena Masters 3, this guy, he was so broken because of the performance of his team, because of his own performance out there. He took responsibility. He just blamed himself, but he didn't throw it away. He didn't say, just because we couldn't go the distance, I'm not going to compete anymore, yada yada yada, and talk about all of that negative stuff. And so many people were being so toxic to him as well, right? So many people were just absolutely slaying him in the comment section. All he did was just go back to the drawing board, made sure he cleaned up his act, came back as the absolute GOAT that Blacklist International Ultimate deserves. And dude, this team is just going to go such a long way, man.
Yeah, they're going to be tested right up next, and I'm hoping that, you know, that upper bracket that we've had is going down the line. I don't want to see no 3-0s. Obviously, it's going to be at least a map for it. It will go down that distance, but
yeah,
we have now finally said it here. Time for the second stage here. WPM Lowkings, Almighty, Smart Omega, and Blacklist Ultimate. The top 4 of the MSP region are up there on the upper bracket. Now, on the lower bracket is where we see things get a little bit messy. Broke Boys Club, Huntsmen, SKADI, and Forest Kings. Both of these teams are fighting for contention for quarters number 1. And again, if they're able to manage to win their games here, they will stay alive. If they lose, it's done and dealt with. They will play 6 to 8, AJ.
And of course, it is going to be a blockbuster showdown later on, as the West Point Mamba Lowkings will be able to show us exactly what all of that underground training has been doing for them, whether or not they can shut down the one and only Almighty. Or will the boxing gloves come out once again? Will we see a Chicom this time round? We'll have to see, because if one of those two things happens, then I think that's going to break the spirit of West Point Mamba Lowkings. But I don't think WPM will give them an opportunity like that.
I heard from Irfan J that he's going to give this victory to WPM Lowkings. I don't know if he's joking. I don't know, because he's a joke, you know. He's a troll, and he always, you know, gets the best out of you. He plays mind games psychologically. He's been able to, you know, just fool everyone out there in the map, and of course in real life as well.
I'm glad he plays it psychologically, because if he played mind games physically, I'll be afraid.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one.
Sorry for pulling your leg, man. But of course, fantastic opportunity, absolutely taken and smashed by the players on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. There's just no other way we expected this matchup to go. I can't say the first half. The first quarter of the playoffs has gone exactly how we anticipated it to go. And now, here comes the unexpected moments. Here comes the unexpected matches where anything can happen. Every single series moving forward from here on in is just so well matched. And I think it's going to be all equal. Once again, y'all better grab some snacks. It's going to be a long, long day.
Yes. This is where, you know, the thrill, the hype is going to be where it's at, because we all know that the top 4 of Garena is going to be advancing to that semifinals at that upper bracket. And of course, this newly invited teams, and of course, with the exception of Huntsmen, is going to be down there in the lower bracket. Yeah. And now that we're here, it's really expecting the unexpected. We might see, you know, the juggernauts up there in the upper bracket be taken down, and it's going to be a 50-50 battle from here on out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, I think it's going to be, I mean, obviously it's going to be an upset. Either West Point Mamba Lowkings or Almighty goes down to the lower bracket. Obviously, a little bit of a bigger upset if Almighty gets kicked down. And the game between Smarter Mega and Blacklist, obviously that's an upset. But the ones who are going to be more upset is the ones who are already in that lower bracket right now, right? Like, once they win, they have to go up against all of these monsters. And
Yeah.
they have to figure out
fair.
yeah, some way or, other to, at the very least, survive, to not be annihilated, to not have yet another donut served up to them. So that's going to be a tough one. I'm going to be taking a quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, it is going to be my man Cali, but we're not going to tell you exactly who's going to be joining him for series number 2. We'll see you guys in a bit. Just kidding! I'm back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to Garena Masters Season 4. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio. Down here with the one and only Beef Mommy. And she's gonna be the deliverer of the bringer of bad news, because she's gonna be doing both of the lower bracket matches. It's gonna be announcing the 2 teams that gets kicked out today.
Am I gonna caster curse this? I hate this. You know what? I give up. Callie, come back. I know you said Callie's gonna cast this time. I don't want this right now. But yes, like what AJ did say, lower bracket, we do have 2 eliminations. Only 6 will pull through after the end of the day. We got the Broke Boys Club and the Huntsmen, SKADI and Forest Kings. We're gonna be saying goodbye to 2 teams, and I'm not ready to say goodbye yet.
I'm not. I'm so not ready to say goodbye just yet. But unfortunately, that's exactly what we need to do. And in this next matchup, that's exactly what we'll be doing, right? Bidding adios to one of the 2 between Huntsmen or the Broke Boys Club. And the problem here is, both of these teams, they seem pretty equal, right? In terms of their win rate so far. I mean, they're not exactly the same, but I think there's just a one match difference of win between Huntsmen as well as the Broke Boys Club, with the Huntsmen having that advantage. And they haven't really taken each other on just yet. The Huntsmen, they've got a lot of experience, but the Broke Boys Club, they've got a lot of promise beef.
They definitely do. For me, I'm looking at that S&D. They definitely have more of an upper hand when it comes to that certain game mode. But, I mean, for the Huntsmen, they seem pretty level when it comes to every single game mode. So I'm pretty, sure that it's an even playing field for all of these teams. But before we actually talk about these into detail, let's take a look at our schedule for the day, because we do have such an amazing matchup. We've only gone through one. And, I mean, everyone kind of expected 4S Kings to kind of get toppled over. But to be toppled over that quickly and that easily by Blacklist International, it's just amazing to me how consistent Blacklist is. But as you can see over here, we still have more matches lined up for you today. 1:30 Broke Boys Club versus Huntsmen. That's going to be up next. And after this, for our last lower bracket final, it's going to be SKADI versus 4S Kings. And like what AJ mentioned, WPM Lowkings up against Almighty for our showdown later on to close out the match.
That's going to be a crazy matchup for sure. But like I said, every single series, apart from Blacklist versus 4S Kings, is going to be blockbuster series, right? And the only ones that can, I guess, surprise us a little bit later on might just be the West Point Mama Lowkings. Maybe they take Almighty down 3-0. Who knows? We gotta wait and see. Broke Boys Club versus Huntsmen. Once again, they look pretty equal, but there's one game mode which does not seem equal between the two, and that's going to be Hardpoint. The Broke Boys Club have been absolutely abysmal in comparison to the rest of the 7 teams in the playoffs so far in terms of their performance at Hardpoint. Only a 28 point... No, we don't need to go points. Only a 28% win rate, basically, on Hardpoint. And they go up against the Huntsmen. But thankfully, the Huntsmen are not all that too perfect on Hardpoint as well.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I feel like for Broke Boys Club, you brought out a pretty good statistic. It's just like 28% to give you even more perspective as to how bad that is. It's like 2 winning games out of 7. So that's only like a mere, like a really small margin. But for the Huntsmen, it's also not that good as well. They have a little bit more, probably like 40% win rate. So I'm pretty sure that the Huntsmen have a little bit more of an advantage. It really is up to what kind of map they're going to be playing this against. So pretty excited to see. But speaking of the Huntsmen themselves, we got Vanlu, Wadu, Derp, Zen, Concept, and Alfari. They didn't really have the best of times yesterday, just because they did go up against a monster of a team, which is Almighty. But they brought it down pretty well, especially in that search and destroy. It was so close. To some point, it was already match point to their advantage. So I'm really thinking, I said a while ago, the Broke Boys Club, their best performing game mode is S&D, but it looks like for the Huntsmen, they're really good here in this game mode as well.
Derp has definitely been leading the team well. He has chosen well in terms of his roster lineup. First of all, bringing Zen into the team has been one of the best things that he has done for the Malaysian squad. Then later on, adding Wan Lu as well as Wadu, absolute perfection, right? But here is a lineup of the Broke Boys Club. And individually, I love this team. Young Jay, Freezy, Seven, Z-Man, Josh, Jello, dude, every single player, I love them individually. But together as a squad, together as a team, they really have not been clicking the right buttons for me. I feel like this team just has got a little bit more of a distance to go. Although the Huntsmen just recently re-rostered, bringing in Wadu and Wan Lu, I think chemistry-wise, they're doing so much more better than the Broke Boys Club, which might be the difference maker in the upcoming series.
You're absolutely right when it comes to individuality when it comes to the Broke Boys Club, because you already know they came from really good orgs, RTL, they came from C8, which is pretty known when it comes to the COD community, right? But to have that team chemistry is something that you still need to have since you are a freshly formed team and you're going up against the Huntsmen with, yes, they do have some players on, but they also have had players that have so much experience already before. Some of the teammates here from the Huntsmen already had Ranger as their IGL, which is a huge thing. I feel like it's one thing that both of these teams kind of lacked is that really good IGL, which I think Derp has been doing such an amazing job so far. But for Broke Boys Club, I don't really see that yet. But I'm expecting that after, if they go through this lower bracket in a really good fashion, maybe they can finally find some confidence going into the lower bracket.
Yeah, fingers crossed that is going to be the exact case for the team here. But if they are not able to pull that off, then an upset is exactly what they'll face. Huntsmen, they are great when it comes to their strategy in terms of theoretical application. Sometimes they falter, sometimes they make a little bit of mistakes, but where they do excel is the gunfights. strategy-wise, if you compare these two teams, Broke Boys Club really have some catching up to do. But you don't know exactly what they did after getting taken down yesterday, so maybe we can see a little bit of a difference here. Huntsmen, they go ahead and win that coin toss, which gives them the advantage of the map picks.
Oh man, this is what I was not hoping for Broke Boys Club, because for the Huntsmen, they chose a map that VPC had a 0% win rate, and they actually played this twice already on different teams, so not looking too good for them. But that's granted, up against R&D, Broke Boys Club actually had a 247-250. Close, but still no cigar. They still didn't win it. For the Huntsmen, on the other hand, they have a 50% win rate here. They lost against Blacklist International, but they brought it pretty close as well, and won it up against Divinus. So, I mean, I feel like this is the best case situation that the Huntsmen put themselves in.
And it most definitely is. I mean, they obviously had to do that, right? Because of how close this game is going to be. And they're no strangers to the performance of their opponents here. Individually, they have faced off against those players, under different brands, etc. So they know exactly what to expect, but they also know that they do have that chemistry advantage against them, which will give them a little bit of an extra confidence boost. And one might ask, what does confidence have anything to do with a matchup like this, Mustachio? I think a lot. Right? If you really do not believe in yourself stepping into a matchup that can be this close, yeah, I don't think you're going to be walking out the champions. And Huntsman just has that edge over the Broke Boys Club. It's actually going to be a battle of wits. It's going to be a battle of exactly who can just hang in there even as the points are not in their side, and try to regroup, of course, their strategy as well as all of the shot calling out there. And like you've already pointed out, the Huntsmen, under the guidance of Derp, just slightly better at that as well. So I'm really leaning towards the Huntsmen here. So it's all up for the Broke Boys Club to really upset them and show us that they can bring something different.
You know, one map that kind of makes me question why it was chosen was actually Slums S&D, because we already know that the Huntsmen won it twice.
Yep.
And for the Broke Boys Club, lost it up against WPM Lowkings. No, actually they've never played it, rather.
Yep.
It was going to be Summit that they played up against WPM Lowkings. So pretty questionable as to why they chose this map. I feel like they probably should have chosen a map like Raid to finish it off first, instead of putting it later on if we do reach game number 5. So, you know, a lot of things that make me excited for this matchup. We already know it's going to be an even playing field, and I'm living for it.
I'm just crossing my fingers that they picked Slums mainly because of the presence of Young J, and we're going to see Young J on the snipes exclusively today, because those long angles that Slums does give you, especially when you're playing on the defense, even as you're going on the offense, if you know all of your wall bangable spots, you are going to have that super advantage. The only thing that plays against that is the Huntsmen are no strangers to playing that long-range engagement. I mean, if you see, Derp, for example, picking up that snipe, yeah, he is quite the legitimate sniper to go up against, and it's not going to be an easy battle. We've seen the fights between Young J and Derp in the past. Young J has won a majority of those engagements, but Young J has not been at his best for a long time. Derp, on the other hand, has been consistently improving his skills. Albeit there is a little bit of inconsistency at times, but if he plays at his very best today, I think Young J is just going to get eaten up. But of course, we still have to wait and see exactly what Young J does, because yesterday when he did pick up the snipe towards the very tail end of that SND, he was making a little bit of noise. When he had the SMG in his hand, on the other hand, I just wasn't feeling it. The scoreline wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually watching that in the back end when you guys were casting it, and you did mention that Young J was a little bit too late for him to help his team, because it was a 3-7 in Summit. And, you know, you wouldn't really expect that maybe he'd had the hard time in Summit because it's such a small map. And it's the same here, Slums, but it has more angles for him to actually play with. But again, Summit is something that we haven't really seen something new where you put snipers there. You always have snipers, and you'd always expect that Summit will probably be pulled up in that kind of roster. So again, we're going into a really interesting gameplay here, because Slums, I think Young J, like what you said, needs to perform for his team. And for Huntsmen, they look like they're in a really good position, because they brought ALMGHTY almost down to their knees, a 6-8. So let's see if they can continue that in this matchup.
It wasn't a very serious ALMGHTY. I mean, I love the Huntsman, but it just was not the most serious ALMGHTY. So I don't know if or not that statistic can be taken into account, but we are going to just keep those numbers with us, right? Technically speaking, Huntsmen have lost 3 of those SNDs, and Broke Boys Club have only dropped 2 of those matches out of 7 so far. So maybe SND might be on the side of the Broke Boys Club. But if they really want to solidify this, they need to show us that they can get the job done here on this hard point as well. Josh opens things up, but Derp strikes right back with the CBR4. P1 very quickly attained by the Huntsmen squad, but there's a little bit of challenge coming on through as well from the Broke Boys Club. They all circle around. This is going to be tough if they don't take those power positions.
Ooh, Concept in a really good spot here, knowing very well there's going to be multiple players. He's going to be waiting. Krieg 6 in hand. Fortunately for him, there's no one there, and he's not going to be spotted whatsoever. Still in a really good spot, but 7 actually doing an amazing job at flushing out Zen as well. And Concept is going to be going down. That makes Huntsmen lose a power position, an essential one, and eventually it's going to be an open hard point. But it's a good thing for them as well. 22 seconds left on the clock, and the Huntsmen already positioned very well into the next hard point.
See if or not the players on the side of Huntsmen can pull this hill right back to themselves, and let's see exactly how they execute that as well. One player hops onto the second floor of Aurora launch, hops right back off because the timer seems to be running out. They can't circle around to pull away the anchor spawns out of the hands of the Broke Boys Club, and the Broke Boys Club stop them at the doors of this launch center. Perfect, just to buy themselves a little bit more time as that spawn is anchored down. The Broke Boys Club are doing pretty decently. Sorry, I got that flipped around. It was the Huntsman who was actually doing that. So yeah, never mind beef, you take over.
It's okay. We gotta eat.
The colors. It's the colors, man. It's the colors.
Yeah, it is the colors. That's very confusing, not gonna lie. But here we go. We got 7 already at a 7-kill streak, almost going at it with an 8th. But then enough for him to get that pretty. That's going to be huge for him later on once the rotation into next is actually going to pull through. And that actually allows Broke Boys Club to get just a tiny bit more point. And even though Huntsman had the advantage of the spawn, was not able to sustain that well. But like what we said, they did have the advantage of the spawn. So they, as quickly as they were flushed out, quickly they came back. And not just that, they're also ready to go in there for the rotation. But unlucky for them, Broke Boys Club already there into P3.
Now that I've gotten my colors all right, you have to absolutely love how the Huntsman is taking control of this map. P2 played to perfection. The timing was just absolutely beautiful, and now they rotate over into P3. Early rotation obviously from the Broke Boys Club, so it's gonna really test the Huntsman to see exactly how their hill breaking skills come on through. They're gonna take away the anchor spawns from generators first, and can I say I'm actually very proud of the Huntsman, because they're actually playing this map down to the T right now, and they're barely making any mistakes. So it looks like somebody has been working on their strategy.
They're doing it really well, and for takeoff, it's definitely some map that they're really comfortable with, but they are having a difficult time with breaking this hill, knowing very well that BBC actually went there in for the early rotate, and it seems like it's actually paying off for them. And so far, the Huntsmen don't really have any kind of answer whatsoever. No contest. They're trying so hard. 26 seconds left on the clock. They're still struggling, going in there one by one, where it's not really going to work out for you. So it looks like they're trying to go for next as well, kind of go in for that setup. So far, they're doing a really great job of breaking the hill, getting these scrap points, not allowing Broke Boys Club to get even more points here. Not just that, they're set up for next.
Yeah, fantastic play by the Broke Boys Club to respond and catch up with the Huntsmen. And they rip the hill right back, so scrap points for them, generator spawns for them, as well as the early anchor by player number 5. It's going to be Josh inside of the hill, just trying to make sure the rest of the Huntsmen do not step on in. And the Broke Boys Club are going to be opening up this next hard point at the control room. Huntsmen hop on right back in, but Josh says, say hello to my gravity vortex gun. Has got one more shot out of it, waits patiently, and that smoke's just gonna obscure that, and Derp does not get sucked in.
I mean, he's in a really good spot. They know that they have the gravity vortex, and the fact that there was a smoke, I'm not quite sure whose smoke that was. I'm hoping that it's the Huntsmen's, because it definitely helped out with just blocking the sight line right now of Broke Boys Club. But as we are saying that the Huntsmen did definitely go in for a good rotation, Broke Boys Club still definitely breaking it really well. Josh wins an essential gunfight here in 2F, punching the lights out of one player from the Huntsmen and essentially gaining control in that defense. And so far, doing a really good job, and it's only the Huntsmen playing catch-up from now on.
I love it. I mean, those smokes just absolutely wrecked havoc there in that hill, and the Broke Boys Club were able to hold the Huntsmen at the doors for quite a long time. And, you know, one needs to question whether or not it was a smart decision for the Huntsmen to just hover outside of the door without really taking that hill or making an attempt to break it. No flanks coming on through as well, so that was a tad bit of a waste if you ask me, allowing the Broke Boys Club to get a 30-point lead. Now, this can turn on its head if the Huntsmen win this hill right back now, but that also puts them at great risk, allowing the Broke Boys Club to continue streaking up, getting those score streaks for the next hill, which isn't going to be very pretty.
And this is where the Huntsmen got a lot of their points, actually. They're really good when it comes to holding down this P1, which is pretty ironic because this is supposed to be one of the hard points to actually go and infiltrate. And still so far, no contest whatsoever. Although player number 5, which is Josh yet again, is going to be at an essential spot, taking out so many players already. Not just that, assisting really well. And that's not going to be good for the Huntsmen because they're going to be spawning right in the sight line of Josh.
Yeah, very well played by Josh, and the position that he held on to helped him break the hill as well as control the spawn of Huntsmen for just a tad bit. But the Huntsmen are right back on the hill, all thanks to Derp, and this is exactly how he leads by example. But the acquisition on the side of Huntsmen, Wadu leading the team with those slays. The guys just continuously roaming out there, everybody doing their job on the side of the Huntsmen. We can see the exact same thing for the Broke Boys Club as well. P2 is going to be a big fight. This time it's the Broke Boys with the early rotation. They anchor down the cranes and they supply that manpower into this P2, and the Huntsmen can't seem to find a break.
Oh man, but then this is where they actually try to go and break. They deliver 3 people up in scaffolding, but unfortunately for them, 7 is just too good. And this guy is... Ooh, this is where things turned around for the Broke Boys Club when they went in there for that early rotation in the first half. But now take a look at that. It's the Huntsmen that will be greeting them, especially with the Purifier in Zen's hands. That's going to be really tricky to find out. But for him to have the Purifier here, that's going to be really tricky. But he does get 1. That's good. But everyone else in his team need to go and push through. But then Concept, when it comes to the Gravity Vortex, gets a lot of the assists as well. But then just as easy as that, Broke Boys Club go in there for the break.
Freezy was like a hopping bunny, jumped out of the way. All of those bullets, I have no idea how it missed him, but he just manages to get the hill right back for the Broke Boys Club. Fantastically played, and the Huntsmen now just struggling a tad bit. Instead of breaking the hill straight up, they rotate around from that left-hand side out in the open, and that play just absolutely gets broken down by the Broke Boys Club because they had 2 players rotating early in towards control room, the next hill as well. So great ideation by the Huntsmen, but the Broke Boys Club just 2 steps ahead.
I'm not quite sure if the Huntsman, like, I was watching a while ago, I think it was Concept on top of that 2F, and he was just walking around. I'm pretty sure he saw that player. I'm not quite sure if he's lagging out just a tiny bit, but if you were a player that saw him immediately, you'd scope in just like that. But hopefully it's not kind of issue whatsoever, no kind of lag. But here we go, Huntsman still holding on, still very doable for them to make that comeback. It's still not too far away, and plus they do have a pretty solid hold in this hill with 181 and 135 going to be our scoreline. Obviously still to the favor of the Broke Boys Club though.
Derp ends then doing a lot here as Wadu's hopped on in. They expected the backup, but he got annihilated instantly. The players from the side of Huntsmen are a little bit too far away. In the next second, they all have to hop on into that hill at the very same time. But look at all of the beams coming on through, and they pretty well be able to take down a Derp as well, buying the Broke Boys Club a little bit more time each and every single second. Very precious here. Split spawns coming out through for the Huntsmen. They do not go in for the access at all. They're waiting for the timing, but you do not have the time to wait anymore as the Broke Boys Club reach the 250 mark. It's just 40 more points for them to get this completion.
And there you go, we're going in finally for our 3rd set of rotations here. And this is pretty close. I mean, yes, you got the Broke Boys Club. They have a pretty convincing lead. But for Huntsmen, if they play it well, because so far, for some reason, even though they get the hill, they just don't have a really solid hold, no good defense whatsoever. But now we take a look at the Broke Boys Club. We're doing an amazing job. What the Huntsmen were doing the past 3 rotations here in P1, that's what they're doing. They're giving a taste of their own medicine. And so far, so good. Having such a solid hold, looks like they can actually end things here in P1.
Let's see if or not the Huntsmen will be able to get this break and stay in the game, because it looks like it is not going to be possible for the Broke Boys Club to, of course, close the game off within this hill. It's going to be very, very easy for them to get all of those slays as the Huntsman is forced to pick up those points, which means more streaks for the next hard point, and that's just not going to be decent for the Huntsman. But if you look at the Huntsman side, only 1 player with the Operator versus the 2 activated on the side of the Broke Boys Club. P2 is not going to be easy. P3 might just bring the finisher in. Hopefully the Huntsman can rotate around in time, but it's the Broke Boys Club who are there early to anchor down cranes. It's going to be once again the one and only Josh. 32 kills so far. The guy is on fire, but you can say the exact same thing for Z-Man.
I mean, everyone else in Broke Boys Club is doing such an amazing job. They're doing their gunfights, individual gunfights. They're winning it, getting multi-kills after multi-kills, and also 7 having the Purifier, almost getting that 40k down. 1 more kill for him.
Wow.
And he's in a really good position to get that. And speaking of, he does get that 40k before getting taken out, but then, unfortunately for the Huntsman, he does get that Predator missile, and just one by one, they are faltering. 243 and 153 is going to be your scoreline. 100 points right in between you. It's not going to be easy at all. Not very doable, as everyone else from the Huntsmen are so far away. And that secures the Broke Boys Club first win in this series. And it's going to be such an amazing feat to do, because they're always going out not telling everyone that maybe Hardpoint is not going to be our best game mode, but this is where finally things turn around.
I mean, you have to be really happy for the Broke Boys Club, because they have broken their own barrier, which has just been kind of keeping them down for the longest of time. I think the chemistry advice they really took to it, and they have really been just working on all of their rotations, keeping it tight. The communication was just so much more stronger on the side of the Broke Boys Club this time around. We saw the Huntsmen off to a great start, and the Broke Boys Club kind of detected, okay, you know what, maybe we just need to abandon the site a little bit earlier, just focus on anchoring down the spots, because apart from the part where I actually mixed up the two colors and the two teams, apart from that one time, it was always the Broke Boys Club going in for those early rotations and really controlling the spawns of the map. And this is their worst game mode. They absolutely have just been throwing away all of their hardpoint matches, and to take that one game mode where they absolutely suck at and just be able to rip that exact same game mode from a team that has been within the circuit for such a long time, kudos to Broke Boys Club. And this is exactly why I said, moving forward after that first series of the day, there's just no way of telling exactly how these matches are going to go, because of how close these teams are to each other, and you never know exactly who's going to get into that flow state and really throw out 100%, maybe even 200% of their efforts, Beef.
We love to see it. I mean, this is the reason why that the lower bracket always excites me, and that's why I love casting this, because we don't know what's going to happen, and this is do or die. You get to see all of these teams when they're under so much pressure, and this is where diamonds are actually being made here in the lower bracket. And for me, I feel like Takeoff was such a good redemption arc for them, because every single time it was so close. I mean, I'm not surprised that they did really well here this time, because I feel like third time's the charm, because for them, R&D, 247 and 250. Easy R, 242 and 250. They just wanted to win, take off Hardpoint, man.
Yeah, I mean, they most definitely did want it. They just weren't really making those breaks, and there were just a few fundamental mistakes that was being made over and over by the Broke Boys Club, mainly with the rotations, mainly with the chemistry. They just didn't keep a tight grouping. They just didn't anchor down the spawns. They just didn't manage all of the map control all that too well. And I'm just so shocked. I'm pleasantly shocked to see exactly how much they've improved just within the course of this tournament in itself. And I think that has to be a slap in the face for Huntsmen, because you just allowed the Broke Boys Club to break you. We have been talking about how this team has got so much of potential, because individually the players are just super good. But together as a team, they haven't been able to play well. Now that it is finally clicking, now that the team has finally gotten their rhythm, I think Huntsmen just needs to be on their guard. And you cannot have Zen kind of bottom fragging in that way. I think that was a little unfortunate. Zen needs to step up.
Yeah, I mean, you always expect Zen. He's been the MVP so many times for his team, and maybe he can pick it up in Search and Destroy. It's still not too late for this team. We've already seen that yesterday Youngjae wasn't performing. Today Zen is now not performing, and it really affects the whole team. But I think it's not just that one player. I think every single one of the Broke Boys Club did an amazing job. For the Huntsmen, I feel like everyone kind of lacked when it comes to their rotations, because they were going in there for the early rotates. For a second, I actually thought they would have such a solid defensive setup, but unfortunately, they're not able to sustain it, because you have people like Josh and Seven absolutely popping off, going inside the hill, getting multi-kills, and planning out all of those score streaks, and also the operators when they're going in for the break.
And I think that when it comes to the gunfights as well, there was just a huge number of gunfights being won after that P3 great hold by the Broke Boys Club to kind of just catch up with the Huntsmen in the matchup. I think that kind of gave them the confidence to take it all the way. And we talked about a little bit about the confidence factor before getting into the series in itself, and it looks like it's working towards the advantage of Broke Boys instead of the Huntsmen. Youngjae reconnects. Hopefully that doesn't really punish them all that too much for that late start. But Slums just seems to be slightly slower for the attacking team of the Broke Boys Club after that initial engagement.
And there you go. I mean, they need to be quiet, because it can steamroll out of control, especially here in Slums. As you can see, 7, bomb holder, going to be pushed back a little bit. As Youngjae finally gets that first opening pick, opens up everything for this team. And for the Broke Boys Club, they also get one more person down. That's going to be a 3v4 situation. Very unfortunate because Derp is definitely awake. He is angry right now, getting 3 to his name, 2 rather. And it's just as fast as that. I feel like the disconnect of Youngjae probably kind of threw him off just a tiny bit.
And also, we were asking for Zen to step it up. And looks like that's exactly what he intends to do. Getting those 3 slays, Zen really understands that if he does not do this, the team is going to be in a lot of trouble. Because he's one of the MVPs on the side of Huntsmen right now. In fact, he might just be the best player who has been very consistently. Do you even say that? Consistently.
Very consistently. What a consistent man. There you go. I'm gonna be desensitized with that word by the end of this S&D round. But yeah, there you go. Speaking of, Derp is just doing an amazing job at breaking the hill, but then 7 really just responds very well. Vanlu as well. So the Huntsmen doing an amazing job, a 1v2 situation, but if it's going to be Freezy, especially with the backstab, they don't know where he is. He's actually right on their tail. So as he's looking for everyone in Huntsmen, they're going back here into this bomb site, not really knowing that he's going to be there. He spots one, but then Wadu a little bit too fast.
There's just way too good of an engagement coming through from the Huntsmen. Not wasting time at all, moving right back to the bomb. Well played from the side of the Broke Boys Club, but the Huntsmen just 2 steps ahead, just like how they started off that hard point. So this is the moment where they really have to gather their thoughts and make sure no unforced errors whatsoever. Because the Broke Boys Club, we saw exactly what they can do with a little bit of extra confidence.
And so far, the Broke Boys Club, we haven't really seen their performance here in Slums S&D, looking like they still need to gather their bearings. And so far, Wadu does have that information down, knows very well that he should not overstep it just a tiny bit. Again, it's a really passive gameplay for both of these teams.
Youngjae, good engagement against Zen, and Freezy steps up as well, taking Concept out of the equation. Trophy system out of the way as well. Z-Man, he's got his eyes towards the vicinity of Derp, but Derp just holds on to his angle really well. Stun check comes through, and he knows that position is going to be taken away, and Josh uses that to shut Derp right out of this round. Fantastic play by the Broke Boys Club. This has to be that round taken back.
That is a beautiful stun check coming in from the Broke Boys Club, and that is how you use your utility. You don't just spam it and you don't go in for the break, because that's just going to be wasting your opportunity to use that utility. And now it's going to be a 4v2 situation where it's going to be so difficult. They have all the lanes covered right now.
Still a winnable one. Oh, I was just about to say 2v4 isn't all that too bad. But it was just a quick trade out coming through from the Broke Boys Club, who held on to those angles extremely well, backing each other up, managing to play for trades as well, even if Huntsman did manage to get the very first one. 2-1, Broke Boys. This is exactly what I was talking about. You cannot allow them to catch up with you, and it looks like the Huntsmen are allowing exactly that. But you can also give that props to the side of Broke Boys Club, who are slowing the pace down and just taking that very, very slow push against them.
Beautiful nade by Josh, and that is a nade spot. That is a hot spot. But speaking of, the Huntsmen get 4 in a row.
GG.
Make that Wadu and Vanlu combo just absolutely destroy Broke Boys Club, even though they did have the advantage of getting that first kill. Oh my gosh. What? I wasn't even... You couldn't even see what was happening. Everything was just so fast.
Yeah, too quick. And this is exactly what Huntsman needs to do. You do not allow Broke Boys Club to build up that momentum, needed the confidence, and they reacted really well after that God Nade was taken there. And that's something that Broke Boys Club just did not expect. A quick push coming on out through. Z-Man shuts down Wadu, and this time one of the strong men out of the Huntsman side has been taken down, but Vanlu still up and walking, but 7 sorts him out instantaneously, and this has to be the round for the Broke Boys Club. Zen opened the game up really well. Can he get the clutches out? Great slide, but Freezy with the CBR4 sorts him out, and that's a 2-3.
Great blitz play coming in from Broke Boys Club, and the Huntsmen caught with their pants down. So this is where you kind of expect the Broke Boys Club kind of bringing out their strategies when it comes to that S&D game, because so far, so good for them. And the Huntsmen doing a really good job as well on that defense, but something needs to be different now, because so far, they're not allowing that aggressive nature to come out from their side, and so far, they're going to be very defensive setup here into that alpha flag.
Gotta love the defense played here by the Huntsmen this time around. Everybody stacking that dumpster, expecting a rush, a 5-man rush, But the Broke Boys Club just slowing the pace down just enough to make them rethink the decision, and two players quickly peel off towards Memorial. So both warm sides covered. They just have to wait for that initial engagement. 7 just behind the wall. Should be able to find Wadu. Very dangerous player to meet. Both CBR4s. It's all about who has the better response time.
Speaking of response time, Seven's going to be right there. Just going to be really patient here. Needs to gather that information down, because if they overpush, there's going to be 2 players that's going to be greeting them. And again, it's still a stalemate here. It's really hard for the Broke Boys Club at this point. They need to open things up. Either number 5 coming in from the Broke Boys Club, which is Josh, will take off 1, which is Derp. Speaking of, there you go, open things up, but then they're still going to be a little bit problematic, as there's going to be 4 players, no 3 rather, up and through mid, and they're playing the numbers to perfection, and there you go. Just as fast as that, a really easy attacking round coming in for the Broke Boys Club, evening things out at 3-3.
Executing that play extremely well, mainly because they knew exactly what angles to check, and they were so proficient in doing exactly that. And the moment they started getting those victories in terms of engagement, they knew that they had to just step up the pace. They rushed in towards the site. Huntsmen once again got caught off guard. 3-3, it's all equal. Broke Boys Club slowly starting to streak up now. Young J, opener against Van Loo. Concept sorts him out. It's a 1-to-1 trade, and Zen steps up as well for the side of the Huntsmen. We've got a fight on our hands that we most definitely deserve.
Woo, the pinch comes through, and that was a really good call coming in from the Boys Club, but unfortunately for them, they do go down. Wadu is in a different spot right now compared to everyone else. He's been absolutely cracked in every engagement that he goes to face, and Josh, it's going to be all alone. Derp right onto your tail, but he does go and reposition himself, and Concept finishes the job. And again, the Huntsmen do have that 1 round advantage.
Fantastic. But it's way too equal. And I'm actually feeling a little nervous for the Huntsmen, because remember what we talked about, the probability of the Broke Boys Club taking away SND is very high. And on top of that, they took away that hard point as well. Huntsmen better step it up, or this is just going to be an embarrassing defeat.
I mean, we already saw yesterday up against Almighty. They were up 1. All they needed to do was close it out, but unfortunately for them, couldn't do so. Z-Man gets that 1, gets that 2. It's a possibility to get another one. Derp gets that though, so I mean, there you go. It's just going to be a back and forth situation. Still very doable for the Huntsman to get that kill, but then no, Van a little bit too fast, 7 a little bit too fast as well. And now it's going to be Derp all alone, and Josh finishes the job, and it's looking like we're going in for a possible overtime here in this particular S&D. I mean, I feel like this is too fast for me, and this is too fast for my liking. It is like the strategies are kind of going out the window at this point.
Let's see if or not the Broke Boys Club can really run away with the series. 3-0 to the Huntsmen, as heartbreaking as it might be, but you know, that's the kind of shocker we need in Garena Masters. Or will we see a reverse sweep by the Huntsmen once they drop this S&D? Dude, haha, drama down here at the lower brackets. We live for this beef.
We definitely do. And this is why the lower bracket's always so dramatic. Always full of those storylines. And Derp is going to be in a very tricky spot. He's still alive, though. COD timing a little bit in his favor. But if he oversteps, you already know. You're going to be seeing Freezy at the end of your barrel. And speaking of Freezy, I mean, that is just so painful to see. Young J spots 1. Knows very well that Zen might be in that particular corner. Beautiful angle checked for him. And now for him, he's going to be opening things up at Concept with a beautiful response. Mac 10 in hand.
Fantastic trade. 4-4. Freezy circles around, spots him, and Derp just a little unfortunate, because that's the kind of tricky angle you have to play out there towards the Memorial side. You have to take a pick, and if you've got 2 people just stacking up those angles, it's a GG for you. Josh eats up Van Loo as well. Final player, and Huntsmen lose the round. Broke Boys Club take the lead.
Man, I feel like for Derp should probably not have went into that corner, because he was checking that corner so long, but then he didn't take into account maybe you should look left instead of right this time, or maybe used any kind of util in hand. But I think at that point he did not have anything. So, I mean, it could have been towards the Huntsmen, but unfortunately Broke Boys Club just a little bit too patient for them. So that's good. And now for Broke Boys Club, they're finally into that lead, but not going to be too convincing for my liking.
Good slide away. Z-Man doesn't get punished for it, but Freezy does find one, and unfortunately it is the captain on the side of the Huntsman. Concept finds one, but the nade finds Concept. That's a GG for him, and Huntsman still bleeding. Young J almost taken down and out of the equation. The guy slides away to safety. Vanlu didn't get the job done. Wanu shuts down 7. This is just an absolute bloodbath out there as both these teams take away lives from each other, one after the other. Zen finds Josh as well. We're missing out a lot of these engagements, but it looks like the Huntsmen might have this round in the bag, and we might be all equal. But Z-Man as well as Young J, definitely clutchable.
Oh man, Young Jake gets that information though, even though he didn't really get that kill.
You got Zen.
So that's still gonna be good. I mean, he got Zen, but he was looking at one more person. I think we didn't really see it on camera, but he did have eyes, knowing very well the rotation is finally gonna come through. And now for a 2v2, still don't know who has the advantage, but so far 50 seconds left on the clock with the Huntsmen still trying to figure out where to plan, and Wadu is just gonna be so quick when it comes to that rotation. Not really expecting that the Huntsmen were going to be rotating that far off.
Oh, this is just a very, very, very smart play. And what do you know? It's the two Filipinos on the side of Huntsmen. I tell you, game sense just absolutely beautiful from these two guys. And clearly, they've been putting a lot of work into their chemistry. I think we've seen this situation one too many times, where Vanlu as well as Wadu, the two final survivors on the side of Huntsmen, and it's almost always a clutch when these two guys are playing together.
It's not even like the final moments of the game. They're the ones that open up the space for the Huntsmen. Like a while ago when they were just the two people going into that bomb site. Oh my god, Young Jay! That was a nasty snipe. Possibility to get another one, knowing very well that if you go and concede, Vanlu's there in a really good spot. Finishes the job. I feel like should not have defused that early. You had 15 seconds left. Probably should have engaged till the last second that you could defuse. But I mean, a valiant effort from Young Jay.
He didn't see Vanlu. Vanlu saw him. And once again, that's because of the stack that Wadu and Vanlu were setting up, right? They were both covering each other and to make sure they can play for the trade because it's the 2-to-1 advantage. So once again, very smart setup by Huntsman, and Young Jay, he kind of just botched that up on his own. He could have taken it back. I do agree with you. Young Jay, he redeems himself by taking Zen out of the equation this time round. Wadu does manage to find Z-Man though. It's just back and forth by the Huntsman in front, leaving Josh all alone. Picks up the sniper. Can he get something done in here? 1v2, and my lord, Josh finds Vanlu and Derp as well. And this is just an absolute insane matchup as the Broke Boys Club get that match point.
Man, can we not let history repeat itself, Huntsman? You were already at a little bit of an advantage, similar to yesterday, but now we should not see the same case. We need to see some sort of response coming in from this team, Broke Boys Club. They do have match point advantage here, finally going in there very aggressively, but Zen finally gets that opening pick. Zen is really good at maintaining that space for his team. 7 is going to go down.
Are we going to see a match point conversion here from the Broke Boys Club or a overtime? Either way, I'm loving every single round in this S&D. I did peg the win of S&D to the side of the Broke Boys Club, but I did not expect a hardpoint win from them. We might just see the biggest upset. Freezy is going on a frenzy with all of those spams just because he's got 100 bullets on that mag.
He's like, oh, speaking of, Zen gets another one.
That's why you don't spam, bro. You give away a position.
Exactly. I mean, he's trying to check, trying to do the wall bangs, but no one's going to be there, knowing very well that it's going to be a wall bangable position. He's making so much noise, and the push finally comes through, but it's very doable. If they push there as a 3, Z-Man's going to be in position, ready for the incoming... Speaking of, never mind.
Josh once again, clutchable moment. 1v4. Vanlu says, get out of here. Overtime, please. 6-6. You need to reach the 8. And you need to be the first one to get 2 back-to-back wins to be able to close out this S&D and Huntsman. Whew, they stay alive.
Ha, ha, ha. Staying alive, staying alive. They're doing an amazing job, man. I mean, so far, like what we already mentioned, it is a back and forth. And yes, I feel like that hard point was a little bit more one-sided, more towards the favor of Broke Boys Club. But this S&D, we already knew both of these teams are really nasty when it comes to this game mode. And now we get to see a very passive approach from the Huntsmen and also Broke Boys Club. I mean, if you're the Huntsmen, obviously you're going to be on the defense, so you have to stay put just a tiny bit. But for the attackers, they need to get that information first. But it's going to be hard because it's a 3-2 split where it looks like they want to go in there for that Bravo push.
It's stacked up towards Memorials here. Bombs moving towards Memorial. This does not look good for the Broke Boys Club. They need to open things up with a frag first. Maybe a God nade out of nowhere. Maybe Josh and Young Jay can deliver. They take those shots. They do not connect.
Zen. Trying to get that hotspot off. Doesn't really quite get any information. So far, I mean, Huntsmen don't know anything at all. I mean, they're not budging. Still a 3-2 split. For Broke Boys Club, though, you gotta keep moving now because you only have 50 seconds left on the clock. It looks like the mid push is actually gonna come through, but Wadu gonna be taken down by Z-Man. That's gonna be really huge. 7 gets a kill of his own. A 3v5 situation. I'll make that a 2v5. This is going to be really difficult as the Broke Boys Club at a really huge advantage. Bomb not gonna be planted yet down, though. So it's still very dual for Zen to possibly get that pick down, but as the bomb is finally gonna be going down, the clock is gonna be dwindling.
Nicely played by Zen, but that's a 1v4 that he has to go up against after getting that frag, and he will not get far. Josh takes him down. Match point once again for the second time in this matchup for the Broke Boys Club.
Whew. I mean, Zen is really picking it up. I feel like he was listening to the broadcast. Yes, I may not be doing so well when it comes to that hardpoint game, but SND, that's where I shine, and so far, so good. I mean, everyone else in his team's actually doing a really good job. I think they're just being outslayed right now, outperformed in the later half of that SND. Z-Man, though, very aggressive push going in there. That's going to be difficult for the Huntsmen. They're going to be pinched right now.
See if or not they can do this. Z-Man finds Derp, and this might just be the winning play. Can we find no? Concept says hell to the no. ALMGHTY taken down. It's going to be Zen stepping up to the plate as well. Huntsmen fighting for their lives. They want this SND. They want to remain in the competition, and winning this SND is imperative for them to do exactly that. Zen quickly on for the push now on the plant. Josh shuts down Concept. In the meantime, Zen taken out of the equation. This does not look good for the players on the side of Huntsmen, but Van Loo steps up. Wadu on his side as well, and the defusal is prevented, and the duo will stay in here. Wadu gets the clutch. Bring on yet another overtime.
Van Loo and Wadu, this tandem is actually insane. Was able to stop the defuse up to the last second. I feel like if he had one more second, that would have been an easy defusal. But oh my goodness, really good play from both of these teams. You get to see that work away. I mean, I feel like for ALMGHTY, the fact that they got rid of ALMGHTY, it was supposed to be a pinch, but that was just so good for Concept to go into the back end. That presence of mind is just so rewarding for this team right now.
Van Loo, Wadu. Love it. Absolutely love it. Huntsman. And this is all thanks to Derp. I think he's on to something really great here with this lineup. They just need to stick together for a long time. They need to survive this, first of all, and continue moving on. This setup for the side of Huntsman looks like it might just be a permanent roster the way they're going.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for me, I really love this roster so far. They're a different team that we've seen, and yes, they need to go through it a little bit more because they're just new, but it just seems like Van Loo and Wadu, speaking of Van Loo goes down, ALMGHTY gets him, and it seems like it's a really good tandem to have in this team. They need to have that really good aggression when it comes to it, and so far, they are going to be on that defense, though. They do have one person down, as ALMGHTY also spots that trophy system, knowing very well there's going to be one player there for sure.
And the game of numbers means nothing right now. Huntsman still can fight this back. But Wadu does not have that Van Loo buff. Derp tagged up, doesn't get taken down. Quick plant coming on through, and this is going to be pressure time, baby. A little bit of extra time added onto the clock. 45 seconds for the defensive play. ALMGHTY finds Zen, and this might just be the Broke Boys Club and the third match point of this game.
I mean, the whole thing here is you just get rid of Wadu or Van Loo early into the game. You just don't allow the tandem to be the last two left if you are going to be the Broke Boys Club. And so far, it's been working out for them. The fact that they were able to get Van Loo out so early, that was the reason why that they actually won this game. And so let's see if it's going to be the same case here as Broke Boys. Finally going to be on that defense possibility for the last round here for the Broke Boys Club and to get that 2-point advantage here in this series.
Whew. Overtime. Maybe the final closer to this S&D chapter for the side of the Broke Boys Club. Both sides, 5 players. Beautiful shutdown by Josh. Zen out of the equation. He's not going to be able to pop off long range. Derp has the sniper in hand. Circles around. Tries to look for a prey and finds ALMGHTY. Fantastic response by Captain Derp.
Oh, ALMGHTY just over pushes just a little bit too much, and that kind of brings down the playing field. And Josh spots one, but doesn't really quite get that kill down. And Freezy goes in there very aggressively, a 3-man push going in here. And again, this is the pinch that might actually come through, but a 4v3 still very doable for Huntsman to go in there for the comeback.
Bomb is moving the opposite way. They are expecting a very aggressive Broke Boys, but they find absolutely nothing. But you got to play it safe. Better safe than sorry. Broken Dumpster has got one defender in the name of Josh, but it is a sniper that holds down to this angle, so it will be very risky for the Huntsmen to push in without any utilities! And Josh punishes them for doing that.
Oh, Josh, there's going to be a rat in his tail and not going to be convincing enough for him to actually do so. Van Loo gets taken out, even though he did get that trade. A 1v3 situation. It is a GG. Broke Boys Club finally captures the search and destroy, and the Huntsmen just cannot catch a break here, AJ.
Nah, they can absolutely not. And it is not because the Huntsmen are playing this bad. It is because we are getting exactly what we've been looking for the longest of time. I mean, all of the teams have been delivering, but I'm super duper, very, very proud of Broke Boys Club because we've been talking about this. Individual quality in the players on the side of the Broke Boys Club, just the lack of chemistry has been plaguing them all throughout Garena Masters 4. And this is exactly what hard work gives you. They fixed it, Beef. They fixed it in such a short time.
I mean, that is the beauty of seeing it in the lower bracket. If you are going to be pinched under pressure, that's where you get to see the diamonds that they are and they shine. And so far, it looks like a different team that we've seen compared to the group stages where they're just so amazing. Broke Boys Club. And we kind of see the opposite actually coming in from the same team that we'll see later on after this one is going to be SKADI. Let's see if it's going to be the same case where their loss from yesterday will be a different story for them to take down 4S Kings. But that is for later on. But for now, taking a look at that Huntsmen and the Broke Boys Club, Wadu having that 15. And even though the Wadu and Van Loo tandem just absolutely cracked, it's just too much for them to actually go up against the Broke Boys Club, especially with Josh having that 18.
So there's no if, buts, or maybes now for the Huntsmen. They need a reverse sweep or they're getting kicked out of the competition by the Broke Boys Club. And there is a super high probability of that happening. Although the statistics of win rate when it comes to Control is absolutely down the wire between the two. Both teams have got 4 wins and 3 losses on Control so far. So it's potentially going to be up to that firing range map pick that I guess makes the biggest of difference. If you look at firing range, you do see a win on the side of Huntsmen, and you do see the West Point Mamba Lowkings beating down on the players of the Broke Boys Club. That happened yesterday. A 3-0 loss they took against the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Huntsmen may not be no West Point Mamba Lowkings, but that might have exposed quite a number of weakness on their side.
I honestly feel like firing range might be the map that the Huntsmen could actually win because they did go up against Blacklist International in firing range and the scoreline was really close. It was 2-3. And one of the reasons why they actually lost that is because they started out on the attacking side.
Yes.
So, I mean, let's see. It's all about who is going to be winning that attack because like what we did notice so far, it is going to be the Broke Boys Club that will be starting off into the attack.
I'm nervous. For sure, I don't want to see the Huntsmen get kicked out, but at the same time, I want to see the Broke Boys continue this fight and show us exactly how much more can they push their improvement. Because I mean, I swear to God, boys, please don't break up, man. I think you guys, got together and you guys just wanted to, take your best shot at this. But clearly, this works. Clearly, this lineup works. The chemistry was the only issue, and if you had completed this whole run within Garena Masters and not fixed that chemistry, I would have definitely said. Try to re-roster or something, but this clearly is the perfect setup for the Broke Boys Club.
Oh, well, when I said the Broke Boys Club started the attack, actually they're starting on the defense. Well, that's going to be huge. Let's see if the Huntsmen can win this attacking round. If it's going to be firing range, I feel like this is probably one of the easier maps to win on the attack. So, I mean, it's still pretty equal, in my opinion. So, still pretty good. Huntsmen taking a lot of these shots down. They do have the life advantage just a tiny bit. And they're also capturing Alpha as well, almost in that second tick of progress.
It's a close one, but the Huntsmen are so decent when it comes to the offensive on firing range as well. And the last time they did go up against Mr. Almighty, we saw them and we saw exactly what sort of a pressure they can put on those attacking rounds. I mean, and we're talking about slums, you're not supposed to be able to take anything away from Almighty. And Huntsmen was one of those teams that proved that it is possible. Now they lead with the number of kills as well. If they turn this into a team deathmatch, it still is on their side.
Looking like the attacking side is still very doable and easy for the Huntsmen, but I mean, 3 lives compared to 15, that's still not a huge margin for me to confidently say they're going to be winning this attacking round, but hey, they're still making a lot of progress as well into that alpha flag, so that's going to be huge. And now what Broke Boys needs to do, they need to just stay put in Bravo, wait for the Huntsmen to go get to them, because so far the defense here in Bravo is so easy to do. All you need to do, speaking of, Jello gets that nade kill, you need to have your snipers down, and I'm pretty curious, no one's actually going to be on a sniper or any kind of long-range weapon.
Yay! Alfari is back. It took you long enough, Alfari. Let's go, Huntsman.
Alfari is an essential member to his team, huh? I mean, every time I don't see him, I miss him. Come on, where are you at? 2 kills already. That's good.
Yeah, the guy is just a different sort of a beast. And I'm not talking just about his prowess out there on the battlefield. I think, in terms of just beefing up the confidence of the team, because he's got so much of positive energy in him, every single time. If you see Huntsman win, you're not going to see Alfari sitting down. Okay, the guy will be on his feet.
Oh, God. Van Loo, speaking of, almost getting that 3rd kill, and he just brought down the lives just so convincingly for the Huntsman, but unfortunately he does get spotted because he is on the same spot. And I mean, this is the hard part about being on the attack, right? And especially if B is going to be the only heal left, you are going to have such a difficult time breaking in here. The defense will be so solid, and so far it's going to be a team deathmatch, but just as I said that, it's going to be even when it comes to the lives.
Alfari strikes down 7. This is just a back and forth between the two. There helps the team step it up, and Z-Man from inside of auto repair, a quick strike and backed away, but Wadu shows up and takes him out of the equation. 4 more lives left here for the Broke Boys Club. 5 on the side of the Huntsmen. They can't go in for the attack. They just want for all of the kills to end up on their side. Wadu and Freezy goes in for the claw investment. Can you find a kill, Freezy? Answer is absolutely no, but 7's popping off. 3 kills back to back, brings out the Purifier, gets slapped right back down. It's a 2v1. Josh makes it a 1v1. Josh makes it a 1v none, and it is the Broke Boys Club with the win in the first round.
Oh, my marbles. The Huntsman just dropped the spaghetti. You had the advantage the entire game. And also, the Broke Boys Club actually made a mistake of over-pushing, because they could have just stayed in Bravo, but no, they decided to go in there for the hunt, and they could have paid the price for it, and it brought down a 1v1, and that is just so stressful to see. But we're starting off our second round right now as we're finally going for the switcheroo, as the Huntsman will be on that defense.
I was just about to say the Broke Boys wasted 2 operators, and now the advantage is to the Huntsmen, because they had, I think, 3, 4 operators just moments ago, and then where did those operators go, sir? Why waste operators?
The defense. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they had to use operators, especially on the defense, because you would have more of an advantage, right, if you just stayed put into Bravo, because the Huntsmen have to go inside of that hill. But there you go, finally early spawn trap coming in from the Huntsmen, and you can see it's such a 10 life difference coming from the Broke Boys.
Yeah, they pissed. They pissed right now. Huntsman's pissed. Van Loo on the claw. Let's see if we can find someone. 7 circles around. Alfari says hell to the no. Takes 7 out of the equation. 9 more lives left here for the Broke Boys Club. Van Loo will not be able to find a single one with a claw. Gets eaten up, but of course the trade comes through from Derp as well. 7 more lives left here. And the Huntsmen, they said game on, baby. You want to piss us off? You want to take our control right back? We will snatch that round back from you as well. Great defensive round coming through from the Huntsmen. Broke Boys Club seems to have dropped the ball just a bit, but that round win, I think it was just so phenomenal coming through from the Broke Boys.
I know, I feel like in Filipino we have this term called chamba. I honestly thought it's just chamba. It means it was a lucky shot. So I feel like Broke Boys, it was kind of a chamba round there, because Huntsman had the advantage. I mean,
they did.
But
and then on top of that, Broke Boys actually wasted 2 of their operators back to back without a single kill, alright? And then they still won the round, and all because of Josh. And I don't even know how he did it, because we didn't see it, but whatever.
He was in a good spot. He was in a good spot.
Huntsman takes 1 back, and as anticipated, this is a hot series, alright? I'm loving every single moment of this match.
This is what we expect in teams that are in a very precarious situation, and the Huntsmen finally going back into the attack. Let's see if it's going to be as dominant as what they had into the last games, and doesn't really find anything. Tags up 2 players, but no kill whatsoever. And so far, again, back and forth between both of these teams. And the difference here is actually the Huntsmen. They're going in for that alpha flag, but I feel like they want should probably go in more for that Bravo push, I think.
Let's see exactly what the strategy is going to be here this time around. Inside of that white warehouse, it's going to be one objective player in the name of Captain Derb. He gets sorted out by Z-Man. It's just back-to-back slays coming on through from the side of the Broke Boys Club. Nobody's holding on to that B control point at all. A rotation will do the players on the side of Huntsmen well. They're down by 5 lives, and this doesn't seem to be all that good. They need to stick together here, B.
They definitely do, and so far they don't have the same aggression and also the same kind of play that they had in the first aggressive round, because I feel like the Broke Boys Club finally saw what they were trying to do in that first attacking round, and they're doing an amazing job at that defense. And this is how you play your defense, but one player into the name of Alfari is going to be right there around that Bravo site, and so far they need to go in there for that Bravo pick.
Let's see if or not they can get the deed done here. Huntsmen down by 2 lives, but that's not all that too far. They pause the clock, but only a single objective player. This is going to be a little troublesome. He needs to turn around. Derb gets taken out of the equation. He couldn't get a single shot, and he will drop the ball for the team. No rotation coming on through to the B control point just yet, and that's going to be the biggest of waste coming through from the Huntsmen side.
They had 2 players there, yet they didn't want to get at least 1 tick of progress. Like, what is your point into rotating that much? I know you want to go in for the backstab, but it didn't work out for you because you made so much noise while you're going up in through Americans. So, I mean, kind of get the idea, but also you should have had those 2 players get at least 1 tick of progress in Bravo, and possibly also distract the players of Broke Boys Club from trailer and go to you instead, while Derp was all alone into that alpha flag with the claw, right?
And see, the problem here is, although I agree with you, I cannot help but be frustrated that Huntsmen just gave away that first round, because now the defensive advantage is on the side of the Broke Boys Club. I mean, the probability of Huntsmen winning out this defensive round is obviously going to be high. But if Broke Boys Club even rips this round away from them, I tell you, I'll stand up and I'll salute the Broke Boys Club. Huntsmen, I told them to watch out, but I did not expect this sort of a offensive play by the Broke Boys.
Alright, I'm going to be expecting, if Broke Boys Club actually wins this, I need you to salute when we are back on camera.
GG.
Stand up and salute. They're not even going to see your salute. They're just going to see your belly.
No, not the belly.
No, the 3-pack.
Yes, the 3-pack. See, I'm proud of you. At least you didn't call it a 1-pack this time, alright?
Yeah, I got you.
Easy. Kilo 141 has got. See, this is how you play the objective, okay? Not a single player inside of the objective, because you gotta back each other up, compadre. And it is an easy pull off that A control point from the side of the Broke Boys Club. Huntsmen just struggling to find their composure here, and the attack is just absolutely perfect. Huntsmen wants to back away. They are getting a tad bit spawn trap. Player number 2 just holding on to the corner. It's gonna be 7, and now with the Purifier investment, Wadu says, get the heck out of here. Doesn't manage to do much with it.
Yeah, 7 kind of loses that investment as well, and Jello loses that too. Vanlo picks up the claw of his own, so that's going to be huge for them, 18 and 11. But if Vanlo can get a lot of kills from this claw, then still very doable. He only pre-fires though, so not really getting vital information, as it's finally going to get shut down, and doesn't really quite get anyone just yet. But Derp getting 1 kill, they really quite get that second.
And the Broke Boys Club are already on the poise to attack. Here comes the Preddy as well. Preddy takes out 1, and player number 1, Z-Man, what you doing, bro? Rotate. Okay, he goes on forth. The timing's perfect. Manages to get yet another kill. 6 more lives left for the Huntsmen. Guess who's getting kicked out of the competition, mama?
Oh my goodness, 11 and 4. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that the Huntsman is going to be going down already this early into the competition. 3 lives to 9, and the Broke Boys Club looking so solid in this attacking round. Freezy on a rampage. Z-Man going in there for the hunt as he spots Alfrey. It's a good thing that Alfrey goes away just a tiny bit, but then brings out the Predator missile. He gets that! He gets those kills! And he's actually a very essential play! A 3v2 situation! Derp has the claw! It's still very doable! And 36 seconds left on the clock! He gets the kill! It's still very doable for the Huntsman to actually go and get a lot of these points down with just a tick of progress. 28 seconds left on the clock. The Broke Boys Club have a lot to do when it comes to getting this Bravo flag.
See why I was excited when Alfari joined again? Because it's just Alfari things, baby. It's just Alfari things. And now Alfari circles around. It's gonna be the Claw. ALMGHTY, can he get these two slays to keep the Huntsmen alive? 10 more seconds for the Broke Boys Club to get it done. ALMGHTY gets taken out of the equation. It's gonna be the one and only Jello. Hops on in with the quick 6. Derp re-engages and takes down 7. It's a 1v1 with 4 more seconds paused on the clock. Derp re-engages, misses the first shot, does not miss the second, and the Huntsman pushes it into round number 5. It's not over just yet.
That was the best Predator missile usage I've ever seen in a control game.
Best.
Someone was behind him, and I think it was Z-Man, and if he turned the corner just half a second later, ALMGHTY would have been taken out, but no, his Predator missile saved his team, and the possibility for a reverse sweep is actually going to ensue. Huntsmen, though, will have a difficult situation to be in because they are going to be starting on the attack here at round number 5.
ALMGHTY, the guy, stepped it up, ALMGHTY, the matcha. Van Loo circles around. It's still going to be 7, putting on a lot of pressure. Van Loo steps on up either way. It's going to be a 2v1. ALMGHTY does not win out his gunfight, but that gives the information to the side of Van Loo, who plays that perfect defense. So therefore, the Broke Boys Club will not be able to defend this B control point as good as they want to. And the Huntsmen actually forcing the toughest side of the control point before going in for the A side. I like this confidence.
Me too, and this is the push that they should have done a while ago, and they had 2 players there already. And speaking of, 1 tick of progress here in Bravo, going in there for the backup. Everyone else in their team is actually going to be here in red, getting everyone else that will be coming from that A lane. A 2-player setup coming in here, but the Huntsman just winning
GG.
every single one of the gunfights here. 3rd tick of progress down, and you already know it. A is going to be so easy to take if the Huntsmen play it right.
It's most definitely gonna be, but one final player in here, and Wadu secures the control point for the side of Huntsmen. They are actually gonna reverse this out against the Broke Boys Club if they continue this. But 15 lives, 4 down. They just need to get in with all of those investments, and look at all of those operators on the side of the Huntsmen alongside the score streaks as well on that activation, just waiting to be brought into this matchup. You obviously have to use it. It's the final round. Wadu sends out the Hunter Killer drone first, along with the claw, but it's wasted.
Oh man, that's just a really bad investment when it comes to the claw. But hey, Van Loo picks up all of those kills. Possibility for a 3rd. There you go. The reload finally pushes through, and it's impossible for them to actually take. It's only just 2 things, 2 players in between them. 2 lives and 7 with a purifier stops the push. That is a clutch way to actually enter this site. And now for him, he tries to go in there for the kill. ALMGHTY yet again with a really huge kill. A 5 live difference in between these 2 teams.
My goodness. Half the lives, but 1 minute to play. Freezy steps on up. ALMGHTY trades him right back out, but Z-Man and his claw is not gonna be able to claw the Huntsman out of the competition just yet. But with 3 more lives left, this is gonna be one of the craziest clutch. But ALMGHTY, he's got the boxing gloves out. He wants to tango. He wants to find those players, but can he get the deed done? He backs away alongside with the players first. Z-Man is gonna be the very first up of the victims, and they're playing this slow, but not too slow, hopefully, because 28 seconds is not a lot.
This is where things kind of falter down for the Huntsmen, because this is a lane that you kind of don't want to put yourself into, because this is just so difficult. Wadu with the club, but then Jello is there on the corner. It's so unfortunate. A 1v6 situation with 14 seconds left on the clock. ALMGHTY, what can you do? You get that 1 kill, yes, but you have 5 other players on your tail. Team deathmatch, this is the fastest 5 kills that you should get, but then unfortunately Z-Man finishes the job. Valiant effort for the Huntsmen. What a great display, especially for ALMGHTY, bringing it into a round number 5. But we do have to bow down and say goodbye to the Huntsmen. And congratulations for the Broke Boys Club for continuing here in the lower bracket.
I mean, Broke Boys, looks like you have been listening, huh? Looks like you have been listening. What an improvement from the group stages of getting beaten down by SKADI, not once, but twice, losing out to EZR, getting tapped out by the West Point Mamba, Lowkings 3-0, and then the Broke Boys Club just showed up against one of the OG teams in the MSP circuit. Huntsmen themselves eliminated. ALMGHTY, though, I don't know if he was busy with work, if he was in the toilet, but the matcha showed up a little bit too late to save the day, but he wasn't able to get much done. But fantastic plays, though. I think, my highlight play as well as the highlight player in this match, and I think you'll agree, most definitely was ALMGHTY.
I know, man. I mean, what an amazing display from this guy. And even though,
Oh, yeah.
yes, they're out of the competition, they went in there scratching, they were biting, they were punching their way to possibly stay in the competition. But unfortunately, Broke Boys Club, just a little bit too much for them. The score line is going to be 3-2 for this control matchup. I'm not even going to look at the numbers because so far Z-Man has been performing so well and so consistently all throughout this competition. But unfortunately for the Huntsmen, yes, they didn't win this time, but I think the Van Lu Wadu and the fact that Derp has been doing so well, Zen, when he performs well in S&D, I feel like this is a fully fleshed out Huntsman team. I think all they need is that one coach that can help them be one of the best players and teams here in Garena.
I only hope and pray that they stick together with this squad, and yeah, I hope the Huntsmen will be able to put in a little bit more of effort towards really working their way up to the top, because I think getting taken down by, of all teams, the Broke Boys Club in the lower brackets has to be nothing less of a slap on the faces of every single player on the side of Huntsmen. Although that being said though, valiant effort by the Huntsmen squad. I think they did give it their best, but today the better team just was the Broke Boys Club, and they didn't even need a game number 5. In fact, not even a game number 4.
Man, a clear donut coming in for today. Did not expect this at all. And now I'm so scared for the next game that we're going to have. But we're going to talk about that later on because I did not expect at all it's going to be a donut. But hey, it's Garena Masters 4. Anything is possible. And it was so close between these two teams. Yes, that hard point was very much one-sided. It was Broke Boys Club time and time again. But you can see here in this S&D, it was cutthroat. It was either Broke Boys Club and then it was the Huntsmen. Everything was just so good. But I mean, for Broke Boys Club, they were just a little bit too fast when it comes to the rotations. I mean, I feel like for me, the Van Lu Wadu combo is good, but you can't just rely on these two guys every single time, and with Derp as well.
I have to agree with every single thing you just said. This S&D was just a bloodbath. Back and forth it went, and that's exactly why we are taking so long to highlight this matchup, because there's just so many highlightable moments, right? I mean, it was just that sort of a heated matchup, and I think this was one of the best series that we have seen all throughout Garena Masters so far. It's for sure one of the bigger matches that has really kept me on my toes, at the edge of my seat most of the time. This round in control, I mean, come on. That play by Josh with that 1v2, and then later on that Alfari clutch as well. Everything within the series was just so great. But, you know, we expected this. We expected a little bit of heartbreak, but we might not have expected the heartbreak to be the Huntsman squad not making it through all the way. But it is what it is. You need to have a winner. You need to have a loser. And the Broke Boys Club have proven that they are solid winners. Hopefully we see this team grow a little bit more, even before next week, because we might just be able to see them upset yet another team.
Absolutely right. I mean, it's just so amazing what the Huntsmen have showed us, but what's even more impressive is what the Broke Boys Club actually showed us as well. Josh having that 28 KD ratio of 2.05, and for me, the biggest reason as to why they actually won that search and destroy matchup, because they could not respond to the tandem of Young Jay and Josh on those scopes. And I feel like that, for me, the Huntsmen did a great job at that S&D, but the fact that they couldn't keep up with the snipers of Broke Boys Club was the biggest one. Not even a team like SKADI could actually keep up with a team like this. So it's still a very valiant effort for the Huntsmen, but amazing job for Josh. And it's just a crazy number that you actually see over here.
Yeah, no doubt at all. KD ratio 2.05 up against the one and only Huntsman, and the boy didn't even need to drop a single digit. Fantastic plays out of Josh for sure. It was just such an exciting matchup and such a heartbreaking matchup as well. And, you know, just like Ali has pointed out in the chat, this is not the first time this team is technically doing this to the Huntsmen. The last time around, under the brand of RTL, they pretty much did the exact same. But with this re-roster, with all of the inconsistencies as well as the lack of chemistry within the team at the very start, one would have thought that the Huntsmen would have had an easy run against them down here at the lower bracket. But it just was not the case. If there was anybody holding back, or if there was anyone just not giving up their 100% just yet, within the competition, it has to be the Broke Boys Club, because this was just such a different team.
Definitely a different team as to what we saw into the group stages, and I'm glad they're finally stepping it up when they need to step it up the most.
Oh, yeah.
And so Broke Boys Club, an amazing lower bracket run so far, a really dominant one. And even though Search and Destroy and Control were close, you get to see players like Josh just absolutely shine. And you already said that individually, they're really good. They're MVPs on their own right. But for Josh to actually pick up that really great essential first round for Control is just so essential for them to have that confidence as well into winning that Control matchup and eventually kicking out the Huntsmen. And speaking of the Huntsmen, they're going to be booted out of this competition. And whoever is the loser of match number 8, we'll see what is going to actually happen over here. As you can see, this is the bracket for our playoffs right now. We had day number 1 where 4 matches, best out of 5. We also had our show match. If you missed it, you take a look at the broadcast yet again, because it was definitely super fun. AJ and I were casting it. We were laughing so much. Again, I feel like this whole playoffs has been so great so far, and we're only in day number 2.
And what a record, right? So far, every single game within the playoffs has been a match that served up donuts. It's just insane what we've been able to see. But Beef, that's exactly what we expect out of the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey, don't look at that for S-Kings. I know it says a 0 there, but please, we don't want it to have a 3-0. I'm not quite sure why it's a 0. That's the scoreline, but please, I don't want another 3-0. I was expecting... Oh, okay, right. Let me salute for AJ. Just
come on. Yeah, I mean... At least you see my biceps, all right?
Yeah.
Thank the good Lord I wore a loose shirt today.
I know. Good thing you weren't wearing boxers or anything. I mean...
I am, but you just can't see that look.
Oh, okay. Nice. Well, what an image in our head.
Broke Boys Club. I don't know what more I can expect out of this team. The one thing that I wanted to see mended within the Broke Boys Club has been sorted out, and they have brought on amazing chemistry today, because you need that sort of chemistry to take the one and only Huntsmen out of the competition, and they pulled that off phenomenally. I mean, hardpoint matchup, the mode that they just were absolutely terrible at. What a fantastic victory at Takeoff, Beef.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic games for a team that we were kind of scared that they weren't going to get into the playoffs, but they just showed up to one of the most well-known organizations here in Garena, and they showed up really well, and that's the reason why they deserve to be here. But more action coming through for the lower bracket, because we do have SKADI, 4X Kings up next, but for now we're going to be taking a short break.
Welcome back to the Casters headquarters. It's Kali alongside Beef Mammy. What a shocker by Broke Boys Club as they win versus the Huntsmen. Now we're on our second half of our 4-match day. Right up next is the second match on the lower bracket, another elimination game. SKADI versus Kings. Forest Kings. How do you feel about this game, Beef Mammy?
Like what AJ said already, why do I keep going through the heartbreak today, man? 2 in a row, we said the Huntsmen goodbye, and now we're saying goodbye to another team. It's either SKADI or 4S Kings, our Filipino brethren. But hey, it has to happen, man. I'm pretty excited to see what happens here, because for Broke Boys Club and the Huntsmen, that was a pretty lit matchup. Even though it's a 3-0, that SND and that control game is probably one of the best matches I've seen in Garena Masters 4 so far.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you, especially in that control, that round number 4 by Huntsman Derb. Oh man, the clutch gene was on. No, it was Alfari.
It was Alfari. Was it Alfari? Yeah, it was Alfari. He was being chased by Z-Man.
Yeah, and both were like, damn, clutch. The ice in their veins was definitely shown on that big moment.
Definitely. We're going to be seeing more big moments here in this SKADI and 4S Kings, because I feel like for me, SKADI was projected to be one of the teams to make it into the playoffs. 4S Kings, on the other hand, was not. They were really shaky into the first days of the group stages, but they really showed up. I mean, everyone thought Ralph Frannick had more of an upper hand, but obviously you are in the same groupings as WPM Lowkings, the team that was actually pegged to be one of the top contenders, possible top 3 material in this competition. So again, what 4S Kings had to go through in their bracket is so scary compared to what SKADI had to go through.
I mean, Forest Kings had to go down to that where, they had to win their last match in the group stage just to qualify in this playoffs. They barely won it. If not for the map win that they won up against RU Frannic on the second half of the group stage, they wouldn't have been here. But hey, we've finished through like 2 games already. We're approaching the second half, and Blacklist, it was kind of really expected that they win through a 3-0 up against Forest Kings, knowing how well this team has glued up, and of course the strategy that they packed in every map. It is just coincidentally the best out of this team. But looking at the other game, we expected Huntsmen to put up a great fight. And we were really expecting an unexpected match, but boy, oh boy, a sweep by Broke Boys Club. It just was like a deja vu or something.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's just 3-0. This definitely did not expect that it was going to be a 3-0 yet again. So I'm pleasantly surprised that the BBC actually did so fantastic when it comes to their run a while ago. So I don't know if it's going to be the same case here, because SKADI looking like they're a really solid team, but up against Omega yesterday, they didn't really show up as a great team that we expected them to be. But obviously you can have your off days, but you gotta know when to turn it up, right? And this is the moment, because you are sent here into the lower bracket. You're going up against the 4S Kings, where we thought that the Broke Boys Club and the Huntsmen could actually be a little bit more of a fight. Let's see what happens. 4S Kings, speaking of the men themselves, you got Coco, Nyx, Vuzet, Esto, Apollo, and Chari representing their team. And so far, they've had already 1 loss today here, Callie.
And the goal here is to try and stay positive coming into the game, right? Because you've already lost up against Blacklist International Ultimate. For sure, that morale is going to be on a 50-50 right now. But as soon as you enter that game, you got to be very positive that you're going to be confident to win this game. And we did see some, slight of mistakes happening all over again, especially at hardpoint up against Blacklist International Ultimate, where, P1, P2, they are very consistent. They break through the spawns, but the setup to control the anchor is where they kind of fall a bit. And I think that's where they need to adjust, especially as we start the game for this elimination bracket on a hardpoint match. They gotta win their early battles. They gotta get in that early rotation, and they gotta win their gunfights, Beef Mammy.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that is the essential thing to actually have if you are a team. I mean, you gotta win your gunfights, the individual gunfights. You need to be up to par with the pros that we actually get to see with your one-on-one engagements, and then you get to see the different plays that you have, especially in that search and destroy matchup. So, no, we'll see. We need to see from 4S Kings that kind of thing that they had a while ago, just forget about it. But speaking of, you need to forget about it, SKADI, this is a team that wants to forget yesterday happened up against Omega. We got Speed, Mids, Chirac, Cisco, Mark, and Snurpy representing this team where I feel like it's similar to the Broke Boys Club. Individually, they are so good, but so far, looking like they probably need to find a way to change up their plays and their strategies so far, because looking like they're in the middle of that pack, but obviously these boys, they want to be one of the best.
I mean, they really have the gunfights, and of course, they have the strategies as well. They came in here at the group stage as the #1 team in Group A. But the thing here is the gun composition that they're running, especially in that response. I mean, you have one player rocking that SKS, and that's going to be Cisco. And when that gun is not really working, what's going to be the option? Are you going to use that AR, or are you going to play fast on that SMG? And I believe for Cisco, if he wants to turn it around, he has to turn it around today. If not, things could just go for worse, and we might see Forest King snag this victory.
And we don't want to see that if you're going to be a fan of SKADI, but again, if you're a fan of Forest Kings, that is probably the best case scenario. So I remember talking to Cisco about it, or just any kind of player. If a gun doesn't work well for you, then you have to go and change it, especially if they do have a counter for it. We talked about it in his interview, that the fact that they know how to counter that SKS with smokes. So hopefully we do get to see that in standoff, because so far if you use an SKS in Summit, that's gonna be hard to use, because we're starting it out in Hardpoint Summit. Just gonna know that you see possibly shotguns, you're gonna be seeing possibly Krieg 6s, and also definitely the CBR. But we are gonna move forward as well into Search and Destroy Raid, Control in standoff, Hardpoint Slums, Firing Range, Search and Destroy to end the series if we are going to make it. But Callie, I know you're looking at your stats right now, give it to me, because so far I'm taking a look at this Summit Hardpoint, and so far they haven't played here quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, we're being brought by Forest Kings in that Hardpoint Summit, where they have actually won one map. But
Is it
compared
against
to
Shush?
yeah, I believe so. But yeah, that's really hard to really gauge, because Shush definitely had struggles with their gunfights. So this Hardpoint Summit right here could be a 50-50, knowing that SKADI, they have Chirac with them, they have speed. These two can play fast, they can use that SMG, they can use that AR, and their ability to time their operator skills as well is really impeccable coming into playing the respawns. And well, for me, Forest Kings, this is going to be definitely a top challenge for them. We know SKADI, they are definitely very versatile in terms of playing games, but they gotta make sure that they're consistent in getting those early rotations, something that we didn't see from them versus Blacklist earlier.
Definitely. And honestly, one thing I am also looking forward to is that S&D raid, because SKADI did not have the best of times here up against the BBC, the last time at least. They have a 50% win rate here when it comes to that Search and Destroy, because we know that SKADI went up against BBC and raid twice. Won it only once. And for the other side, the Forest Kings, same case here. Raid won it up against Shush, but lost it up against the WPM Lowkings. But again, if you're going to be winning up against Shush, they're not really here in this competition anymore, so that's not really a good statistic to point out, because it might not be as strong as a team as SKADI, but you know BBC is a really strong team. So we're looking forward to that later on into our Search and Destroy matchup. But then for now, we're taking a look at the snowy mountains of Summit Hardpoint, and it's a fast push coming in from SKADI so far.
Oh boy, it's gonna be a hot one here for Chirac off the start. Gets that double, and well, you know, this is the guy you want to shut down early. You don't want to get him going. And Buset is going to try and turn that away from them. But mostly for the first hard point, it's going to need to be tightly contested. As much as you want it to be this way, you're going to need to control that green spawn to take over that 2F. It's something that's being held right now by SKADI.
And that's going to be interesting to hold, because you have power position, you have that top control. Not only that, the rotation going into P2 as well, you also have a hold of, so it's really essential for you to actually get that hill. And now for Forest Kings, they're finally putting some points down into their name. SKADI needs to go in there for the break so far. They're just trying to go in there for the re-engagements up above and also around the hard point. They're probably giving this away, going in there for a better positioning, because so far, the best position to be in is for that rotation from P2 all the way to P3.
I mean, great contest being made here by Forest Kings. They definitely got the lead as soon as we move into the next hard point. But SKADI, they've got all these power positions, and they play this down to the T. They got number 5 controlling that green spawns. But Forest Kings, knowing that they have that mid-map control, they're able to come in here early, win their gunfights, and open up the hard point with them inside. So very solid plays for Forest Kings right now. But SKADI now slowly picking pace as they put their OBJ players near P right inside of this hill.
Forest Kings chose this map to begin with, and it looks like they're very confident into winning all of the gunfights here. And so far, I mean, they're doing an amazing job, but as I said that, it's just SKADI is quick when it comes to the rotation and the contest as well. Speed gathering a lot of these points for his team. They are in a really good position for the rotation as well for P3, and so far we need to see 4S Kings kind of battle it out. We get to see player number 1 actually. That's going to be Apollo going in for the rotation in P3, but he is going to be greeted by 2 players that might possibly pinch him down here.
I mean, this is gonna be a 50-50 battle there with number 2 on the flank. So Cisco finally secures that kill up against Apollo, who's trying to flip the spawns for the favor for Forest Kings. And now he's gonna be the anchor here. And he's not using that SKS, which is definitely a plus, knowing that, you know, Summit map is definitely a close range centric map. So he's definitely using that adjustments. But now as we open up P3, this is where you see the operator skills being used and good investments from Coco so far with the club, but a lot better performance inside of that hard point for Snurpy and the crew.
Dang, that nade was just the stopping force for 4S Kings. But still, as we said that, it's still very doable for them to actually go in there for the points because they finally went in there for the break. And even though we get to see it, SKADI went in there for the early rotation and won those rotations, it's just not enough for them to actually capture that spawn point so far. And right now, everyone else is actually spawning off from the side of SKADI into control room, which is something that you don't really want. And so far, even though they're spawning off actually really far away, it's still very much SKADI all over the place here in this P3.
I mean, they're taking the risk here. They don't really want to give Forest Kings a lot of time, knowing that these scrap times are very important. So getting that final contest is key as well, because knowing that they have number 2 in Cisco setting up that spawn for the right side of the minimap where P4 will open up. So getting that considered through, they were confident that as soon as they die on that P3, they will be spawning right to their next hard point. And so now this is where they kind of stand. You are trailing by at least 20 points in this game, but if you get this first 30 seconds, you're gonna take that lead. And Snurpy being the Bane inside is just definitely for them. It's just holding off the point. And so they're gonna claim the first 20 seconds.
I honestly love where Snurpy's holding. When I play rank in Summit and Hardpoint, that's usually the lane that I actually go take a look at here in
It's
Long.
easy, right?
But as Apollo goes in there for an essential kill, Chirac as well with a beautiful double, just stops the push going into P4, and they are soaking up all of the points here. Really good readjustment coming in from SKADI, and even though, yes, they knew that they're not going to be winning a lot of the gunfights in P3, so instead, they went into P4 early rotation, gave away some points, some scrap points, but enough for me to say that I'm comfortable with them leaving that point. But for now, we are seeing that Forest Kings is soaking up all of the scrap points here, and as we go in there for the early rotation into P1, SKADI's going to be positioned really well.
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, giving away that final 10 seconds for Forest Kings serve as the bait for them to finally get that better setup here coming into the second set of this hard point. You will be having, you know, mids coming through from the staircase. You have Cisco holding off that type angle on that staircase as well. But there's not really much going on for Forest Kings right now, but they're really working for that second floor. They're looking to get that power position, and Apollo just spamming in here with that Holger 26. Not gonna find any connections, but you see here now SKADI picking up the momentum, doing a lot better here in the second half.
Ooh, Cisco with a beautiful presence of mind to just stay put because he did run out of bullets. He just stayed. I mean, that's probably one of the things that I get to see players in Call of Duty Mobile not do, is to just stay put and regen your health and not go in there for the attack until your health actually gets to a certain place. I'm glad to see that that happened, because that is probably one of the differences between individual gunfights, right? Your presence of mind. Am I gonna continue doing this battle, this gunfight, knowing very well I might actually lose it? And so for Cisco, he waited to the point where, oh, his teammate, he probably gave that information that he was getting shots, right? And his teammate just finished the job. And now Cisco, speaking of, gets that kill, doing a really good job at applying that pressure here in 2F. But Esto does a beautiful job as well at getting that information down, shutting it down for the SKADI team. But as he did that, he actually went down. But for 4S Kings, the backup was finally there.
And the backup here now contesting inside of this hill, but Cisco doing a great job today with that CBR4. Time to bring in the big guns. The Gravity Vortex is gonna suck everybody through inside, and SKADI still managing, taking a hold of that hard point, and they don't really have the spawns for now. You see number 1 in blue and Apollo is taking that away from SKADI, so every play that goes down from Apollo, oh, never mind. It's just so confusing in here. But yeah, Forest Kings, they definitely have the spawns. Yeah. And obviously, they're gonna claim the scrap time in here. And also, of course, scoring in the early rotation, but Apollo shot down. That means SKADI's gonna have the spawns for the next hill beef, Mami.
I mean, this is what you and AJ were saying a while ago, right? It's always the Esto game. It's always the Esto MVP that we like to see. And so far, he is. He has probably one of the highest kills in this game. And the only person that is apart from that is going to be Speed. And so far, everyone else in his team needs to go and step it up because they did have the advantage a while ago. But it is so even when it comes to the playing field. Everyone else coming in from SKADI, though, doing an amazing job, almost reaching that line of 20 when it comes to those kills. It's only mids that's kind of struggling to get a lot of those points down. And for 4S, it's going to be Apollo that will be a guy that would definitely have a very difficult time, but maybe it's because he's going to be anchoring down the spots. And so far, 4S Kings has a solid hold in P3, and they've been doing so in the past reset as well and doing an amazing job. But just as I said, that Speed and Cisco get to a piece and break the hill.
I mean, it's all about how well you invest your claw here at this P3. We saw Forest Kings break this earlier, take a crack at this, and of course, they had the safety net by allocating 2 resources. They put 2 claws stacked in there. They managed to beat the 2 players inside on that hard point. But now, when SKADI was able to get the spawns from them, they were able to use that claw to bully out the players as well to claim this final time. 7 seconds left, and we definitely have a close game here. 168 to 154 on this score line, and a guaranteed 200-point mark will be reached here by both ends. But now if you're Forest Kings, you know, you're kind of late on the rotation now. You need to take a crack at this, but make sure that you're gonna be backing up your attacker. And that play from Speed just removed the anchor attackers from Forest Kings, Beef Mami. And SKADI, they will be starting this one with a bang.
Oh, and that actually just saves the life of Cisco for that Predator missile. That's beautiful. And this is where SKADI turns things around every single time. Their rotation to P4 is just absolutely amazing. The fact that they were also applying pressure into that P3, not allowing 4S Kings to soak up all of the points. And now they're actually doing an amazing job. But as we see here, Cisco having that gravity vortex, beautiful defense coming in from this man. And Esso trying his hardest to actually go in there for the pinch, but doesn't really quite get those points. And SKADI finally again goes in there for the contest, and that's going to be good points for them as well, getting the scrap points and also sending every single one of their teammates into P1 as well. You can see player number 3 though, that was Speed. He was going to win an essential gunfight, but unfortunately Esto is just a little bit too good with 35 kills to his name.
Now let's see if Forest Kings, you know, giving away the final 20 seconds is going to be worth it as they came in here with the early rotation towards P1. Yes, Apollo will find that 2 knocking it down with the Holger 26, but his teammate Cherry is going to be inside of that hill, and now they're going to be stacked in right from that second floor, and they're going to have to win this gunfight at some point in time. But the claw investment coming through from Speed is going to be key as well. But you know what? It's starting to look like that rotation made by Forest Kings for this P1 is key, as you take a look at them winning their gunfights as they have the power positions in their hand.
Oh man, Apollo is just on an absolute rampage. He was able to take out so many players, not just with the Spare, but with also the Holger 26. Using that heady to your advantage is definitely going to be so huge. And just as SKADI had a pretty good lead, 4S Kings was able to take it back. And we usually see SKADI in P1 pretty early on, and that essential rotation from 4S Kings doing an early rotate was definitely essential for them to get a lot of the points down here in P1. And now we need to go in for the rotation in P2 as 5 seconds left on the clock. The scrap points going to the favor of the 4S Kings.
Oh well, now we're opening it up just 30 points. They make that 29 points to be exact for Forest Kings to win this game. SKADI needs a full 50, and they gotta keep on contesting here. You can't afford to give Forest Kings any more time inside the hill. They're gonna be hopping in right early. Speed's gonna be there with 47 kills. He leads the total kills in the lobby, so very great for him, but it hasn't really translated to them having this lead for now. They gotta get in there. They gotta get in fast.
Woo, man. I mean, 233 and 203. This is the lead that SKADI does not want, and that P1 definitely was so detrimental on their end. And they're going in there one by one, which is something you don't really want to do. They need to establish some sort of power position first for now. And for them to engage their one by one, it's just looking like they're finally getting their bearing, catching their bearings. But Apollo is going to be definitely hard on them because they don't know where everyone else is spawning. Like what I said, there's no anchor right now coming in from SKADI. There's just no information whatsoever. As 5 more points going to 4S Kings, there is no one else from SKADI that can go and contest really nearby. And there you go. 4S Kings goes in there for the win. The hard point goes in there for the second loss of SKADI. 4S Kings don't have the hard points usually on their side, but it looks like this is scary to see if you're going to be SKADI. Well-deserved win coming in from the Kings.
Well, plus that they're having a boot camp is definitely a plus here for Forest King. So the communication clearly a lot faster compared to what we have from SKADI, who is currently online, of course, doing their communications. But again, it still stands that, Forest Kings, they were able to adjust the mistakes that they've had versus Blacklist International Ultimate earlier, which is taking care of the spawns and, of course, winning your gunfights. And well, we did see Esto come in here hot with that MVP performance with 48 kills and 34 deaths, but it was a really total team effort here. 4 players at least cracked 30 plus kills each, and their gunfights clearly was a major de facto versus SKADI here today.
I mean, Esto, you already kind of hyped them up a while ago. Their loss from Blacklist International actually fired something within this guy and within his teammates as well. 48 kills. I mean, yes, we also see Speed with 48 to himself as well, but I think it was a really even matchup, but the fact that they invested so much in that last P1 rotation where they got every single one, they were like, okay, you're going to be prioritizing P4. Okay, you know what? We're going to be going P1 instead. And they were able to pull it out back into P2 and was able to end it there. It's just, they were just one-upping each other the entire time, but Forest Kings got the better of SKADI.
Yeah, of course. And it all started with the last rotation that they made coming in towards the the third set of hardpoint that we had. So having Apollo set up towards the tight angle on the staircase and having Esto on the second hardpoint to the second floor is definitely key for them in winning and chaining that P1 to P2. And of course, the win here at this hardpoint summit. Now we're moving into a search and destroy, a map pick by SKADI, and it's really puzzling knowing that, this is a map where they're 50 and 50, but they still managed to pick it. And a good thing here, maybe the saving grace right now for SKADI is that Forest Kings decided to, pick that attack side where Forest Kings doesn't really have a lot of good performance when they're on the attack side, Beef Mami.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point where, okay, we're going to search and destroy, where we're going to be slowing it down just a tiny bit, right? But like what we keep saying a while ago, for SKADI, they did go up against BBC here the last time. And for Broke Boys Club, we already saw from their match in the Huntsmen, they're cracked when it comes to S&D. But for 4S Kings, they also won it, but they won it up against Shush, and they're not even here in this competition anymore. So I'm thinking SKADI might have an upper hand when it comes to this S&D. But with the performance that we saw in the 4S Kings, again, this is an even playing field for both of these teams. I can definitely confidently say that they are evenly matched.
It's just a matter of how well are you going to react to the certain situations that you will be put in inside of the map. But coming in here, SKADI will be having Mark into play. And of course, Mark, you all know it's going to be a First Blood Reaper here. He outwielded Whoopi yesterday on the S&D. So having him out there, scoring the First Blood, giving your team that number advantage early game, it's going to be key for you to pressure Forest Kings, especially on the attack side. As we open it up here, round number 1, Forest Kings, very aggressive push here at this A side right away.
And they just want to engage when it comes to the pool side. And they only have to deal with one player there. But Mids is going to be so scary. He gets that one, but he does get traded out. Cherry getting some shots as well. So they are getting one apiece. But the information coming in from Mark that the plant is finally going down. But they do have to worry about one more player there. So far, so good. 4S Kings doing an incredible deal for breaking down all the points, but 3 players going in there, Snurpy as well, and this is going to be fast, and Esto gets a beautiful 2, but Mark does get rid of him. It is a 1v2 situation, still very doable for Apollo, but Chirac just a little bit too fast for him, and Kali, a really fast attack coming in from 4S, but for SKADI, a really good interception as well.
Yeah, I mean, just the retake coming from the staircase, having 2 players stand out, play for that bait and switch definitely worked for them to play and win their gunfights. And it really flustered Forest Kings knowing that they were expecting an attack coming through that mid-map, and which they didn't. They just came in there aggressive, full force, and it was just a done and dealt with here. Now coming through the second round, we're gonna see the same exact play, but this time there's going to be smokes coming through, and Mids and Mark, they're gonna help and team up. They're just dancing in the smoke, and they're winning their gunfights. That's 1 up for Mids, 1 for Mark, and now he's gonna be hunted down here. And Coco opening up this A side, but SKADI now, the rotation is there, and it's kicking in.
Bomb is going to go down, though, in a very tricky spot. Coco gets that kill, but then Snurpy with a response so quick. And this is what we like to see with SKADI. Even though the 4S Kings, yes, they can be aggressive when it comes to those really first engagements, SKADI, on the other hand, is so quick to retaliate as well. And so what 4S Kings needs to do, you need to slow it down, because once you're going fast, you already know that your fellow team and your opponent can actually recover when it comes to those quickness as well.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And it's round number 3. They decided to play it slow, but again, they got to take care of more of their lives here as they went down 3 straight rounds as the first death. And that's not going to be very easy for you, knowing that you're on the attack side and having Esto, your key player, out on this round number 3. You're going to need to find someone, be creative with it, and of course, find that route, get that opening. And that's going to be Apollo with that sniper coming through with a very cheeky angle up against Mark on that sniper's nest. And now the push coming through with the A side now.
And now it's going to be a 4v3 situation. Still very doable, but mids is just a little bit too fast. Coco with a response, and so that leaves Alpha just a tiny bit open. A 3v3 situation as Bomb is going to go down. And with SKADI going in there for that rotation, we need to see how they can play it, because Vuzet is definitely going to be a person that can break the hill. Speaking of, one person goes down. Vuzet, like what I mentioned, is going to be an amazing player for the side of 4S Kings, but let's see how well they can actually play. And there you go. Beautiful trades coming in from 4S Kings, playing the numbers to their advantage right now. A 1v2 situation ensues.
I mean, not a lot of angles that you can take here for Chirac when you have a sniper, but one thing you can do is play with the long range. But he doesn't really have a gun that he can pick up here. Oh, he does have one. CBR4 picks to the left side. He's going to take Apollo down, coming in through. The wall bangs are just ensuing, and it's not going to find the right timing. It's going to spray. Is there enough time? 4 seconds to tap
No,
the
it's
bomb.
not enough. It's not enough. Is it enough? Oh my god, it was enough!
God!
Chirac is absolutely cracked out of his mind! 4S Kings dropped the spaghetti! If they had an advantage, they had the numbers, but Chirac, I was actually expecting him to possibly potato the shots, but no, this guy's is absolutely cracked with 6 to his name, and 4S Kings have no answer whatsoever to this man.
I mean, that's like the 4-time MVP on the group stage. Can bring another first blood in the back for Chirac, but Apollo dared to clean him up. And wow, I mean, SKADI, you should be hyped with that play right there. Their morale should be very, very high, and the energy should be allocated here pretty nicely as they can bring over that momentum in this round number 4. That's definitely what's happening here. 3v2 in favor for SKADI.
SKADI, numbers to their advantage, and now for 4S Kings, you need to find a way to slow it down, but then Mark gets that. They just don't have any answer when it comes to the snipers for the side of SKADI. And now for Coco, he does get that kill. Again, the last person left for his team, and this keeps happening to him. A 1v2 situation. I mean, we did just see Chirac pull off an amazing clutch for his team. But now, for Coco, need to do the same thing. Possibility to also pick up a sniper should be the case here, because you're going up against such an amazing sniper that is Mark.
Well, the good thing here for him, he can rush it, but now Mids is there to come up and team up with him. He can get that head glitch advantage, but it's just too far-fetched. Mids there, flies through, gets that shot, and SKADI 4-0. And this is why you don't want SKADI on the defensive side, knowing that this team played 6 maps total in group stage. They're definitely more successful on the defensive side, and 4S Kings, not really good statistics coming through on their offensive side wins on S&Ds. Definitely biting them back, especially when they don't win their first bloods.
And now, well, when we said we needed to see him slow it down, Snurpy gets that one, but then the trade coming in from Chari is going to be essential. Fast rotation coming in from SKADI as well. Mark with a nade, with a god nade. My gosh,
oh, no.
Where's the trophy systems? Coco gets that kill. Doesn't really check top laundry. He does this a little bit, but Coco's gonna be, there's gonna be someone right behind him, but it's a good thing for him that Mark doesn't really check him. Vuzet and Cisco get one apiece. The trade finally comes through. A 1v2 situation. Numbers still in the advantage of SKADI.
I mean, Coco once again put into a spot. Is gonna have the bomb right beside, but he can't plant that bomb just yet. He's gonna pick it through, so now he can decide where it might go, but needs to win the one gunfight just to tie up the number here a bit. And this is going to be a good position for him right now. It's going to be at the back of the opponent. And they could get this read through mids. But it's not going to check that statues for now. It's going to be able to find one player on the galleries. Needs to back away. But Mark there with the Alcar 9. And there it is. SKADI takes another victory.
Man, it's always Coco that's the last person left for his team, and we're finally going to be seeing a different kind of play for 4S Kings, but they're still going to be in their last attacking round. I mean, this is just so painful to see because they had an amazing first Blitz round, right? But then they
Yeah.
faltered at the very end of the game, but they're just not finishing up really well because they're going for the engagements that they know they're going to be losing. And speaking of a really fast push coming in from Alpha, that's going to be huge. We've seen that already before, but then as Esto gets that one person bomb is gonna go down.
And that's very great now for Forest Kings. They have Esto alive in this matchup, so that should cut them off some slack. And the slaying power gonna be very useful for this defense on this post plant. As SKADI is just trying to break through here, trying to take the crack on this staircase. They're not gonna be successful, and there we go. 3 go down for SKADI.
I mean, if you're gonna charge in with the SKS that close, you're probably gonna be losing it a lot of the time, and Chirac goes down. Finally, we're opening things up for 4S Kings, their first to win, but again, it's just gonna be difficult. You did mention that they don't do so well when it comes to the attack, and they're finally starting things down on the defense. Let's see what SKADI can do. All they needed is 2 rounds in a row, and now for 4S Kings, they just need a lot more to actually win this search and destroy.
And right now, they just need to keep Esto alive in this first engagements. And although Cherry will be shot down, there's going to be a backup there. But Snirpy's going to snurp that, and Coco now on to the next round. But the flank coming through here, a multi-angle push being made by Forest Kings. They got number 3 now on the driveway. It's not going to be spotted for now, but Mark will be able to find that rotation. And of course, the read as well is going to be there. Apollo.
Oh, what?
Oh, wow.
He slid! Mark slid and Apollo still went down. This guy is just nuts when it comes to the scope. You know what? When I saw Mark and SKADI, I was just like, damn, this guy is really aggressive with a sniper. Like, he can definitely... Like, this guy does not hard scope because I feel like he just finds it to be too boring because he can definitely hit those, but this is quick scope. He was sliding. He still got it. And now they're just 1 win away with mids opening things up for SKADI. 1 person down. Cherry's going to be saying goodbye. And a 4S Kings, 1 more player goes down. Esto, though, gets a 2-piece of his own, but he does get created out by Mark.
A bomb drop here made by Forest Kings. And for SKADI, they got to pick that one up, but they got solid control at this sculpture. But if you have a Polo here, not really having a good one, only has 2 kills on this 8 rounds of action, at least you're gonna need to find some acute angles to take one at least player here inside of this circle. But I don't know, maybe they could send out Buzet, enter that mid-map, and go for a multi-angle push. But that definitely is not in the picture right now, as they are just holding it down and playing it slow.
That's good. You have 30 seconds left if you're SKADI, but if you're 4S Kings, you need to pick up the pace, get that pick off, and Apollo needs to give that information to his teammate, to Vuzet, because he's going in there for the rotation as well. Gallery is possibly where he wants to go to, but no, it looks like Pillars. He gets that information down, and speaking of, Vuzet gets that 1 kill. Apollo spots 1 more, goes in for the deagle kill. Those are really quick. Get the shot. Come on, dude. Okay, Vuzet goes in there for the assist, and Vuzet yet again spots 1 more player. As you can see here, Chirac goes in for the kill, but unfortunately for him, Buzet with a beautiful 3K in this round doesn't really finish it. Oh, he doesn't finish it?
No, actually, Chirac was actually not aiming for the guy that's this distraction. It was aiming for the guy who has the been, you know, the guy was the bomb. Yeah,
got it. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful round from Chirac. Yet again, for me, the MVP. He's the MVP. He clutched up a 1v2, going in for the defuse, and stops the defuse. I mean, if you're going up against 2 players, going at you at the same time, it really is like a really amazing presence of mind to take out the diffuser instead of the distractor. And that is just looking for that objective in mind.
Yeah, and it's all about, you know, being prepared for those moments as well for Chirac, and he's been, you know, one key player at stopping Forest Kings and winning, you know, very important rounds in the game. And him out there just stopping that momentum from building up is just very important for SKADI to take this victory. And yes, he is one deadly sniper. I believe he got at least 4 first bloods on this game. But yeah, Mark, 11 kills. This guy with this scope, he doesn't hold the angles like Chirac, right? He just slides in, he quick scopes, and just be dominant at it, and he was key here for this victory.
Man, it's just this guy is just so good when it comes to the scopes. I mean, Mark as well doing an amazing job, but Chirac, the clutch factor for this team is just amazing. And for Snurpy, obviously with the SKS performing super well. On the other side, though, you get to see Coco just absolutely pop off because he has always been the guy that was left in his team.
Yeah.
And again, that's a good thing. It's a back and forth right now, right? You get to see that, hey, 4S King's really good when it comes to that hard point. It was very close, but for Search and Destroy, without a doubt, SKADI just absolutely stomped on 4S Kings. But now we're going into standoff control, where, hey, we've never seen SKADI play it. But we have seen 4S Kings play it, but it's a different story every single time. It's really close up against Ralph Frantic. They lost it, but up against Ralph Frantic again, they brought it down into a 3-0. They won it. So again, a 50% win rate coming in from 4S Kings. But for SKADI, we have no stats whatsoever.
And just by looking at the maps that SKADI has been playing all throughout that group stage, they were mainly centric on playing those long-range maps, such as slumps and takeoffs. So it's going to be a totally different perspective here, knowing that this is a very close-range map, and you're going up against, what, a map picked by 4S Kings, who loves playing on the offensive side. I didn't actually see what kind of adjustments will be made here by 4S Kings, but honestly, knowing that they have won that hard point number 1, they have a solid chance here. But Chirac finally is, forming up, getting that warm-up that he needs. It's going to be very important here in this win if they get their acts together on this control standoff.
Oh, definitely. And we are going to be seeing a hard point slums, and that is a definite thing to say because we're finally not having a donut today.
Yes!
Finally! Day 1 was all donuts. And for our third game of the day, we're finally getting a hard point matchup yet again. And so, good stuff coming in from both of these teams. This is the fight that we wanted to see. And a while ago from Broke Boys Club and the Huntsmen, we didn't really expect that it was going to be a 3-0, but we still saw Huntsmen actually gave a fight. But now for 4S Kings, it's looking like they're really good at the hard point. So if I'm seeing here, once SKADI, if they do win this control, which I think they probably would, 4S Kings will have a difficult time in hard point. I mean, rather, SKADI will have a difficult time in hard point. And S&D, that's where we're going to be seeing things down and just boil down to the closest matchup that we've seen in this competition so far. I'm really hoping for a game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're SKADI right now, you just gotta make sure that you win this control because there's no guarantee that you'd be able to win that hard point, knowing how solid 4S Kings is with their rotation on that hard point summit that we had. And now, opening it up, 4S Kings, just a couple of facts. They love playing offense on this side in this control standoff, where you obviously mentioned that, control game mode is a very defensive-oriented map, but with 4S Kings, it's not really a term, it's not really a possibility. They just love playing with their guns, but hopefully they do show out in here. As SKADI, we know how tactical they are when they play defense in every map that they play, and with Chirac out there running that AR, he's gonna be very key for this victory.
And this is where I'm expecting that SKADI, they do bring out the big guns here. Because so far, I think Cisco's not going to be using that SKS, which I think is probably best on him if he doesn't really perform super well with it, knowing that the 4S Kings will have a counter for it. So far, 25 is going to be the life count for SKADI and 21 for 4S Kings, with 44 seconds left on the clock. And obviously, SKADI will have an advantage of being on the defensive side first. And for 4S Kings, you're going to have such a difficult time. No ticks of progress whatsoever quite yet.
I mean, great solid hold here by SKADI as they defend this A site. They stack right through the L wall, not really overextending right through the boxes here at this middle of the map. And we know Speedy is gonna be key here with that gunfights, but he's not gonna win that. So for now, they're gonna be caught in between. They're gonna be stuck in their spawns, and we're slowly seeing 4S Kings form up their setup here. You got number 4 in Coco holding up the back P2, but he's gonna lose that gunfight. But nonetheless, he has made the time to, of course, buy the team some objective in the A side. So that's going to be progress being made by 4S Kings, but they gotta take care of their lives. 13 lives left compared to SKADI's 18 here, Beef Mammy.
Okay, 25 seconds left on the clock with 1 tick of progress down. 16 lives coming in from SKADI. So still very doable for 4S Kings, but they are too scattered for my liking, so it's not possible for them to actually capture this alpha fag and also put in that second tick of progress, because you do have 2 players coming from SKADI going there for that back end push. So it's just really difficult because you do have 5 seconds left. It's not so doable, especially for player number 4 that needs to win this essential gunfight. Stopping the clock clock to 3 seconds, but hey, he's still going at it. Coco and Esto going in for those kills. 9 and 2 is going to be your scoreline with 1 second left on the clock. This is going to be close. This is definitely similar to what we saw into the Huntsmen with essential plays that we've seen here for 4S Kings, but definitely not enough for them to secure this attacking round as we're finally going in there for the switch.
All right, here we go. 4S Kings now. This is their time to tie it up. And they might as well do the same thing that SKADI set up on that first round, where they send out their AR player in controlling that middle. They have that guy on the tanks and then the statue, and of course anticipate the players coming through from the tractors, and of course from that A control point, and as well as making sure at least there's one player holding off that gas station as well, and that soon will be breaking free by Cisco. And this is going to be a very rough patch for them, because now they're really focused on defending this A side, that they let Speed actually come into their spawn. So that's going to be very deadly, knowing that Speed actually has a claw with him, but now he's dealt with. 4S Kings on the defense clearly struggling, and SKADI doing better on the offense.
Yeah, SKADI just knows how to play this control game, and they're not the best control team, but they definitely know how to control it right now. And speaking of, one more time, they need to go in there for the push, but as we see that every single one of the players from 4S Kings is actually going to be dropping down like flies, we need to see a rotation cover from SKADI, but it's going to be difficult because Bravo is definitely very hard to go and attack from, and eventually what's going to happen is going to be that team deathmatch.
23 and 17 definitely is kind of close here for 4S Kings. But I mean, when you're SKADI here, you just gotta make sure you slow it down a bit. Make sure you get some subtle control towards that L wall. But that's not gonna happen. But Chirac finds a double with his with his core streak, so that's gonna open up that P2 and of course the warehouse. But they're not really getting inside because of how well Chari is holding his own out there in the boxes, using that gravity vortex cut just to make sure that they stole some time and get some better setup happening inside of that control. And that soon is gonna be breaking free here by SKADI.
They're breaking free. Definitely doing an amazing job at soaring and flying. There's not a star in heaven that they can't reach. But SKADI is doing an amazing job. 4 and 15 is going to be your score line for today, as SKADI definitely with quite a big advantage. And I mean, for 4S Kings, there's really not much you can do because you are on the defense, yes, but it's just SKADI is just winning a lot of these gunfights every single time, as 2 players going to be left. Esto and Bootzet, though, are going to be those players that you want to definitely rely on, but with the 12 and 1, 11 life advantage, Boozet's going in there for the hunt, tries to go in there for the kills. 1 minute on the clock, still very dual for SKADI, but they're just playing this like a TDM, and now Speed finishes things up, and now we are at our match point, 2 and 0. One more match coming in from SKADI, and winning that attacking round is definitely very essential because they're going to be ending it on the defense.
Now, it is potentially possible that they get this 3 and 0, knowing that they performed so well on the defense on that first round. But it's all about adjusting it for 4S Kings. It's not over until that score limit is reached. And right now, they are trying to get that contest coming through with this A side. And you know what? On that first round, they didn't really have much success there. It's because of how well SKADI is controlling that middle of the map. They have, again, Chirac on that statue has been very detrimental for this quad's, of course, win rate in terms of winning this defense. And if you are 4S Kings, you gotta make sure you break through that, remove that guy away, and of course, find some way for you to push towards B, because this A side, it's not working.
Yeah, and they're so far away from each other. They're so spread out. Not just that, Speed with the claw, doing an amazing job at applying that pressure here for that spawn trap. That's going to be so difficult to go against. He does get 3, does get shut down pretty early on by Coco, so there's not going to be a definite spawn trap. Cisco, though, with the 17, was leading for quite a bit, so he's been popping off in this particular matchup, and Coco as well for the side of 4S Kings, but it's not enough as they're trying to go and set their sights for that Bravo push.
This is something that they should have done much earlier, knowing that, you know, SKADI has been so centric, of course, defending that A side and, of course, having that mid-map control with Chirac. But even though, despite the changes in the strategy, it's not really evident that they get control towards B, knowing that, you know, SKADI just been better with their operator skills. And look at this, just 2 operators being invested. Chirac with the claw once again, mids with that Sparrow, and they're just trying to clean this final 3 players off. SKADI now on the verge of taking this game, and they do so by claiming a 3-0 victory. And Forest Kings now, and it's in serious problem. They're down in the elimination here.
I know. I mean, one more match left coming in for SKADI. If they win that hardpoint slums, it will be goodbye for Forest Kings. But this is where we saw the Kings absolutely slay it out. And you already know when it comes to those small maps, they definitely perform really well. They did win that summit round. And now we're going into slums where game number 4 is already sure that they will be playing it. But if we are going to see Forest Kings, the reason why we said that the Forest Kings should win this control because we're ending it into SND firing range, where we saw such a huge skill gap when it comes to SKADI and Forest Kings.
Of course, I have to agree with you on that. And for Forest Kings, they may have lost this, but they still have a chance. But the chance definitely slimmer now, and they got a thread that needle and be accurate with the way they play this hardpoint. If not, it's going to be over. But very solid defense and offense made here by SKADI. I mean, total team effort. You got Snurpy playing the objective as well. Speed was trying to initiate the spawn trap and be the distractor. And Chirac was holding everything in the palm of his hands, just manipulating Forest Kings to baiting and attacking that A side over and over again due to how well he shuts down that tractor position when they're on the defensive side. And that's going to be it. 2-1 now for SKADI and a chance for them to win in this coming hard point. But I don't know. It's kind of a 50-50 here for me.
It definitely is because a while ago, SKADI and Forest Kings, it was a back and forth in Summit Hardpoint. But at a certain point, Forest Kings did an amazing job at the very tail end, making it 250 and 206. So it's still pretty interesting to see how they'll be playing the Slums map because unlike Summit, where everything's just a little bit close by, Slums can actually be a little bit farther away, especially from P2 all the way to P3. So the rotation there is definitely going to be absolutely key. And especially when you are going to rotate from P3 to P4, where you need to have that fountain control. Let's see who's going to have it down. Will the SKS be finally brought up by Cisco now? Because honestly, I love Slums and the SKS being used, or who else in his team is going to be bringing that out. So again, it's all about that gun composition. And for SKADI, they're doing a really good job so far in this competition.
For me, honestly, Cisco should just stick with that CBR4. He's very efficient with it. He's not bottom fragging with it. And if there's anyone that can rock that SKS and this respawns, it's gotta be Chirac. I mean, we saw him rock that gun when they were playing on the group stage, and he was very efficient with it. But it comes to a cost that they were playing much lower because we know Chirac is one of the initiators for the squad when they're playing and breaking the hard points. But again, there's a reason why SKADI picked this map, and it's all because Forest Kings struggled against Blacklist International Ultimate on this exact game mode, on this exact same map earlier. But here is the question, and Forest Kings will be finally able to find, the adjustment that they made, because what we know so far on that match versus Blacklist, their first hard point and their second hard point were very strong. They're able to find their strategies there. But when we go into that P3 to P4 is where they kind of fell apart. They were not really able to control that anchor position from the fountains, and that's something that they need to change here. They're starting off strong here, 16-0 here at the start versus SKADI.
Ooh, SKADI finally getting the points down though, so that's going to be huge for them. Plus really solid defense here coming in through bricks because they're going to be greeted by 3 other players, and so far so good as we see that Chirac's actually anchoring down this position really well. It's going to be the Kilo 141 up in his hand, so that's going to be their long range weapon of choice for today, because I feel like for mids as well, he can be in that backup as well. But for Coco, he's just been in an absolute rampage for today.
Yeah, definitely 6 kills in just the first hard point. But here's the catch, they may have this lead on this first hard point, but they gotta break as they come in late to rotate here at the second hard point. Well, Cherry's gonna win one. And well, the player that they have to take down is Cisco. Right there on this long alleyway that they have to route around. And they're sending 3 players, which is very risky, but they do so get it. So they might be able to flip the spawns here.
Oh man, Chari was able to get rid of mids, and the spawns were just not in the favor of SKADI. And this is why Slums is just so difficult to play when it comes to this game mode. They had 1 player in spawn, yet they were spawning in P3. Until now, they're still spawning in P3. This just blows my mind, and I was really fully I was very confused. I was fully confident that they were going to be spawning off into that back area, but it's a good thing that SKADI actually was able to control this spawn yet again. But obviously, 16 seconds left on the clock. They still need to get all the scrap points down, which they don't really get to have. And so for 4S Kings, they're still getting that. But the rotation, again, for SKADI is going to be early here for P3. And oh my god, what were those spawns, man? And now they're spawning off here at P2. I don't get it.
Oh, the gods of RNG just really want SKADI to, you know, to just hold this map away. I mean, it's really important for mids to walk all over the map just to get back in there. And look at that, just because he spawned towards the right side of the map, 4S Kings is slowly gaining grounds and taking away that fountain spawns, and Coco takes away Chirac. And there we go. They change P2 to P3, they break it, and SKADI, they are currently in trouble here right now.
Yeah, Apollo. We already said it before, fountain control is definitely essential for P3 and P4, and he does have a hold of it. And the reason why it's going to be important is because you have sightline for 2 lanes and also the spawn for your team. As you can see here, he's actually anchoring it down so well. Ooh. The rest of his team are spawning right beside him, and Buzet having a beautiful 2-piece with that nade, and SKADI can't even touch the hard point right now. And even though they're going to be spawning off well into the next hard point, it's just essential points that you're getting here in P3 that you're letting go.
Oh my god, I mean, SKADI just kind of fell apart despite that early rotation made, but they still have time to bounce back. I mean, the lead is not really gradual here, it's just marginal, and they can just turn things around here. And one way for you to turn it around, get that fountain spawns, and that's what these 3 players just team up with. They took down Apollo, they get the fountain spawns, and now SKADI is spawning through graveyards. And there's some players coming through from the launches as well, and that's something that they need to worry about, and that's something that they're turning their heads to as well. So great job by SKADI in adjusting in this situation, and now they're claiming time. This could be a money if they get their cards right here and they play it well as well.
Cisco still died even though he had the claw. He was spamming the claw through the smoke, and then when he stopped shooting, that's when Coco was able to pull it through. Oh my goodness. That is just unfortunate timing. Buzet goes in there for the kill. Also with 2 more players coming in from 4S Kings. They finally go in there for the break, but just as I said, that Chirac with a beautiful kill with the Gravity Vortex gets rid of the 1-player. 1v1 situation ensues here as Esto wins those. And not just that, claw investment already in hand.
Here's a better performance from 4S Kings against SKADI here compared to their play up against Blacklist International Ultimate. One, they are taking care of their, you know, operating skills investments. It's much more decisive here, and it's more worth as well. And the P3 is where they had a problem against Blacklist International Ultimate earlier. And well, for 4S Kings, they found the counter up against SKADI here by, of course, putting their attention at the anchor position before they take away and break the hill. And now they have this lead, it's surmountable, and SKADI, they're just losing their momentum here, and that's gotta change. They have the spawns for P2 as well, and they got bricks and of course the broken wall, so map control definitely better now for SKADI as they are trying to climb their way back.
You're absolutely right. I was about to mention that early on into here in P1, 4S Kings actually had the better spawns, but SKADI is aware of that and was able to flip it down, especially for the rotation into P4. And just as 4S Kings had a pretty sizable lead, SKADI is now catching up little by little. Not just that, a possibility to have a really solid hold, but this is where things kind of turned sour for SKADI, right? When they had the control of spawn, for some reason, their teammates were not spawning off into where they wanted them to be. And now hopefully the gods of RNG will be a little bit more on their side.
Well, for me, honestly, if there's going to be 5 players lining up to break away that anchor position, you gotta stack your players there. Smoke's coming through, and 4S Kings, they're not trying to break in front, they're trying to break off the back, and they take away the spawns. And this is kind of problematic now if you are SKADI. You got 4S Kings now investing 3 operators, 2 claw, and 1... It's just bloodbath coming through, but despite of this investment, SKADI is still standing their ground here.
Beautiful, and really fast rotation coming in from SKADI, even though they're going to be losing the more favorable spawns. They're finally be flipping it down once again, getting rid of all these players, and they are just turning it up. I'm pretty sure they're at the flow state right now because they definitely don't want to lose this hardpoint matchup. Wants to shut it down, and now for 4S Kings, the sizable lead that they had in the last few rounds definitely lost in this particular hill. And as I said that though, they still lose the contest when it comes to the points, but for me, player number 2, that's going to be Cisco, will be the most essential team player right now for SKADI because he's going to be fighting that fountain control up against Apollo.
It's just gonna be a 50-50 battle, but Apollo wins it up against Cisco, so that will remain intact for Forest Kings. But for SKADI, they're trying to take a crack at this by going in, barging their heads right in front of this hard point, and that's not gonna work. And they're trying to spawn here at this garage where Apollo is currently at, and it continues to win his gunfights, which is very key here for Forest Kings. But they focus so much on using their attention at that fountains that they kind of lose control inside of this hard point. And Mids is here for the contest. He's kind of playing with his life for now. He's gonna find one, gets the second, and he breaks it all single-handedly.
Oh my goodness, like what you mentioned, Apollo is such an essential player for this particular hill, into especially that last round in the early stages of P3, but we get to see SKADI just playing it differently. Mids having that essential kill just allows his team to actually go in there for the push and wait for that push, definitely. And now 161 and 138 is going to be that scoreline. Scrap points going to the favor of SKADI. Not just that, they also have a solid hold, solid defense coming in for the next rotation here in P4.
I mean, if you're Forest Kings, this is going to be a very important hill. You can't afford to lose this P4. This might just spiral out of control. If you give this to the hands of SKADI, you gotta find some way to take a hold of the situation and get some grasp in it and traction, but that's going to be prevented by Chirac finding that double and Mids teaming up to get that drop, and of course cleaning up this hard point just before it opens up. And SKADI, as they claim time, Forest Kings spiraling out of control. They gotta find a way to break this here, or else it's gonna be in the hands of SKADI now.
Holger 26 in hand, and Cisco ends it with a wall bang. A beautiful way to actually shut them down. Not just that, it's going to be a beautiful kill coming in there. He's at a 3 combo right now when it comes to those kills, and possibility to get that 4th. He does have that pretty. Oh, he got a pretty down. There you go. That's that information. That's going to be a really big 2-piece for him. And Cisco definitely going so big when it comes to the control matches, and also for this hard point game, doing really big kills for his team.
142 to 200 for that play right there. That really helped spawn away Forest Kings every time, and that was like what, an 8 kill spree for Cisco, and that guy is just already on flow state, and that's going to be the need here if they want to close this game out already. Forest Kings, they're not going down without a fight. They are continuing to stack up this hard point number 1. They need every point that they need to get here for SKADI to actually lose momentum, and Coco now is trying to play with his life. He's gonna be on the bricks. He's gonna find his players, but not gonna get that read for enough for him to get some eliminations. But the contest definitely coming true, and they're gonna claim time here as they break the hill.
Man, Coco is just so hard to deal with right now, especially coming in from SKADI. And finally, he does get taken out by Chirac. Mids as well gets a beautiful 2-piece. Chirac gets his second as well. And so it's all yellow yet again here on the scoreline with 20 seconds left on the clock. Still very doable for SKADI and also Forest Kings to possibly make that comeback, but they need to play perfect hardpoint at this point. But for them being so far away and for SKADI to be set up for next, this is just so essential. And this is what SKADI does best here in this Slums hardpoint, is their setup from P1 to P2. And even though, yes, the spawns were not in their favor in that first half, it just doesn't matter for them. They just go in there as a team. They funnel in through 4 men, 5 men at a time.
I mean, just 15 more points for SKADI to win this game and a chance to close out the series and advance to the next stage and stay alive and to eliminate 4S Kings. This final stand is still currently ensuing, and Snurpy gonna be here to try and hold off. But you know, 4S Kings, they're trying to fight with their operator skills. That Gravity Vortex might just save them here as they are holding off for their dearest of life. SKADI only needs 9 more points to win this game, but 4S Kings, they are inside of the hill.
Can I just say, Snurpy bringing out the claw in such a precarious place of the hardpoint is just, oh man, they wasted that claw machine. And for them to go and break the hill, they need to find a way to get those 9 points. And there you go, they finally funnel through. One last push coming in from the 4S Kings. But then, there you go, Chirac and Snurpy getting a lot of these kills down. And we say goodbye to the 4S Kings in this competition. The second team to go down here in the lower bracket. And SKADI, what a way to bring out all of these teams down. And they move on towards the lower bracket finals.
That leaves us to 6 teams remaining in the competition, and a great bounce back made here by SKADI, and as well as Cisco, by the way. He may not have all those skills, but the kills that he has was definitely it definitely has a lot of impact in the game. We saw him hold up that P4 all by himself, scoring 8 kills and just buying teams some time inside this hill to eventually pull away on that P4 and of course just remove the momentum from Forest Kings. And yeah, great job for SKADI, but I mean Forest Kings, it was definitely a tough day for them, back-to-back series loss. But this is just the start. You know, all this loss eventually is a learning lesson for you to bounce back on the next one.
Definitely need to bounce back. I mean, Forest Kings, they were definitely having a hard time in their particular bracket. So it's just very nice to see that all of these new faces are actually such like really good slayers and players as well. So I feel like this whole experience shouldn't be a disheartening one, because for SKADI, they were at a certain place in their careers that they were also facing the same problems, but now it's looking like they're doing an amazing job at possibly being one of the top teams. But I mean, their loss a while ago for Omega yesterday was definitely really hard on them, so that's why they were able to pull things through. But I mean, the reason why we're saying that the Forest Kings is such a good team is because they were able to convincingly win that hardpoint game in Summit, and it was still a back and forth game here in Slums. But as we say goodbye for the Forest Kings to the Huntsmen, we see greats emerge from the ashes in the form of the Broke Boys Club and SKADI as well.
Yeah, I mean, gold will shine, iron will rust, and the spotlight now definitely in the hands of BBC and SKADI. They're the only two teams still left in the lower bracket here, and they're going to be waiting whoever lost on the upper bracket, which will happen later, and of course in the next week as well. But just to recap of what happened here for Forest Kings, they take away that hard point at Summit, and I was expecting more of a great fair fight for them on that Search and Destroy, but I did not really see it. It's because of how well SKADI was able to take those first bloods away from them every time in every round, and they were facing number advantage in this earlier round. So I think that's where it kind of fell apart for me, honestly. Forest Kings, despite that first round win on that hard point, the way that they couldn't get any grasp of the situation on the Search and Destroy was where they kind of slipped a bit, and it just kind of a slippery slope for them from there on out.
Definitely, because we already mentioned it before that S&D game actually started. Like, yes, they won raid. They have a 50% win rate there, but they won up against Shush, and they lost 0-7 up against WPM Lowkings. For SKADI, on the other hand, it was, again, up against a team that is really good that we just saw play S&D up against the Huntsmen. It's the Broke Boys Club. They won a 50% as well. So, I mean, if you're seeing those stats down, it looks like it's the same, but it's not, because Broke Boys Club is technically a stronger team up against Shush. So that kind of set the tone as to how Search and Destroy is going to be played, which we kind of saw come true with the 7-1. Control, on the other hand, it was just a 3-0. It was just no questions asked. I mean, pretty sure once we see the highlights for Control, it's going to be really quick. And most of the highlights we're going to be seeing from Forest Kings is definitely coming into those hard point games.
Yeah, that's where they were able to keep it close. But again, this is still a nice try being made by Forest Kings. Remember, no one really expected them to be in here. Many expected RAU Frantic to dominate that Group D number 2 spot. But Forest Kings, they came in and, of course, adjusted on that second half of the group stage and eventually securing that victory up against RAU Frantic, sweeping them, gave them the chance to actually come here and play at the playoffs, something that their counterpart didn't really have. And it's a great start for them, honestly. They are a rookie team, but they managed to, outperform the other 8 teams in the competition and be here at the playoffs, Beef Mammy.
Definitely. I mean, I feel like this is a really great learning experience. And for Forest Kings to actually be here, to beat out hundreds of teams, to be in the playoffs, to be in that coveted 8 spots, that is a huge deal. You're going up against the best of the best. SKADI has been here for a while. The players that you see individually have been in pretty big organizations. Same with the Broke Boys Club. You see them in RTL, you see them in C8 United, C8 Legacy. SKADI as well, same thing. Huntsmen already said goodbye. They've been in the game for how long? And you're Forest Kings. You're supposed to be the rookies here, yet you still made it into one of the top 8 teams here in Garena MYSG and Philippine region. So as we see here, like what I said here in the highlights, it's just SKADI all over the place. Chirac with a beautiful defuse a while ago, and he's just doing so well when it comes to the gameplay. Definitely the MVP when it comes to this S&D raid.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that take. And of course, his presence was just not felt in this S&D, but of course, in every respawn game that he played. I mean, he's always up there in the top frag, and his squad really relied on him the most when it comes to securing those important kills, especially in this Search and Destroy with that sniper. And for Forest Kings, every time that they were able to attack, they came in there pretty fast, and there's always one player that really got shot down. And for Chirac, that was the final clip there. He was not going for the distractor, was going for that diffuser to eventually end that round in just 8 rounds and, of course, win it. And here, we have the control. And it was kind of very close in the first few segments, but then when we enter the second half of the first round, it's where the SKADI just separated themselves and, of course, have better map control, Beef Mammy.
Ah, yes, the map control here was insane towards SKADI. I mean, winning it in the attack, it just shows that how far away the skill set is compared to the Forest Kings. And I feel like for Forest Kings, Hardpoint is definitely their baby, but everything else needs to be polished up a little bit more. Control, S&D, definitely going to be really impressive for them. And so I'm excited to see how the Forest Kings actually goes in there to evolve as a team, because what they have so far, especially with Esto being so well, and Coco actually stepped it up. And we always say that Esto is going to be that MVP for their team, but Coco really did an amazing job in this series.
Obviously, and it's just a matter of making sure that the performance of this team gets completely better over time. This may just be the end of their journey for Garena Masters 4, but there's still a lot of opportunities that they have coming through this 2023 season for Call of Duty Mobile, and this may be a loss for them, but definitely a victory in my opinion, knowing that they pulled up here, put up a great fight up against SKADI, and of course experiencing the matches between Blacklist International Ultimate in a playoff match is definitely key for them to learn where they're lacking at and where they are currently strong at. And your MVP of the game, it's not your typical boy Chirac who's has got 4 MVPs on the group stage. It's gonna be the Snirpy this time, who plays OBJ and of course Slays as well. 25 average kill, average death of 26, and a 1.28 KD ratio. Not really a lot in terms of like slaying power, but it was a pretty close game here, Beef Mammy, especially that hard point.
Yeah, and it was also Snurpy that we saw just deliver. I mean, he's on the low. He's so low-key when it comes to his skills, and you don't even realize that he's actually the MVP.
Yeah,
so
right?
that's something that is impressive to me, because we're going to be expecting, it's going to be Chirac probably, right? It's going to be Speed, maybe. No, man. It's going to be Snurpy. Plus, I mean, this guy is also really good when it comes to the gunfights. I think he was the one that was actually holding the fort down into that S&D. So again, really interesting to see how this player will definitely bring to the table later on when it comes to the rest of the game here. But I'm excited to finally see what happens. We're finally going through our last matchup of the day, which I know everyone at home is definitely looking forward to, because it is a matchup for the ages. WPM Lowkings versus ALMGHTY, as we see the bracket update right now, because definitely it's not going to be a 3-0 anymore. No. It's going to be, hey, it's 3-1. Come on.
3-1.
It's 3-1. Come
on, man.
We're not doing another donut today.
No more donuts, no more carbs, more protein for us, baby.
Well, technically it's a French fry, so I think it's still carbs.
Dang it. All right, anyway, now we're looking forward to that game coming up next, which was Beef Mammy was talking about. WPM Lowkings ALMGHTY. This is the Garena Masters 3 lower bracket 3 rematch. And so the last time these two met, it was a sweep by ALMGHTY. But coming into this new season, we saw some updates in the roster for WPM Lowkings, and they look so solid in the group stage. I mean, they broke a lot of records. You got Kalo scoring 245 seconds in the hardpoint OBJ. You had like PJ scoring the fastest ace, and very solid numbers for them. I just hope that the expectation that they made, and the performance that they made in the group stage is going to be translating here at this playoffs, because we know the team that they're going up against with, not gonna be an easy feat, Beef Mammy.
Oh man, this lower bracket is just giving me such a heart attack right now. I was hoping that SKADI and BVC would see each other again, but no. They're gonna be going up against even bigger giants. It's either going to be WPM Lowkings, ALMGHTY, Smart Omega, or Blacklist International. So whoever's going to be losing in that upper bracket, right, will be meeting these boys. I mean,
it's hard.
It's very hard, but they have to go through it. If they want to be the best of the best, they have to beat the best.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And for BBVC and of course for SKADI, the tasks now is that they just hope, that they have a great parity of the players that they're going to go against with next week. But now, up next, the final matchup of the day. It's gonna be a good one. It's the moment y'all been waiting for. It's the rising superstars in WPM Lowkings taking on the champion Almighty. B-Family, thank you for being here with us today. We'll be right back right after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the final series of the day for Players number 2. This is the Garena Masters Season 4, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only CODM Gaming. We are gonna rock the final series for you. Who's in participation for this final matchup, you ask? We are hopping right back up to the upper brackets. It's gonna be the West Point Mamba Lowkings taking on the Almighty. I mean, if you're a betting man, and if you put your money on either one of these teams, I don't know, the probability of you losing your money would be 50-50, because I think the West Point Mamba Lowkings are finally ready, Callie. What do you think?
I have to agree with you. I mean, you know, they entered the scene last year and they took it by a storm. I mean, almost defeating Blacklist International Ultimate in the upper bracket finals on Garena Masters 1. Very impressive, but
yes,
there's a reason why they weren't really able to place on the top 3 consistently.
Correct.
It's because they lack the experience. And now all the loss that they accumulated last year eventually is slowly blossoming this year. Impressive performance on the group stage, and with the addition of Susano, they're looking more mature out there, AJ. And I'm starting to feel like it's their time now. Like, they're big babies now.
I think I love the way the whole scene has grown overall, right? Because they almost beat down Blacklist, but it was also because Blacklist was showing quite a bit of weakness within that matchup. Yes, Blacklist did manage to scrape on through, but now we have both of these teams back in here, so much bigger, so much better than what they used to be last year. I cannot wait to see exactly what they've got to bring up into this competition a little bit later on. Hopefully they face each other off as well, so that we will be able to say exactly how far they have come. But to take a quick refresher of the schedule of the day, it was Blacklist International Ultimate taking on the 4S Kings at the very start, and it was a quick and easy 3-0 delivered to the 4S Kings, kicking them down to face off against SKADI. Broke Boys Club, on the other hand, faced off against the Huntsmen for a very upsetting 3-0 for all of the Malaysian fans. Broke Boys Club, they stay in the competition. Unfortunately, the Huntsmen, one of the OG squads, they bowed out, and you guys just saw the phenomenal comeback by SKADI after losing the first hardpoint matchup. They stood their ground. Cisco found a couple of kills and they managed to get the 3-1 victory, which then brings us, Cali, to the highlight of the day.
Yeah, it's the big guns. It's the big daddies. WPM Lowkings, who's slowly starting to become a super team of their own up against Almighty. And a couple of difference here is that, you got Almighty, who's been with the scene for a lot of time now, about 3 years already, and you got WPM Lowkings who's fresh, and it's this type of generational squads like WPM Lowkings who's definitely a team to watch on, because yes, we've seen Almighty, Smart Omega dominate for a very long time, but having WPM Lowkings out there is refreshing. Why? Because the ceiling and the possibility of having to crown a new champion is always there, and now it's finally upon their grasp, but they got to break the seal first, and they got to win versus Almighty in order to prove and show to us that it's definitely their time, because if they don't, I'm not technically convinced yet, because they're going up against Almighty.
I mean, then again, Almighty is one of the best within MSP right now. In fact, you could even argue that they are the very best. Of course, at the World Series, they kind of faltered a little bit earlier than Smart Omega, but does that actually show you exactly which one is the better team? I guess we will find out within Garena Masters Season 4 in itself. Jeff Pro, the president, Heaven, the best sniper out there within MSP right now. Shut up, the guy who just absolutely slays long range as well. Irfan J, the absolute clown out there on the battlefield, the most exciting player within MSP. And Incendio, the third sniper for Almighty and also the in-game leader.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Having a triple snipe setup in the game, having to just hear it, it's ridiculous. But Incendio's not definitely the type of sniper that you obviously have with that DLQ. It's actually using a right-tech AMR, right? So
yeah,
technically very unconditional, and of course unconventional as well. And that could be Bane here if they go up against WPM Lowkings. But take a look at Shut Up right now. Man, it's just on the X-ray.
I think he's trying to figure out his settings. He's like, wait a minute, guys, help me. He's laughing. He's like, guys.
my
everybody,
God.
And look at everybody else's face. They've given up on him. They're like, you're on your own, brother.
You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace.
It's okay. So we're probably going to see a little bit of a down performance out of Shut Up, because he'll be trying to fix that cam of his all day long. Maybe you want to disconnect it and connect it right back. But it's okay. It's okay. The most important thing here is his gameplay, and he's hot. He always shuts up all of his opponents.
And it's just one of the best names ever in the entire Call of Duty mobile scene. You just have a name that's like a verb already. So you just shut up these players. But again, the team that they have to shut up, it is WPM Lowkings, who's been on a rise with the superstars. Honestly, Yopi and PJ, they've been taking the world by a storm, and they are here locked and ready with the help of Demores, Luffy, Kalo, and Susano, the most recent addition that they have in the current roster. And honestly, they've been playing fast, but now they've been mature and they know how to play it slow as well. So having that dynamic is going to be key versus Almighty in this best of 5.
And the one thing that you most definitely need, or the two things that you definitely need to have perfected on your side, is of course your engagement capability out there on the battlefield, as well as the strategy. And we know for a fact West Point Mamba Lowkings has got both of that under control. It is most definitely going to be about the confidence once they step on out there to the battlefield as well. And it is also going to be very much skewed towards exactly who makes more mistakes or who forces more mistakes out of the opponents within this upcoming matchup. This is truly the battle of the kings, and only the mighty one will be able to stand by the end of it.
This is the turning point, honestly, for WPM Lowkings. It's a make or break. I mean, they've been sitting on that fourth place for so long, and they cannot afford to let that happen, for like 3 times over. And there's a guy that honestly is, the de facto here for WPM Lowkings and why they've been successful since last year. And it's the guy with that, with that tablet on. It's Olea. This guy's magic was always make sure to bring the best out of his teammates and the best out of his players. So with him there actually is gonna be key for them here.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, right? But the one thing that Olea does need to make sure is that his players are prepared for any LAN events that do come up in the near future, because once they go up on stage, you don't get to bring your coach along with you,
Yeah,
so
right?
that might just hurt them in the long run, unless, of course, that's something that they try to sort out immediately. It is going to be the Almighty that wins that coin toss, and therefore they pick 3 out of the 5 maps. In here, they drag us into firing range to open the day up, and of course that's going to be for your hard point. Hacienda SND is the response coming through from the West Point Mamba Lowkings. For control, we drop by into Raid, and Raid is most definitely one of those maps that you might face quite a bit of challenge, especially if you're taking on a team like Almighty.
I mean, Almighty on control is just 16-0 coming into this day. They've been undefeated since Garena Masters Season 3 group stage. So there's definitely a lot on the line here for WPM Lowkings. And for me, honestly, you just gotta win one of these game modes first. You gotta either at least win the hardpoint and S&D and just hope and try your best at that control, because we all know Almighty is gonna take that away from you. But looking at the map bans, we got stand up and takeoff, and of course for the operator skills, we got Purifier and Gravity Vortex Gun. So very important. Operators on the close range is gonna be cancelled out. That leaves us with the Claw. And that Claw is very useful in, of course, retaking, especially on the P2 to P3 in the firing range. So it's a matter of investing that here, and things are gonna go down, and I'm not prepared for it.
I'm hella prepared for it, man. I've been waiting for this match from yesterday. I was like, can we just skip on to Sunday, because I want to see this blockbuster matchup. I've been waiting. I mean, to tell you the truth, I think the group stages, for me, it didn't really hit the spot, I think, because there were many new names. And then you also, of course, had your Titan within each group as well. So you kind of had a very clear understanding as to who will be making it through all the way into the playoffs, right? There wasn't much suspense in there. This is pretty much one of those few matches where you've got 100% suspense from the very start, Gally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling the chills right now, but here we go to start off the first upper bracket match here at this, semifinals. We got Lowkings starting up strong. They have the early rotation and of course the hard point in their favor, but AMT, they're playing for position. They got number 2 in blue and Irfan J securing off that trailer, and of course Jeff Pro on the scout tower. So great start for them on the position, but Lowkings doing better on the OBJ.
Oi! Irfan J, long range with that CBR4, absolutely ripping apart the players, playing the objective, and it's now gonna be the hill of Almighty. Only one objective player is hopping on to the hill. The rest of them just waiting for the West Point Mamba Lowkings, roaming around, slaying them out before they can even get to the point. But someone needs to back up that objective player right here, right now. But it's the president, Jeff Pro, and he can hold his own.
I mean, Jeff Pro, we don't really have any solid performance from him on the group stage, but we all know that he can step up on the playoffs, and that's where he is just turning on the kill switch. And right now, he's gonna be having 3 kills for now, but that's guaranteed to change. It's definitely inside of this, inside of the zone. But for WPM Lowkings, they're still trying to find a way to crack this. And PJ now still off to a slow start with 1 kill. And this hard point opens up, but WPM Lowkings is gonna be there despite the rotation and the position from AMT earlier on that tractor.
Yeah, mistakes being made here by Almighty. They're just trickling in one after the other, not really waiting for the backup, and Shut Up was the first one to make that mistake. So that's just a little bit of a disappointing run coming through for Almighty in this second hill. They just need to play this a little patiently, because this is exactly what I meant. We are going to be waiting to see exactly who makes those mistakes, because the other one is just going to take that opportunity and run away with the matchup, and Lowkings doing fantastic at exactly that right now.
I'm at 15 to 58. A great start on this first two set of hard points that we've had. And WPM, I mean, you got this final 17 seconds. You might as well just get that final contest. And if it's not working, just gotta set up on that next hard point, which they do. So they're currently on pace of just chaining from P1 to P3, and that's very expected from them. They're very prepared for these gunfights. But AMT, we all know that they have a slow start. We saw that up against LF Org. We saw that up against Smart Omega. And if anything, for WPM Lowkings, they better not get contented, because AMT, they strike strong at the late game.
Yeah, fantastic investment of that claw from Kalo, just buying the team quite a bit of time until the rest of them could rotate around. So there's just two objective players now, but God Spawn spins a maneuver coming through from Almighty because of the split spawns, but handled extremely well. And Yopi with the Sparrow just slaying out left, right, center. It is the hill of Lowkings this time. Round P2, they did lose the second half of it, and Almighty will be looking to take away the second half from this P3 from their hands as well. Two more objective players left in there, but only one to challenge them for the hill. This still looks like it might be in the hands of the Lowking.
I mean, Lowkings Yopi, that play with that Sparrow just prevented the push from being ensued. And of course, for Demors and the squad, having two players inside of this hill that's just covering all entries. It is on for WPM Lowkings. Largest lead off the game here now, AJ, approaching P4.
And that's fantastic. I mean, hill after hill, they're just increasing that gap between the two teams little by little. And Almighty now playing a catch-up game. Lowkings cannot drop the ball just yet. They cannot slow down the pace. They just have to keep this up and punish Almighty as early as possible, just so that they've got the upper hand. They are the underdogs in this matchup, and they cannot allow the top dogs to take them out all that too early. 50 more seconds to go, and the Lowkings are still hanging on, but losing that one player, Demors, inside of that hill. That's just going to punish them just a tad bit, and instead or Heaven, they step up to the place as well. That claw investment from the side of Heaven is just going to keep everybody behind as they spawn out from that backyard. And look at this. This is the adjustments from the West Point Mamba Lowkings. They stop pushing through the passageway and they run up Branch Road instead. And everybody sticks together just to play for those trades. This works out in their favor. They find the break, but just with that one objective player, they're not going to be able to hold it.
And they're not going to be able to hold it, but with Luffy out here on this tin, he can actually go for the wall banks and of course pressure these players and force them to have those low healths. But that didn't really connect as well. So I mean, they may have the adjustments, but it didn't really turn out to be expected to be as they expected. So now it's that lead is going to be cut down to 30 seconds. But again, what matters here is they have the lead and they better remain those composure from the start until the finish. WPM Lowkings, they start off the second set with the hard point in their favor. So definitely a great start for them, but they don't have the power positions here, AJ, and that's something that they need to have as we go in deeper into this game.
Well, Luffy did have the auto repair just moments ago, but he hops on right up to play the objective for a little bit. That might have just been the mistake. It would have served him slightly better if he had just held on to that second floor of that auto repair. But help is on the way in the name of Demors. Just gets the hill away for a couple of seconds, but Shut Up is there to sort him all out. And of course, the one and only Heaven. It is going to be Almighty fighting their way back in here, looking for that equalizer. But just as I say that, West Point Mamba Lowkings, their perfect MVP steps up to the plate as well. The one and only PJ.
PJ now sitting on 12. I mean, we know him. He's going to be that main slayer that the team can rely on when they want those openings, especially in the hardpoint breaks. And well, they are claiming the scrap time and they are forcing themselves to push here at this B side as well. But Jeffro is going to be there to stop them. But with Demors actually securing the jeepneys, that's going to be them starting this hardpoint early and getting the time as well. As we see AMT spawning in a bad position, top side of that minimap, and they are getting locked down here by WPM Lowkings.
Dude, if this was 2 years ago, West Point Mamba Lowkings just won your hardpoint at 150 points, man. The fact that we have increased it to 250, Almighty is still holding on. But you know, you just mentioned this moments ago that sometimes Almighty, they are pretty late bloomers, and this is exactly what the Lowkings need to fear, because once you allow Almighty to slowly ramp up towards the end, they take that match away from you. So Lowkings just needs to keep up the pressure, continuously slay them out, and not allow Almighty anywhere near the hill. This is pretty much turning out to be the money hill now for the players of West Point Mamba Lowkings. Earlier on, the final 25 seconds was ripped away by Almighty. It doesn't look like it's about to happen this time.
Yeah, this is very good. This is very good adjustments for WPM Lowkings. You know, it's just all about keeping yourself in the game, be very adaptable, and of course, having that in SKADI right now, Lowkings definitely got a pretty good lead.
Yeah.
But again, it's not yet over. In AMT, look at that setup coming towards that P3. They have one player holding up the back trailer. They got two players inside as well. And if you're not going to be able to manage and, of course, invest your operating skills properly here, things might just go for worse. But WPM Lowkings, they eventually break it.
Yep, PJ, they have got a good hold here, but just a single objective player is not going to be able to hold on to this. The rest of them need to catch up alongside him. And there is player number one just at the very perfect moment, but PJ himself gets taken out of the equation, but Yopi shows up to save the day, and they hold on to the hill. 221 to 103, Almighty getting slain out, and this is the kind of pressure that we wanted out of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, just to increase the drama in the house just a tad bit, and they're doing exactly that. And now just a few meters away from success, from closing this off with a dub for the West Point Mamba Lowkings.
It's just 15 more points here, and AMT still trying to fight for it. They just can't let go. They can't afford to lose any more points from here on out. There's 11 more points for Lowkings to win this game. And with them inside of this hill, they will be extending time, which is gonna be key for them to survive and, of course, play the long game. Now we're opening up new, just 8 seconds before it opens up. There's not going to be any operator skills available for the squads. And, well, they just gotta stand their ground. If they can move in and, of course, get these early eliminations, they will be in good hands. They might be able to secure a money hill.
Off angle, held on by Shut Up, manages to get that one player who was trying to come in here to anchor down this spot. But the challenge for the hard point is still on. Jeff Pro hops on in perfect as he gets that first player. Wallbang does not serve him well, but he knows exactly where to spot those players. And President Jeff Pro holds on to the point, holds on to the hill, whilst the rest of them try to back him up ever so slowly. Clutch King Irfan J hopping on in with his free-to-play CBR4 skin, and he's just absolutely ripping through the players of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. But 8 more points to sort this out, and they still can't get it done because Almighty just does not want to give up.
This is where, if you're WPM Lowkings, you just gotta start thinking, is it worth it to just push here and give this team some momentum, or are you just gonna move in towards this next hill and prepare and get that set up early? And, well, they're not gonna have any sort of momentum moving into this next hardpoint reset. But they do have Luffy in the power position, so this guy can just hop out of this auto repair and, of course, claim time inside this hill.
Yep.
And now it continues.
That's about it. It is gonna be 244 to 146. Claw, Irfan J, that power position. I have no idea why Luffy hopped on off of that power position, because that could have served them well, but they just rushed in towards the very end of that a little bit too much. They win their gunfights though, and this should call the game. PJ, one fight, but Jeff Pro says no! They're gonna hold them to the final 2 points. Almighty refusing to give up the match. Is this gonna be the craziest comeback of them all? If Almighty pulls this off, dude, everybody's gonna lose their minds. But West Point Mamba Lowkings don't want to be trifled with. They are coming on in, and look at them, just ever so slowly stacking up their players, waiting for those respawns. Split pods coming on in here, and the West Point Mamba Lowkings need one break, and that break calls the game.
There we go. PJ ends it. He was the start. He was the catalyst. He was the Omega. And there it goes. First victory done and dealt with. And of course, teams are very, very happy with their performance. They're very solid transitions, by the way, AJ. The way they changed P1 to P3 in this first 2 sets, I obviously think that was very consistent. And, well, it was more than enough to not give Almighty that momentum.
And, you know, we have to pick on exactly what went wrong there for Almighty. I just think that they were throwing the game away by making those silly mistakes. And, you know, what sort of silly mistakes are we talking about? Very early on in the matchup, they were just a tad bit too confident for my liking. They were just rushing on into that hill one at a time. It all started off with Shut Up rushing in towards that P2. And then, you know, all of chaos started breaking out. They all individually thought that they could win out their gunfights. 1v3, 1v4, not gonna happen, especially against a team like West Point Mamba Lowkings. And by the time they wanted to smarten up and really play the game seriously, dude, the Lowkings just had way too many points. And yes, we did see exactly how proficient Almighty is in terms of catching up, and we see exactly why they had that lackadaisical approach at the very start of the game, because they are just that damn good. But those mistakes at the very start cost them the match.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And I believe they relied so much on thinking that they will be able to come back here up against WPM Lowkings at the latter half, which I definitely think they had so much chance to do so, but it just came in very, very late. And love the performance from Almighty. I mean, look at the slaying power. It's just I actually believe they have more slays compared to WPM Lowkings. The difference is WPM Lowkings, they just know where to strike. They have the position. They know just to play where to put the players inside of that hard point. And well, it definitely is key for them. Look at PJ, man. 31-29. Of course, he is the Slayer, but he's playing objective as well there. That's how much of respect Lowkings has up against Almighty. Everyone did some objective time.
Of course, I mean, and you'd expect nothing else from the West Point Mamba Lowkings. They have to respect Almighty. Everybody respects Almighty because it's just that kind of team. You underestimate Almighty, yeah, bye-bye, bro. Kiss your chances within the grand finals goodbye. Kiss your chances within the top bracket goodbye, because it's just not going to work out. You have to give it your all. West Point Mamba Lowkings gave it their all, and they most definitely are pleased with their performance. But the question is, what would have happened in that game if Almighty did not make those cheeky mistakes?
Yeah, right.
Could it have been closer? Could it have been a win for Almighty? Because towards the very tail end of that matchup, you saw what happens when Almighty gets really serious. It was so difficult for West Point to hop on into that hill. It was so difficult for them to pull away a single. It was so difficult for them to wrap the match up, And that's a warning sign for the West Point Mamba Lowkings.
And WPM Lowkings, you may have won that first round, but you're not really guaranteed to see the end of this with the victory just yet, because AMT, they're gonna bite back at you. You tickled the bear, you gotta expect that it fights back, and AMT now starts on the attack side here. And we know Irfan J, he's very cheeky.
I mean, it depends which bear, bro. Sometimes the bear might like it.
Oh, really?
Tickle me more, he might say.
Well, there's a song that I actually memorized. If it's brown, lay down. If it's black, don't move. If it's a white polar bear, just assume you're dead already. And I'm hoping that Lowkings, what they're facing is not a white polar bear. Okay.
It's the brown one. It's the brown one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the brown one. So give it some honey. It's the yellow one, in fact. It's Winnie the Pooh.
Okay. all right. I'd love some Winnie the Pooh. I'd love some warm hugs.
I love honey. Let's see exactly what Almighty has got, because Lowkings just stole that one round away from them as well. And this is just snowballing into the perfect result for the West Point Mamba Lowkings, wrapping up that hard point and starting off SND hot as well. But Incendio and Irfan J striking off hot. They both got tagged, but they just did not get taken down. A little bit more proficient with the gun skills, and Jeff Pro quickly gets the plant so that they can pile on more pressure to the remaining players of West Point Mamba Lowkings.
Very tricky here for AMT on this post plant. They got 3 snipers, but again, if you position them in very strong angles, that should be more than enough. 30 seconds left, and Lupi, he slowed it down. You saw that, and got the perfect time to take down Incendio. They're working on this retake. No one really attacking on the middle, so they're trying to break on one angle, and it's very, very hard here, AJ.
Nice. He's going to get the stun check. And the timing from Heaven is insane, bro. How did he pull that off? I have no idea. Even with a concuss that flew directly at him, he slid away from it, took a quick scope, slid right back, took Luffy out of the equation. Heaven's just playing this on a different level.
Is very, very solid with that sniper. We all know that. And again, right now for WPM Lowkings, they gotta stop
that, bro.
Oh my god, the stun! Despite... Oh my... I'm lost for words.
I know, right? And Jeff Pro, he shouldn't be allowed to do that, but PJ does manage to shut down Incendio, only to be traded out by the president, Jeff Pro. It's insane that Jeff Pro actually survived those 2 encounters and still walked away with a sliver of health left in here. Susano, 1v3. This is Susano's mode. Susano loves the SND plays, but 1v3 against the Almighty, I don't know. And of course, Almighty on the attack, they do have the bomb on them, so this is going to be quite a tough round for Susano.
It's gonna be very easy for AMT to read this play. As soon as you pull that first trigger, they're gonna know what angle he's taking, and he's gonna make sure that the route he's taking is gonna be clean, and he's gotta check his corners.
Scoped in. Jeff Pro should have heard that. He's anticipating this, and wee! Quick scope! Headshot for Susano! Told you he loves these SNDs. This guy, an absolute annihilator on the snipes. But the two players on the side of Almighty, they don't need to do anything. They just need to play for time. 15 more seconds to go. And Almighty backs away from the bomb. Susano, he knows exactly what to expect, but Clutch King says, not today.
Great timing there. Great shot just being made by both ends. But Almighty, again, when they secure those first blood, they always end up with the bomb plant. And the pressure was continuing. And it definitely was key there for them to win that last round. And well, for Lowkings, it's time for you to make some adjustments, you know. I mean, you're putting some players recklessly on the middle of the map where AMT just continues to slay, and that's the third time that happened, AJ.
I mean, it's just Almighty stuff, bro. 5v4 now. All thanks to that beautiful snipe out of Shut Up. But he gets rated out by PJ. Expect nothing less from the MVP out of the Lowkings. And it's now a 4v3. All thanks to PJ once again taking the Clutch King as well out of the equation. So advantage to the players of Lowkings. But the attack is still on the side of Almighty. And PJ! 3 in a row. This guy's hot.
I mean, he just opened up every area on this one. He just needs 2 more for that ace. I don't think he's going to aim for that as long as his team wins this round and, of course, equalize. And the last 2 players definitely the one you don't want to see. Incendio, we know he can clutch up, he can nail those shots, but those 3 shots missed, definitely gonna be a bad one.
Yeah, I mean, Incendio.
Oh my.
He saw that one come in for sure, right? 2 players up there on that second floor. Someone needs to peek. Incendio called that out. But now 2 players both stacked outside. 1 backs away. So as long as Incendio checks his way, come on, Demors. You cannot lose a gunfight like that. Jeff Pro catches up, but Incendio sorts Yopi out as well. President Jeff Pro not happy with that. That was his kill.
It just breaks up the game. The game just happened so fast. But anyway, they'll take it. You know, they have the number advantage now. It was a 4v3 earlier. Now it's a 1v2. Now they have turned it around. But PJ, if he gets his final 2 kills, this is an ace. He knows that the players are inside of this warehouse. Slow pick coming through.
Knowing is one thing. Doing it is another. PJ, he is the MVP though. Incendio, beautiful slide. But the President, he manages to get the clutch. 3-1.
He'll take that. He's happy with that final kill.
Oh, he is. But you want to know who's happier?
Who?
Shut Up, because he finally recovered from that flashbang.
Oh yeah. I don't think that was a flashbang. More of like an EMP system. I mean, the guy was static for what, like a couple of minutes?
Rest of his team members are like, okay, bro, you all on your own. You should have played the trophy. You should have done something.
That's on you. That's on you. Shut up. Well, now that's on him. They're gonna plant that bomb. And an early plant. And WPM Lowkings already on a rotation. But they gotta put 1 player in that middle just to make sure that this attacks is gonna be multi-angle.
Oh, PJ down and out for the count. Once your MVP gets taken out, things just gets a little bit more tougher. The rest of the Lowkings, they need to step on up. Incendio looking for 1, and Luffy does the stepping up. Yopi goes in for the push. Can he get the... Oh, almost gets it. Irfan J does not go in and play this safe. Gets tagged up. 1 more shot should do it, and Yopi, the man, 2 in a row, now needs to roll on out, get a little bit aggressive. President Jeff Pro spotted out as well, and Yopi getting it all done. Beautiful play, and Shut Up circles around slowly, just in time to take the player out, and there's no more time. Almighty saves the day.
Oh wow, what a play from Shut Up, just being very silent on the final moments of that 5th round, you know. He knows that he's on a 1v2 and the clock is ticking. So what did he do? He just pulled off with a slow walk, aimed down the sight with that 50 GS, and as soon as he picked the bomb angle, it was just an elimination, and there wasn't really enough time for Lowkings to win that round. So 3 straight rounds won here by AMT. Definitely a big one for them. They're pulling away on this one despite a map being picked by Lowkings.
Susano pretending to be a frog. Everybody else just circling around. Irfan J is gonna die to a frog. Come on, hop on out. Irfan J. No, Susano doesn't get it. It's alright, never mind. And Irfan circles around the long way. Finds PJ, puts him out of the equation. That's an immediate payback in the very next round.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. And having Irfan J take down the best player and the best layer from PJ right now, it's definitely better for them to get this. But I think he spots the guy on the gardens. I mean, Susano is acting like a frog. Look at him.
Yep, he's a frog
right
again.
side of the minimap. Oh my god, Susano.
He is one with nature. He's going croak in the waters. But nobody's appearing at the B bomb side. IrfanJay just finds players lying down on the floor all day long. But Demos trades him out. Demos gets yet another. Heaven goes down. Beautiful round this time for the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Almighty does have the 4 rounds on their side. And they do seem a little bit more confident. But I so want to see a shot from Susano as he's a frog.
Well, I think it's going to be possible here later on. But for now, we're going to switch the side. So this time, Lowking is going to be on the attack side. But if we can get a swimming shot, that's going to be the highlight of my day, like literally. But for WPM Lowkings, they're trying to take a crack at this B side. But the first blood coming through in their side, so nice. They open it up. They can get the bomb plant and play for post plant.
PJ is probably a little annoyed that he could not get the revenge on top of the revenge, but it's okay. Luffy gets a double for himself. This has to be a West Point Mamba Lowkings round, but the President Jeff Pro and Heaven still alive and kicking. Heaven hasn't been hitting those solid snipes in the recent past. I wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, he's focused so much on using the CBR and, of course, the SMG. But here he goes with the headshot! What's with you, AJ? What's with you, AJ? And, of course, calling this place and being them performing well. But, never mind. Luffy gets that final kill, and Lowkings will be decreasing that lead to 1.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they equalize right after this. They have gotten that momentum, and it's time to punish Almighty once again, I guess. Sticky in the hands of Luffy. He's going to go out for a quick toss. Let's see exactly how this one lands. Doesn't. Spots out. Second floor. Mana finds absolutely no one.
And kind of a very passive route on the defense here for AMT, mainly centric towards B. But they're kind of getting that wrong read. And with Luffy shutting down Incendio on the mid-map, that means that the A plan is going to be a lot better set up here for Lowkings. And shut up! What's that good
Bro, come on, bro. Shut up. It's just shut up stuff. But Susano says, please shut up. Takes him out of the round. Asks him to come back later. Jeff Pro trades out Susano. It's just 1-for-1 right now. 3v3. Let's go, baby. PJ, beautiful slide. IrfanJay. This fight between PJ and IrfanJay is going on for quite a little bit, and I'm absolutely loving it. But Jeff Pro, President, gets the D down once again through the smoke. Tags one up. Shoots Heaven. He's now playing like me.
You
Friendly
don't
fire.
Good thing it's off though.
Beauty. One more. And Yopi turns on him. Fantastic. But he barely had enough time there. And 4-4 all equalized. And this is where Almighty starts to break into a sweat.
I mean, Almighty started off winning 3 straight rounds. Lowkings now winning the last 3 rounds. And Almighty barely picking up any pace here at all. And something's gotta give in terms of the defensive side. They're not winning the gunfights. Never mind. They win the first blood. And that's a second follow-up from Shut Up. And there it goes. It continues. AMT now up with 2 numbers here at round number 9.
Almighty. They don't like the fact that Lowkings equalized. And Shut Up very specifically popping off very early on. The guy has gotten all of those entry frags for the side of Almighty, especially with the snipes down right in the middle of mana. Demos, slow circle around, but he's not going to find anyone just yet, and Heaven finds Susano as well. Things just gets a little bit more trickier for the attacking side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Bomb in hand though, and they're rushing straight towards the B bomb side, which holds 3 Almighty players.
And Heaven is actually guarding the bitch side, which is going to be a reposition made. But PJ going in the long route. This is going to be a nice flank.
Does he get it? Spots Heaven. Shots taken. Heaven backs away. PJ does not get aggressive. You gotta love that. And Demos gets a double. What a distraction. And Demos capitalizes on it.
I don't know if that is on purpose, but it definitely was that's a big bait there that they absolutely pulled off. And of course for AMT now, from a 2v5 to a 2v3, they haven't really been able to read where these players are at for now. They're trying to surround the players towards B, but they're actually on the opposite side. So Lowkings, they might be able to get this A plant. And, you know, the rotation from B to A is going to be taking some time. So they might be able to reduce the clock here to a little bit and play the long game.
Let's see. It's all about the timing. Demos backs away. Maybe a quick slide in and Shut Up Almost spotted out. Incendio, very quick one, but PJ a little quicker with the CBR4. Fantastic, but it's all up to the Clutch King now. With 26 more seconds to go. He has the time. Concuss will not connect. And Clutch King just misses by one single bullet. Repositions. And the players do not anticipate that attack at all. One more corner. And Clutch King loses out to PJ. PJ is probably pissing off Irfan J every single round here, Gali.
I see them every time just going at it. And I think PJ now has the lead here with 5. I think it's now 5-4. It's 5-4 now in favor for PJ. And I mean, let's talk about how Lowkings won a 2v5 situation.
Yep.
That is very impressive.
I mean, especially when you're on the attack, you have to just find the plant, get all of those angles. And I think they played that really smartly. ALMGHTY, on the other hand, is kind of like a dazzle on the approach. Nobody flanked around, but Yopi finds Irfan J this time round, so PJ is going to be a little upset about that. Jeff Pro, president, it's all about the timing, and he gets a double for himself. Backs away, does not take that aggressive push on in towards the side. It's going to be Luffy who circles around as well, but Shutup's already waiting, and he gets to nail him down instantaneously. Bomb down on the ground, held on to by the one and only D-Morse, who just hops on over it. And ALMGHTY, this is just open fields for them. 4v2.
Another 2v4. Oh, and then there we go. I think the live counts now is going to definitely affect D-Morse here.
And we lost both of our PCs.
That's just
how hot the game was, okay?
Yeah.
This is how and you know, you can't blame the observers. It's just that unfortunately the emulator does go ahead and crash sometimes, especially when the game is that hot. And the observers doing such a fantastic job skipping on from player to player to player to player to player. PC couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe maybe this time the production didn't have a trophy system on. That's why they got EMP this time. I mean, it was shut up earlier. Now it's our production, but we're back, and it's true. It's tied 5-5. Stunts connecting for AMT. That's going to be information sent out, but Luffy with the first blood. It's gonna be coming handy, but Heaven on the flank. But Incendio there early to get that shot. So now we got an early 4v4, and of course AMT now down for a retake.
Nice straight. Jeff Pro worms out of that one. Will not get taken down. D-Morse! Fantastic. Even slipping and sliding away. Heaven could not run away from him. PJ shuts down Irfan J yet again. The boy PJ is actually winning out all of those fights. And guess what? Lowkings on the match point.
They are just stunning everybody that's watching right now. I mean, everybody is just on point. The rotation, the strategy, the attack side has been doing this team wonders. You know, they've won majority of their rounds coming through the attack side, and AMT didn't really have enough answer for it. Maybe it's because they're playing defensively that they focus so much on having these players go in with the sniper attack in that middle of the map. And for Lowkings, coming in here with the aggression, it's just something that they've been doing so well. And Luffy gets it to go. Drop shot up down. Now we got a 3v4.
3v4, it doesn't look like it's great on the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings, but what a quick scope there. Irfan J taken out, but Luffy traded out by Heaven. The numbers not great on the side of Lowkings. Heaven just slowly waiting patiently for the rest of the players to show up. Incendio shuts down Susano. This has to be an overtime. Incendio takes down D-Morse as well. So more than enough time to push us on into round number 13.
All right, here we go. This is the third time that AMT was forced to an overtime, and they're currently 50-50. They lost against LF Org once on standoff, and of course, for Lowkings, they could have closed that one out, but they could have played it a lot better if only Luffy was able to like back away and play passively and not go for a very aggressive kill. They could have stand there longer on a 3v4 retake, but it didn't happen. Now we're going to switch the sides. This time AMT on the attack side, and a split spawn attack here. By the way, Heaven distracting the players from B, and of course 3 players coming in the A side to go and settle the plant.
Heaven pulls the distraction pretty well. Now the players have to just watch their backs. With the bomb planted already by ALMGHTY, Heaven's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. And as I say, that Susano gets taken out of the equation. Heaven just teasing them, quickly runs away with the boxing gloves. And that quick reposition will just bait out more players, just keep them a tad bit busy. And Heaven still survives. Yopi, Heaven, he's going to turn on him, and he gets the slay onto D-Morse. Heaven finally goes down to Yopi, but that is all the damage done already. Shut up, takes PJ out of the equation. Incendio steps up as well. Luffy, the final player left in here. It's a 1v2. Quick scope does not find Shut shut up. Instead, he's the one who's found. With 7-6, it's now match point for Almighty.
Hey, you really have to give it up there for Heaven, you know, playing it risky, distracting the players, pulling the trigger on the B side, and of course, extending way over enemy lines, and escaping with 2 kills before he gets shot down. And not only that, he bought himself the team some time, and of course, and that was just really it. Just gotta win one more in order to close this one out.
One more round. It's all about Shut-Up's quick scopes. Can he open up again against the players of Lowkings? And you gotta love the adjustment played by Lowkings. They knew how annoying Shut-Up was up there on the second floor of Manor, continuously just slaying them. Oh my goodness. This is just absolute game sense, man. And Almighty just remembering those spots. Shut-Up just overextending, finds Luffy, and now Mana's all clear. So Luffy's not going to be holding on to it. Lowkings have no access towards the bomb site. This map is now being controlled by Almighty. And look at that long-range shot coming through from Heaven. Susano taken out of the equation. And he's the frog this time.
He's the better frog, I tell you, AJ. He's the better frog. Look at him croaking and breathing under the water like an amphibian.
He's laying eggs.
Oh my god, Heaven eggs? Oh my god, I love one.
What? Oh, what?
Okay, never mind. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Cut! Production cut!
Ayo, I died. Incendio, shut up! Back to back, and that's about it. Almighty should be able to take this win, unless the CBR4 in the hands of Yopi turns into the most craziest gun in the game, which it already is. Timing by Jeffro. You want to punch him and he gets it, President! The President absolutely wrecks him. 8-6, match point converted. And Almighty takes the win. It's a 1-1 in the series.
Oh well, what a classic way to end it. The AMT way with the punching gloves. Yes, you love to see it, everybody.
So my question is, who's going to clip that?
Which one? Like the punch?
No, Heaven's eggs.
Oh no, can we
You
have
think what, it's
production to
balut?
Balut? Let's see. I think it's no, it's not balut. But I would love some frog eggs. I don't know if it's healthy though.
Okay, maybe not real frogs eggs, but there's something else. It's called biji selassie in Malaysia. So we mix it in syrup water. What's syrup water? What's ice syrup? It's rose water? No, I don't know. It's red in color. It's really sweet, and then we throw that stuff in there, and we call it frogs eggs. It's good stuff, man. You come down to Malaysia, I'll buy you a drink.
Okay, sure. I'd love that. Okay, that's the deal, right? Okay, guys, clip that.
Deal.
Okay. Okay, here we
It's
go. I'd
not
love
very
to try some
expensive.
of that.
That's why I'm willing to buy it for you. It's like a ringgit plus.
Oh, I thought it was expensive, knowing
it's a
that
cheap
you know
drink.
you were branding it so expensive, but hey, words really does matter, and it speaks a lot more. But hey, Almighty escapes with the narrow victory, AJ, and we gotta give it up for Shut Up. You know, he was the one making the play on that last round, and having the shot down against Luffy, it opened up the middle of the map, and Heaven being a frag at the last moment, getting the final 2 kills. They secure it. Now it's 1-1.
Absolutely, man. I mean, and look at the performance on the side of Lowkings. It's not like they were underperforming. It's just a better side on the side of Almighty this time round. And unlike that hardpoint match, Almighty did not take it easy on West Point Mama Lowkings this time round. They were serious from the very get-go. And that is how you need to treat the Lowkings. You cannot make simple mistakes against them, because they will rejoice in those simple mistakes and they'll punish you for it.
Yeah, and we saw that on that hard point number 1. And just make sure that, you know, if you're Almighty, you gotta attack strong at the start and until the end. You don't want to hop into control and, of course, fooling around, because Lowkings, they know this by the back of their head. And for Almighty, again, just a couple of facts here. Almighty is currently 16-0 in terms of playing control ever since Garena Masters Season 3. I don't know if that's gonna stand strong here, because they're going up against WPM Lowkings, who recently won that hardpoint respawn. Very solid.
What kind of a stupid statistic is that, man? 16-0 on control. Who does that? Like, who has a record like that? Dude, Almighty is cracked on control, right? They pretty much own control at this point. I mean, let's not talk about the World Series, but as far as Garena Masters is concerned, Almighty absolutely runs circles around everyone.
And it speaks loud to how well they've been, this is their key to victory. They actually use this as a bridge. If they're down 0-2, they use the control as a bridge to force a late game. And of course, they love playing the long route every time they play playoffs in the best of 5. And we saw that up against, Q9 when they were playing on CDFI. They were down 0-2. Then they pull up with the best comeback ever, winning that championship. And honestly, for AMT, they're looking to start off very solid here on the defense, but they let go of the A side, which Lowkings have already one segment in here.
Let's see exactly what can Almighty do here, because they're making great headway on both of the sides at the same time. And they've got that first segment secured at A. They've got the first segment secured on B as well. Jeff Pro gets taken out of the equation, but the damage has already been done. And take a look at Incendio slowly sneaking around towards that A control point. But two players are going to come hunting for him.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter for, for Lowkings to focus on one map here. They got to focus on two sides right now. And the distraction is currently working. I mean, for WPM Lowkings, look at that A side. That's 3 players inside of that, and that makes the push even faster. And you're on the defensive side, but you're getting schooled by AMT on the attack.
I mean, are you even surprised? Just holding on to that one angle, Irfan J doing so much of damage, and he will secure it for the team. Fantastically played by the one and only Clutch King. Shut up now, circling on around. Jeff Pro is going to be doing the deed over at the B control point instead. Incendio alongside him with the Krig 6. This is just way too easy for Almighty. But the West Point Mamba Lowkings, they are a little bit late to the party. They have to stop this right here, right now. But Irfan J says, please slow down with the pretty.
And the good thing here now for WPM Lowkings is they got D-Morse winning those 3 gunfights. The triple kills saved them from getting that B third segment from getting captured. So this still remains intact. It's still a pretty close game. It's just about a 5 deficit here in terms of the live counts. But if anything, Lowkings need to make sure that they play it very safe, because they can't afford to lose more lives here. And AMT now going for the prowl.
And Lowkings still has an opportunity. They just need to play this really safe. They are on the attack, so they're not gonna be forced into a corner here. Slow rotation coming on through. One player holding on to Central Garden. He cannot lose his life. He goes into engage and only trades out one. Fantastic attempt coming on through for Yopi. Shut Up takes him out of the equation. 4 more lives left in here for the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Susano, a little bit of a panic, and he gets punished by the one and only Irfan J. 3 more players left in here. D-Morse, Luffy, as well as PJ. Both the players step on up. It is a 2v5 now as Shut Up finds D-Morse. PJ just needs to hold on for his dear life, but from afar, PJ still finds Shut Up.
Just needs to go back away. Let Luffy do the wonders for you. But PJ still shooting guns, and now the bullets coming through. 3 players for AMT now putting the pressure towards the B side. They gotta go in, and Irfan J placed the angle perfectly, and they went through a capture, and nice capitalization there for AMT.
I saw that, Irfan. I saw that, bro. He pulled out the boxing gloves quicker than he even got the previous kill, and he wanted to punch down the final play. He was excited, and then I'm very sure he was disappointed right after. He's like, oh, you guys had to do it so quickly.
Dang it. But I mean, it breaks up the game. If anything, if he goes in 2-0 here, oh my.
Good sticky.
Oh my, chill down.
Yep, Yopi takes him out of the equation, and Irfan J continues to pop off. This time it's a defensive round for the side of Almighty and Lowkings. Slowly but surely getting towards that A control side, and PJ is the one that is going to get the job done, but President Jeff Pro just manages to slay one before Luffy takes him out of the equation. Irfan, you cannot do that with the glove.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it with the punching gloves, but not with the claw. You gotta make sure you play with your life, because operative skills are very important here when you're trying to go in for the defense.
GG. Luffy? Okay. He took his own sweet time and haven't found him. This is just a 1-to-1 trade in here so far, and the B control point slowly getting captured in here by the one and only West Point Mamba Lowkings. And then player number 1, PJ, still in here to get the deed done, and PJ will be able to secure it for the team of Lowkings. Will you? Yes, he will. Wins out his gunfight at the very same time, single-handedly. This is the main reason why he is the MVP of Lowkings.
Now, with him doing all that wonder, now you gotta come in here with the transition. Now you're moving from B to A, and of course, AMT on a perfect setup. They got that mid-map control. The only way for you to take a crack at this right now is come through towards Tiki. And Susano, this is very, very dangerous, but he still wins the gunfight. The timing is there, and the transition is perfect. They now have good control towards the middle of the map. And Shut Up though actually unfortunately shutting them down, but still they get control of the spawns now, and WPM Lowkings about to slay.
This is still very, very close, and Lowkings, they are down just by 2 lives, make that 3, but it is still a very, very winnable round for them. Hunter Killer Drone out there for the prowl. Almighty usually shoots it down, and as I say that, Jeff Pro literally shoots down the Hunter Killer Drone. 1 minute left in here. The lives are pretty much equal. Almighty on the defense, but it does not look good for them. West Point Mamba Lowkings wants to force this spawn trap, but Heaven sees that coming, but cannot do anything about it. Yopi bags that double.
I mean, Yopi just so good right now with the Spiral this time. Finds the double, gets the 4th kill of the day. Here comes the frag. It's hot. It's ready. Here comes the there it goes. That's what you need.
And this is going to be Yopi once again delivering for the team. Finds that player, but from inside of the save files, it is going to be the one and only Irfan and the CBR4. 4v2 now. Lowkings with just a single life left from being so possible. Almighty has turned the tables yet again, saving the game. And Clutch King claims the final kill.
That's just very impressive for AMT despite being down in the numbers. I mean, the bounce back and making sure that despite the Predator missile and the pop-off from Yopi, they still managed to get it through. And why? It's because they took control of that kitchen. Getting that top floor control was key there to get that victory, and they just made sure they handle it very, very well. And that's what they just executed in that last round.
Fantastic play, as expected out of Almighty. And now 2-0 up already. Lowkings struggling to pull away a single round from the side of Almighty. Attack loss, defense loss. What can they even do out here? Demos, can they just turn this into a gunfight and take it away from Almighty perhaps?
Well, right now the defense at the A side is definitely working, and it forced AMT to actually switch their strategy, and now they're focusing towards this B side. No one really dared to come up with the defense for Lowkings, but they're gonna have Susano coming through from the pillars, and of course Lupi exposing these players with that SKS. So they're gonna find 2 players down, but not really enough for them to stop this hard point, stop this control point from getting captured. And of course AMT just capitalizing on that.
Oh, you gotta love the angles held on here by Almighty. West Point Mamba Lowkings cannot play it safe and at the very same time protect their hill. They have to step on out and engage with Almighty, and Almighty slays them the moment they step on out. That's just absolutely stupendous. But the Lowkings still do manage to sacrifice a few lives, but also clear off that final quadrant from the B control point. But Almighty, at the switch of the moment, at the switch of the breath, they are already at that A control point to get the D done. But backstab from Demos saves the day, and this is just West Point Mamba Lowkings keeping up with Almighty and going in here for a quick check. Maybe a checkmate's available as well.
A slightly a better defensive round here for Lowkings, but it's still not yet over here. I mean, there's 20 seconds left. AMT just needs one more segment towards B to extend the time, and they're doing a split push here, by the way. But Lowkings doing a great job holding off their own. But Irfan J, he's not actually going to capture the B side. He's going in for the rotation towards the spawns, but that I don't think that's going to be worth it. But they do have control towards A, so that's going to stop the time.
Irfan was just holding on to that angle because obviously the spawn for Lowkings is through Garden, and if he did not hold on that angle, getting B would absolutely be impossible. Almighty with 6 more lives left, make that 5, have added on an extra minute onto the clock. This is just big brain play coming on through, but can they play team deathmatch and still win this out? Shut Up gets 1, spots the second player, does not find the kill though, and everybody else hides away.
I mean, Lowkings just staying intact on this kitchen control, and Heaven is gonna be very useful here, along with Jeff Pro. Just the final 4 players. 42 seconds left. He's going to pick the left corner. Great job shutting down PJ. But the bait and switch there happening for both ends as they take 1 each.
Heaven, the claw investment can come on through, but do you really want to waste it? But technically, it's not a waste if you can guarantee yourself that win. But barely a single quadrant taken away at A. And I think it's just a tad bit too risky for Almighty. They think so as well. They're not going to waste that on this round. But the next round, I think we can most definitely expect a few operators on the side of Almighty. After all, they do have 4.
It's very key as well. And they're moving into the next round, starting on the defensive side. So again, using those operator skills is important for you to hold down the push being made by Lowkings in some areas of the map. Maybe the B side, maybe the A side as well. And it's just a matter of like finding what kind of investments are you gonna do. Is it the claw? Is it what? Like the annihilator? And while for both ends, they just are going ham with it with the Sparrow.
But Susano responds well with the Annihilator, but only for a single kill to take that Sparrow out from the hands of Jeff Pro. But gets turned on by the play on the side of Almighty. Shut up now, hopping on onto the hill. That claw is available for Heaven as well. Plays it safe with the trophy fist. Irfan already with that claw investment finds the player. He wants to go on in here for a spawn trap, but not getting super aggressive with it. Turns around, finds one player. Susano sorts him out, but the number of lives on his side is just a tad bit low. Almighty already lost one quadrant on B. They just need to secure this before it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, great control here by AMT on the middle, and of course to the B side. That's gonna force Lowkings to push his the A side, and the smokes are gonna help them gain some grounds. But Irfan J, this guy is just everywhere, and you see him just laying, and he currently leads the lobby in kills, and he's got 25 along with him. It's gonna have his teammates now working on the rotation as well. Number 3 in yellow. That's going to be shot up now, making his way through the basketball court, but Lowkings still doing some time.
Yeah, great play here coming through from the Lowkings. Almost sneaking away this A control point, and they will do exactly that. Luffy from the attack from the back. Irfan J couldn't actually do much. Jeff Pro tries to stop the attack, but they still lose the hill. Everybody's making a beeline on here for the B control point. The rest of the players on the side of Lowkings all forced to respawn, and it's going to be Incendio torturing them with the Crick inside of Gallery.
Oh, and Incendio now gets the first one, but good thing PJ dared to clean it up. They're gonna have to check the corners, and PJ opening with a double. Get that triple as well. Now they are entering inside. They just gotta worry about the player coming to the mid pillars. And of course, the laundries, which PJ takes down. And they are coming in here hot despite the numbers not in their favor. They're scoring time inside the hill, AJ.
Yep, absolutely, man. 2 of those score streaks to play. But look at this, the Lowkings, they actually have got those 2 operators to bring in for the activation as well. They don't need to. They'll save it for the final round. What a fight between these 2 teams we have.
And this is the 3rd time this season that AMT is forced to play overtime, 2 of which came from Smart Omega and Searchin is in Control Slums. This time it's going to be a different ball game. And the saving grace here for Lowkings is that they're on the defensive side. But what we know so far for AMT, they can win any of the sides because of just how well they control the map. But Lowkings, with the way they've been playing, I think they might be able to break the streak here, AJ.
Oh, they most definitely might be able to, but it all depends on whether or not Almighty continues to make these mistakes. They are splitting off onto 2 sides at the very same time, thinning down their manpower as they get into those engagements. But that kill coming through from the Clutch King Irfan J opens up that A control point. He's going to be all alone as he rushes on forth towards it. Player number 5 on the side of Lowkings on the other hand. Susano backing up the rest of his team members, especially D-Morse. Both of the CBR players looking for Irfan J, and they find him.
All right, there we go. AMT now gaining grounds. They're pushing up towards A. They have also put Incendio in this kitchen, but D-Morse still has a good knack of, shutting those players down. And this time it's Susano's turn to pull up with the pistol, but you are not allowed to miss 2 shots, at least in 1 person, and there, that could just be the punish there. But of course, for AMT, they only have 25 seconds left, and they don't really have any grounds at all in both captures.
They don't, and look at the number of life difference we have here. 12 life surplus for the side of Lowkings. Almighty struggling, and Luffy has got the Annihilator going in for the spawn trap, and this is the perfect location to hold on to, and Heaven still shut down. Luffy's just running circles around them. A 15 life deficit coming through for Almighty. Freddy will find 1 player as well, and this is a GGWP after 2 seasons of Garena Masters. Almighty about to take their first L on Control, and there's just nothing they can do to stop it, but they can pause the clock, only for Lowkings to say what's done is done.
Oh my god, no way this is happening. The 6th win streak officially ends today, and WPM Lowkings is gonna be the first one to defeat the likes of Almighty in Control game mode. And it's a reverse sweep, by the way, AJ. The team went from 2-0 to 2-3, so this is a great sign of maturity, you see? Like, if they're down by 2-0 last year, this could have been a GG for Almighty. They could have closed it out on that round number 3. But this year, down 2-0 on a very important round, an important map, they find their resilience. They found the composure to keep their will until the end of the game. And what a comeback made here by Lowkings.
You are at your most vulnerable the moment you take the lead. And that's exactly the situation that West Point Mamba Lowkings are in right now. It's a phenomenal victory over Almighty, breaking their super streak of control over control.
Yeah, right?
But now you've pissed them off. You've stirred the hornet's nest. You better be ready for what's about to come. But if West Point Mamba Lowkings can make sure they stay steady, keep those fingers from not shaking too much, you know that the win in the series and doing the absolute impossible, which is kicking Almighty down into the lower brackets, is going to be hella possible. Yopi picking up the MVP, 30 kills, 26 deaths. Nobody cares about the number of times he went down. It's all about how he got the deed done. PJ as well was phenomenal in that matchup. And look at this, 2-1. Almighty tethering on the edge of destruction here as we head on into Hardpoint. And the last time we checked the respawns, both the respawns were taken by the West Point Mamba Lowkings.
I cannot believe what the heck is just happening. Lowkings are just on a tear. And of course, you know what? The last time that WPM Lowkings is actually, on top of a invited team in Garena Masters was when they went up against Blacklist International Ultimate on the upper bracket finals on season 1, where they're up 2-1. But they weren't able to close it out. Why? Because they don't have the experience yet. But here is the question. Do they have the experience now? Yes, we did see that control, but the game is not over yet. We know Almighty, they love playing the long route. And for Lowkings, it's all about finding that composure once again to finally end it and, of course, break the seal.
I don't care. Even if Lowkings loses the series, I really don't care. They broke the streak, man. I mean, this is the team that has just been making so much noise. This is the team that, because everybody else has just been absolutely, just blocked from reaching up to the top 3 because of the Titans, right? Smarter Mega, Almighty, as well as Blacklist International Ultimate. Nobody else has been able to beat them. Nobody else has been able to replace these kings. But the changing of guard perhaps is just around the corner, and the new one might just be the Lowkings themselves. Beating down Almighty in control might just be the start to that, Kali.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first step,
Yeah.
Now you gotta come in here big. And you know what? The last time WPM Lowkings came up with a 2-1, they played Summit up next as well versus Blacklist, where they lost 152-122. And if you guys know where the source is, I look at it at Wikipedia, so you guys can sure check it as well. But Lowkings, are we gonna see the history repeat itself, or are they gonna break the seal to finally, be one? And of course, be crowned as, definitely one of the top 3s now.
Almighty hopping on in. Yopi finds Jeff, bro. It's just going to be trades back and forth, but it's the Lowkings that picks up the initial few points. PJ and the KRM is just going to go slipping and sliding. The Almighty winning out a lot of gunfights, but initial points all to the side of Lowkings. Finally, they find a break, but the contest still comes on through from the West Point Mamba Lowkings, just slowing down the pace, just stopping the bleed for quite a little bit, and then they smarten up. They don't take that straightforward fight. They take the upper floor first within the control room, and then they hop on into the hill. You got to respect that the Lowkings are actually putting on such great pressure on Almighty.
Yeah, they're just taking their time here, and I think it's all about just making sure that you don't play fast and make sure you're comfortable by playing it slow. It's not just all about how great you are and how fast you are. It's about how can you maintain the position when you're playing in a map like Summit, where you gotta chain that P1 to P2. And of course, for Lowkings, the main priority is get that second floor, and that's what they have right now as we open it up.
23-25. Almighty obviously don't want to let this go. And I just want to see a game number 5. I just want to see a SND call this down to the very center. But the West Point Mamba Lowkings winning out yet another respawn might just expose the weakness of Almighty that we've been looking for all this while.
I mean,
and can I just also throw this in, Cali? Here's the team that beat down Smarter Mega, my friend. And Lowkings just won 2 against them.
Yeah, it's just my mind is bugging right now. There's so much narrative, there's so much there's like so many things going on with Lowkings right now. And if they're able to beat AMT, what does that say right after this game, right?
I mean, this is
crazy.
why I have been waiting for this one from yesterday. This match is just serving every single bit of the drama that we've been looking for all throughout the playoffs. 53 to 39, it's still pretty much close. Even with a 60-point lead, it means absolutely nothing when you play a game of hardpoint. Early rotations from Almighty. They secure the spawns out of P3, but guess who's inside of the hill with 4 players? Investment on the operators is sound as well. Demos holding on to the claw, turns around in the nick of time, but Clutch King Irfan J has got the claw as well. Very well played. The toss on that nade is just going to explode right down in front of the door here, but Irfan J and the CBR4 is not one to be trifled with. Everybody hops on towards him to see if or not they can go in for the challenge, and Luffy brings on the claw as well. It's all about the operators fight in this P3.
Yeah, I mean, just back-to-back operators just being used here, but now Shut Up bringing in the unconventional Sparrow there to drop 2 players, but they're gonna complete in that clean, and they're gonna claim the final 20 seconds, but Lowkings, they're responding on the left side of that minimap, so that means they're gonna be able to find the last contest, but Heaven is still there winning gunfights. And as they go down, you're gonna see number 1 in Incendio setting up the spawns for AMT for the next hard point, while Lowkings are gonna be late on that rotation while claiming the scrap time. It's still going to be a very close game on this, still narrowed down, not really a 20-point lead yet.
Tight rotation coming through from the Lowkings, but Almighty just winning out all of those back-to-back gunfights coming on through. And 3 operators on for the activation from the side of Lowkings, but this is going to be a little difficult. If they don't win that spawn and straight up go for that operator investment, it might turn against them. Lowkings just heading on straight for the hill first without taking away the spawn. As I say that the spawn is broken, Lowkings have done the first of 2 steps, and now this is where those operators can be invested. Yopi goes in, whips out that Sparrow, goes in for a single shot. Claw from Kalo as well, and this is where Almighty now starts to lose the plot a tad bit as they go down one after the other.
Yeah, I mean, Lowkings now starting to become the main character of this story as they are managing to just continue to reel up, you know, the important parts of the map. I mean, you got number 4 in what? Luffy holding off the garage that makes sure that your team spawns in the right side of that minimap. And you also have Yopi slaying inside of that hard point as well, playing the objective while they are trying to set up for that next hill. They're gonna end this the first setup rotation with the lead in their favor, but AMT, they got a good setup inside, and they got Jeffro on this tight angle once again. We know that this area is prime spot for eliminations, but Lowkings is not gonna route around there. They're gonna route around, you know, the middle of the map, and they do get taken down.
Yeah, Jeffro's just an absolute sneaky one behind those consoles, gets those 2 kills, but of course that concuss is just gonna slow him down a tad bit and takes him out of the equation. Yopi and the KRM just giving Irfan J a tad bit of problem, but he saves himself. Heaven, on the other hand, he does not allow anyone to run away from him, and Almighty, they claim the hill right back in here. Lowkings, this is such an open hill, especially because of that second floor, so even Almighty is not going to be able to hold this on for too long if they cannot sustain these crazy gunfights. Irfan J therefore brings out the claw just to hold on to these points, and he takes those back-to-back kills only to be shut down by Demos. Back and forth we swing on this open hard point on the reset.
And they're just one-upping here, one another. And then you love that. This is going to guarantee at least 250 to 180 point at least in the score department if we're going to have this kind of pace. Just keep on going. But again, at the end of the day, it's not about how close it is right now. It's about how you prepare yourself from this P2 to P4, because we know that it's all about chaining these rotations. And right now for Lowkings, they have to spawn towards P2, and they also have Yopi rocking the unconventional KRM to destroy these players on this close range, and he's definitely doing a great job at it right now. 4 in a row.
Still in the house with the lead, and Lowkings also has got the advantageous spawn out of the green radar station. Look at that manpower all running on through at the same time, but Almighty, they've got that Almighty Sparrow in the hands of Shut Up as well. Great smoke played, and Shut Up on for the Broad with the CBR4. He is waiting to blaze down all of these players, and he will get those slays to hold on to that hill for the rest of the players, but Shut Up hops on off, and Lowkings steals away the hill.
And I mean, Luffy is not gonna win that gunfight, so it's still back, but Yopi with the collateral with the shotgun climbs up the hard point, and this guy is on. He is on, I tell you.
He most definitely is on. What a matchup we are witnessing here, Callie, between 2 titans. Yes, I said it. Lowkings, one of the titans right now. 156 to 137. Almighty fighting for their dear lives, but guess who's in for that early rotation for the money hill? It's the one and only West Point Mamba Lowkings. Everybody's in there. 3 objective players. 1 is making making sure they don't lose the spawn by holding onto the water tower. The other one is at that forklift area, anchoring down, but it's gonna be that Sparrow out of Jeff Bro gets a double, but it's on the side of Yopi that nails it, and Yopi with the KRM continues to pop off as well. What an insane matchup.
I mean, we had 3 players from AMT contesting the hard point, and they set out 2 players to guard and, of course, attack the green spawns and take away the spawn from Lowkings. And AMT now has the chance, of course, to get inside of this hill. But Yopi has been completely unstoppable with that KRM, and PJ there for the backup, but now they're gonna go down. But Yopi still continues to deal the damage, this time with the Predator missile, dropping down shut up. And WPM Lowkings at this point, you got only 20 seconds left. Are you going to continue contesting here, or are you gonna set up for the next one? But with the spawns now on the left side, looks like they're gonna be late on their rotation, and they will have to force and of course claim this scrap time.
Yes, scrap time taken by Lowkings, all thanks to the God spawn given away to them by the gods of RNG. Almighty, on the other hand, will take advantage of this for an early rotation in towards the next hill at the blue radar station. But the Lowkings have showed us once that they can break the spawn and they can take this hill, and the Lowkings will try to show us yet again. And look at the number of operators on the side of Lowkings waiting for that activation. As long as they can get the break on the hill, you are going to see that claw pop out, and as I say that, it is exactly what D-Boss does. And this is going to be a really tough one for Almighty now to go ahead and break, and the investment of the claw comes back in from the Clutch King himself, but only to be sorted out by Luffy. This is such a crazy game, Callie.
I mean, look at the rotation. They're battling for the spawn, and number 1 in Incendio, he keeps on winning this rotation battle, but WPM Lowkings, they stand their ground inside, but AMT, they have managed to secure and of course stand their ground on the first onslaught made by Lowkings, but there's going to be one more coming through, but Heaven is going to be there to cut that rotation. But Yopi, he managed to sneak back like a ravenous snake, and Lowkings take down the final 2 players inside of this hill to claim the final scrap time. That last 10 seconds is going to be key. They'll be much closer to that victory, and PJ just jumping in the double as well. AJ, 216 points near, just a few more for Lowkings to end and of course take down Almighty.
And back into the open hard point we go. This is just going to be absolutely crazy because of Almighty. If they want to play the objective, they're just going to allow Lowkings to streak up yet again, and those operators are just going to go popping off on them on the P2 as well as P3. How will Almighty do this? How will they try to get the objective players in there? It's going to be President Jeff Pro that makes the play first. Incendio goes in with a claw investment as well, but out of nowhere, Yopi shows up with a Sparrow and pops them left, right, center. Lowkings just a few more points away from kicking Almighty down into the lower bracket, and this is the absolute impossible being done right here, right now in the Garena Masters Season 4.
I mean, you have the rising stars and the rising duo here, the superstar we can call Yopi and PJ rocking that 2 KRM setup right now to secure this hardpoint number 1. Just a few more to go, 12 more points for the win. They're gonna be inside of this hill, and AMT, every time they contest, they kept on falling. AJ, now just a few more points and they got it to go.
And Almighty steals the hill right back in here, and for the few last points, it's gonna be the scraps that Almighty is forced to eat. Lowkings just needs 6 more points, but it is just way too few for them to think that this is not gonna be in their hands. Almighty, on the other hand, they need a solid 55. Can they hold on to it? This P2 is not gonna be easy at all. Yopi gets the hit mark on the first one, slays the player, traded out. Almighty now 200 points. It's a crazy matchup. The Preddy comes in to save the day, just slows down that one player, and it is gonna be the rest of the players all playing objective at the very same time. Unfavorable spawns for Almighty, but they are hanging on for their dear lives. But this is it. It's all over. 250 to 210. West Point Mamba Lowkings kicks Almighty down to the lower brackets.
They broke the seal now, and finally we can consider WPM Lowkings as one of the juggernauts of MSP. This is just the start, and they definitely put off a very strong matchup.
And this is exactly what true determination, grit, and hard work serves you. This was the belief that Alea had at the very, very start of everything. And look at how far they've come. And this is the team that has proven time and time again, regardless of the number of times they are defeated, they will not give up. They didn't walk away from the pro scene just because they could not break that barrier. They didn't walk away from the pro scene just because they couldn't touch the Titans. And they they refuse to accept the fact that there can be no other kings apart from Smarter Mega, Almighty, as well as Blacklist International Ultimate. West Point Mamba Lowkings believed, and West Point Mamba Lowkings has done the dirty. Almighty down in the lower brackets. Who would have thought? But baby, many of us saw it coming.
Oh yeah, definitely. WPM Lowkings came in hot last year, and of course, the lack of experience stopped them from, of course, winning and of course placing top 3 in the scene. But with this win here, right, exactly at this game, that put them at this top. That puts them on the top 3.
Yeah.
And Almighty, it's going to be very hard on that lower bracket, as they're gonna have to play much more in terms of series, and of course they have to arduously go up there, knowing that Almighty or Smart Omega or Blacklist International Ultimate will be down there as well if worst comes to come.
I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day. This kind of build up for the playoffs, we already anticipated from the very group stage in itself. I mean, yes, we've got a lot of newcomers. We want to see how well they do, but the Titans are always going to be Titans. And I was so hungry to see what would the West Point Mamba Lowkings be able to do in the playoffs against some of the bigger teams. And this is it, man. This is it. The wait has been so worth it. Right? Everybody was waiting for this opportunity, and it's not even a game number 5 that we required. And every single respawn match has been taken away by the West Point Mamba Lowkings, only losing it in S&D. And guess what? That was one hella close match that the Lowkings almost got away as well. It could have been a 3-0 against the Almighty themselves. But this is the thing, man. It's not over till it's over. Almighty down at the lower bracket doesn't mean they're out just yet. But I am so freaking happy for the West Point Mamba Lowkings.
Yeah, they've finally proven to us that they are ready. Of course, they are ready to get to that finals. Remember, they are part of the top 4 in Garena MSP to not play in the grand finals. They're the only team, and having to kick out AMT there and having more chances of advancing to the grand finals now, it's definitely upon their reach.
I mean, this is just this is just so beautiful. I have been waiting for this day. I've been waiting for this day not because I wanted to see Almighty defeated. I've seen Almighty defeated before. I mean, it's a thing of norm. You play a couple of video games, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But what I've been waiting for a long time to see is for someone to step up and show the rest of MSP that if you really want it, you can go and get it. That's all there is to this. If you really want it, there's no gatekeeping by any teams. Nobody can stop you from getting what you truly wish for. And that's exactly what West Point Mamba Lowkings stands for. That's exactly why I'm so happy for them. That's exactly why I'm so excited for their victory. Because this victory by the West Point Mamba Lowkings is going to inspire so many others out there to pick up the game and make sure they play it seriously. Because this was not done overnight, Callie. This was not done over one competition. This was a lot of hard work, sweat, and determination from those players. And the credit does not only go to Alea, but the boy has worked very, very hard for this.
Yeah, of course. And of course, for the organization, of course, for believing as well for these boys to actually play well. It's hard to see teams sticking nowadays. You have one team, they go into an arduous roster changes every season. But for Lowkings, they only had one. And that is with Susano this year. And adding in a veteran and, of course, having him inside of this S&D to keep the composure on for Lowkings definitely was key. But all the losses that accumulated by Lowkings over the last year have made it possible to be where they are right now. Those learning experience, those wins, those losses, those heartbreaking moments shaped up who they are in here in this match versus Almighty.
And there's no excuses whatsoever for the side of Almighty. I believe they gave it their best. We saw those plays. We saw those rotations. I think apart from Hardpoint, no other mistakes on the side of Almighty. I think they started off Hardpoint very badly. They made those few mistakes, which they are going to regret all the way through that lower bracket. If only that mistake was not made, I'm very sure we would have gotten our 5th match. And if it had went down to that S&D, AMT sees it all the way through. They've already shown that once within the series in itself, itself. So this is exactly why you, not just with the Lowkings, this is exactly why you have to take every single game seriously. You always have to believe that anybody out there can beat you. And at the very start of the match, I know Almighty is the kind of team that respects anybody and everybody that they face out there on the battlefield. But sometimes the cheekiness comes out. Sometimes that confidence comes out. You just cannot allow that to happen. And this was unfortunately the punishment for that mistake. West Point Mamba Lowkings, on the other hand, this was no freebie given to them. They had to work for this. They had to fight for this. Every single operator invested in that summit hardpoint was well timed, and I'm so happy to see that there was zero mistakes made from them. Yopi picks up the MVP of the game this time round, but I tell you, this was a team effort from start to end. This guy, just one of the integral members that got it done, Kali.
Yeah, I got to really emphasize how Yopi plays the respawn, especially that hard point. You know, on that firing range as well as in that summit map.
Yeah,
he was really there not just to open things up for the squad like PJ, but he's also playing the objective as well, and of course scoring the power positions. And the timing of his operator skill, I mean, that Sparrow in that control game mode in every hardpoint match that they played was always worth it. It was like a worth investment for them. He always gets those kills that the team needed to actually get this victory. Now, don't talk to me with that 1.08 KD. That is a lot, knowing that Almighty is a top tier squad, and him going positive is a great sign that WPM Lowkings is definitely rising up.
Okay, maybe that statement's just a little bit over the top. 1.08 is okay. It's okay. Maybe 1.1, 1.5 maybe for that statement. But you know, he could have done slightly better. But who the hell cares, man? They just kicked down Almighty into the lower brackets, right? And I think it would have been impossible without the kind of gameplay that West Point Mamba Lowkings was aiming for. And I think this is something that you would have noticed as well as you were tracking all of the numbers, Kali. In a majority of those matches, the number of kills taken by Almighty was higher than the West Point Mamba Lowkings. And that's what's so beautiful about this, because West Point wasn't trying to play for those skills. West Point wasn't trying to get those flashy plays. They were purely playing their objectives. They were playing Call of Duty Mobile down to perfection, and they 100% deserve this. And you know, one of the highlights in that Summit matchup as well, right, was the timing once again of those operators that was pulled out, and it was not too early. It was not to win the site, but they played it so methodically. They broke the spawn. They went into that hill. Once they went in, they used those operators then to play the defense. And how many teams do you see having that sort of a discipline? Everybody just wants to get kills with their operators the moment they can activate it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you on that. I mean, you know, they work hard for it, they earned it, but again, sometimes they just get too greedy with the kills. But not WPM Lowkings. They look at the bigger picture, and they know what's up. And I mean, that response with that operator skills investments that they need, of course, that they used as well, it was key to take down Almighty. And who would have thought Almighty will go down on a map number 4? I expected a map number 5. Really?
Warden thought. Warden was like, yep, West Point's gonna win this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, that guy's crazy. He's kind of crazy sometimes, but hey, he's part of the WPM Lowkings, so he knows the ins and outs.
Exactly, yeah. It's his team. I mean, obviously we expect him to support his team, but you know, it's the kind of confidence, right? And you know, I think credit to Warden as well, because he truly knows exactly how to put the trust into very specific players. You know, where the correct players were the ones that were chosen for the roster of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. And I know he most definitely had a little bit of say in that as well. So kudos to Warden himself for making sure he shares his bit of, you know, knowledge in terms of picking up the roster for the side of West Point Mamba Lowkings. The absolute impossible is done here. Almighty's down, but SKADI, bro. SKADI,
Almighty, it's another. It's another. Oh my God! No,
I'm sorry, SKADI. it's gonna be a little tough tomorrow.
Yeah, especially
next
for
week.
BBC next week, and of course for BBC as well. Whoever lose against Smart Omega and Blacklist Ultimate, it's gonna be a heavy matchup, AJ.
Oh yeah. But I cannot wait to see exactly who takes on West Point Mamba Lowkings, and can they go for 2 for 2? You know, if they go for 2 for 2, then, dude, I'm going to wear a tutu.
Oh.
I cannot believe I said that. It just rhymed. But if they do, I will.
Okay.
I gotta buy one
mean,
first,
double-
though.
Wait, should I buy as well?
Oh, yeah, both of us, bro. Both of us. If they go
Okay,
2 for
okay.
2, both of us wear a 2-2.
Okay, sure. You can expect me using that.
Okay, no ballerina shoes whatsoever, because I don't think our feet will fit in that. Okay, my foot sure as hell is not going to fit into a
That's
ballerina
why
shoe.
mine's wide. Mine's wide.
Yeah, and you
It's
know
not-
what?
it's not.
You know what they say about those wide feet. Anyway, 25th of March, 26th of March, those are the final 2 days of the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And we promised you the playoffs was going to be hot with a lot of drama, and we are freaking delivering, all thanks to the teams out there who have improved, especially to a team like West Point Mamba Lowkings. And all of the drama goes ahead to continue. If you thought this match was hot, you do not want to miss the final 2 days of the playoffs.
It will just get better over time, people. So don't you miss the hottest action right now in Call of Duty Mobile MSP. And I mean, you still have Smart Omega, Blacklist International Ultimate, and WPM Lowkings waiting for their upper bracket finals matchup, and that's going to be one crazy match. So I'm expecting more of Game 4s and Game 5s coming through next week, because that's the way it is. Unless we do see some surprises here.
I mean, that's what we are waiting for, bro. We are waiting for all of those surprises. I cannot wait to see what else West Point Mamba Lowkings can do. And I cannot wait to see what the ultimate version of the Blacklist International Ultimate Team can finally do. And they take on Smart Omega. This will be the true test of Smart Omega. I mean, they practically swapped players, all right? And now they're going to take each other on. The loser goes down to the lower brackets. Dude, there's just unlimited drama that I'm waiting for, right?
you got spies from both teams playing next week, and I can't wait for that to start as well. I mean, Smart Omega and Blacklist International Ultimate, right there, that right there is the Garena Masters 2 and Garena Masters 3 grand finalists, by the way. So it's gonna get hot. Both these teams have tough egos. They got alter egos, I don't know you call them, but they definitely won't want to lose. So you don't want to miss that action.
Absolutely, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much. You guys have been an absolute delight in the comment section, except Hydraulics. I don't know what's the guy's problem. But anyway, to the rest of you, thank you so much. You guys have been absolutely awesome in there. Keep it positive as always. Have a good day. We will catch you guys next week. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Cali Gaming. On behalf of Wasabi, as well as Beef Mommy and Neptune, we wish you guys goodbye, and we'll see you there next week.
And Warden.
Bye-bye.